Miraji, for the entire Middle East region, Mr. V.S. Sharma is known in the entire region because he also heads the international operations of JSPL. He is responsible for the plant in Oman as well. So, uh, in terms of proximity, Miraji Sharma Saab is very close to where you are. And we are expecting Mr. Sanjay Singh to come in any moment. In the meantime, Deepak, if you could just get going to. Uh, so, okay, Pankaj ji has also arrived. Mr. Pankaj Khanna of PP Rolling, he is here. Mr. Sridhar, oh, Sridhar ji is also here. Mr. Sridhar is again a very old friend, a very good friend, and I have known him for many years now. We work together. I've interviewed him more than a couple of times. He is right now the CEO, the downstream for JSPL. You know, the greenfield, let's say the brownfield downstream CRM and the coating lines which JSPL is putting up. Mr. Sridhar is responsible for the entire project. So a warm welcome to him. Pranitji, please, Pankaj, please. Mr. Pankaj Khanna, Managing Director of PP Rolling Mills, he is with us. And as you know, PP Rolling last year in June acquired the rolling mill company of Italy, Pomini. So it's a great pride for all Indians when an Italian company was acquired by an Indian company, PP Rolling. So I think Mr. Pankaj Khanna deserves a special round of applause for acquiring a company in Italy, which is known to be a leader in long product rolling mill segment. My brother and my friend Sanjay Dasgupta is also here. Sanjay, please come in the front. Sanjay Dasgupta, Vice President of SMS. Ms. Meera Sahani is the President of Global Monarch, which is into sourcing of various raw materials, including refractory raw materials. If I'm not mistaken, they also do some trading in steel as well. So it's a, I would say multi-commodity company, which has been there for a long time. Okay, so who else is left? Ankit, can we have you on screen? So Ankit is my son who lives in Munich, and he is the one who will be handling the entire. Can we have Ankit on screen, please?
Can you hear me? Hello.
Yeah, Ankit, I can hear you.
Hi, good morning. Just wanted to mention that Colonel Chaube has joined and also Mr. Priyaranjan Swarup. They have joined us on Zoom.
Okay, Ankit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Please stay put. Let me see. Colonel, can you hear me, Colonel?
Yeah, I can hear you. Very good morning. And good morning to Priyaranjan Sarup sir also.
Yeah.
Sir, very good morning to you, sir.
Mr. Priyaranjan Sarup, very warm good morning to you. And thank you once again. In fact, Colonel needs a special mention. In fact, Colonel has done something which all in the steel industry should feel proud of. In fact, he has Colonel Biswajit Chaube of Defense Research and Development Organization, DRDO. Colonel has completed a 7-story building made of steel in just 45 days, and they call it Mission 45. Colonel, just a few words on Mission 45, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mukherjee. It was really great to interact with you always. This Mission 45 days is an example of technology innovation, correct use of material, that is steel, which we have used. We started this on 1st of February 2022 and 17th of March 2022, within 45 days. 7-story building, G+6 we completed, ready in all respect to move inside. The scientists were working on 45th day itself in this building. That has been made for the one of the lab of DRDO, that is ADE, Aeronautical Development Establishment, there in Bangalore. That building stands tall, 130,000 square feet, G plus 6, 7 story. Height wise, actually, it is 10 story. It is 36-meter height. Since the floor to ceiling to floor is 4.5 meter, that's why it is 36 meter. So 10-story equivalent building in just 45 days with all blessings of all those industry partners, those who participated in that, JSW, RINL, SAIL, TISCO, Tata, and so many luminaries, so many industry partners became part of it. Dr. Sarup has always been guiding factor for that, and he's my mentor. So I compliment him for all the success which we have. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Colonel. Thank you so much. Besides putting up buildings, Colonel has also actively participated in the insurgency operations in Jammu and Kashmir. So a pride for the nation, not just building the nation, but protecting the country at the line of fire. So he has been there all through. Colonel, wish you all the very best, and we want you for many more years to contribute towards the steel industry.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, so again, 1 minute from, I'll try and see if I can get a minute from Mr. Priyaranjan, Dr. Priyaranjan Sarup, Director General, CIDC, Construction Industry Development Council. Now, CIDC is a body which is constituted by Niti Aayog, which was earlier Planning Commission, Niti Aayog, Government of India, and Indian construction industry together. So, Dr. Sarup, can we have a word from you on the role of steel in construction industry and how you are playing the role of a facilitator in pushing the consumption of steel in this country? Dr. Sarup, please. Dr. Sarup? Ankit,
Dr. Sarup, you are muted.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mukherjee. It was wonderful to have me invited here, and it's a pleasure meeting all the stalwarts from the steel industry. As a matter of fact, all of us know very well that compared to any other sector, it is construction which has been traditionally consuming quite a lot of steel that is manufactured in the country. However, cement always has been the kind of mainstay material which we have been using. But now, of course, we are confronted with peculiar situations. And the first one is that there is an acute shortage of manpower, which traditionally used to come to construction industry and do the kind of things that were required. So obviously, we require new solutions, and that is where steel is the most apt material that we have. The second very major issue that is confronting us, one is, of course, the shortage of human resources, and the second is the natural calamities that we have been having. Matter of fact, the frequency of the earthquakes that keep coming is something which has become quite rampant now when we compare that with the past few years. There are several factors to that. I don't want to get into that. But fact of the matter is that we are facing this particular calamity. Now, what is the choice? The choice now is that we have to go and shift very consciously to ductile materials. And that is the only solution that steel can provide. And that is the reason why we have been working very, very intently on this. There is a third issue also, and that is the time overruns. And when we talk about the in situ construction, which in case of concrete, there is certain element that is prefabricated, but fact of the matter is that much of the construction that is being done is actually in situ. It means that you work at the site. Take for an example, there are more than 22 metro rail corporations operating in the country, and each one of them is going full blast. And then, of course, you have the regional connectivity organizations like NCRTC, like MMRDA, and these are the people who are actually providing the interface. Just look at the kind of working that is happening all over us. Go to any city and you'll find that, the kind of crowding that we have, the kind of underground utilities that are buried in, they are making it absolutely difficult and very, very cumbersome for construction agencies to be operating there, and especially for the project owners who are having tremendous budgets. Within the metro or rapid transport sector, I would say the total budget that has been allocated and the work is going on full swing is close to almost 30 lakh crores of rupees. Now you can imagine this whole work has to be completed within next about 6 to 7 years. That's the maximum that we have with us, because this is all borrowed money and the servicing is going to be very, very expensive for the country. And that is the reason why we have to shift consciously to factory built structures. The foundations, of course, we have no choice but to use cement, but to use concrete. But when it comes to the superstructure, whether we like it or not, we have to basically look at steel very, very seriously. Now, which are the problems that are being confronted by steel sector? These are basically rather preventing construction industry to get into this particular domain. Number one, there are very few designers who are available. The consultants are not there. The special materials are not there. And of course, the issue of the manpower. Who are the fabricators? Where exactly are the shops? So what I would urge upon to all our friends here, that they should now start having a paradigm shift in their thinking also. And what is not going to happen is that simply supply the raw material and leave it to somebody else to construct. I think you'll all have to take a proactive action. Let me also tell you that this is where CIDC is very, very eager to partner with the entire steel sector. We have little representation from steel sector. Our membership includes RINL, SERC as a research organization, and we are continuously trying to get in touch with everyone. Matter of fact, the heartening part is that the sustainable steel manufacturers, represented by Induction Furnace Association, IFA, that has basically joined our membership also. So we are trying to move across the spectrum, and I'm just sending an appeal to you that let us all work together in this particular thing. Not only that this is going to be benefiting our steel manufacturing organizations, but also it'll help construction industry quite a lot to overcome the problems that we have said. There are a number of issues which steel sector is facing. CBAM happens to be one of the recent developments, which is quite disruptor, I would use the word. And that is something that is uppermost on everybody's mind. Given another 2 years, we are basically getting into the regime which needs a lot of attention. So, guided with these kind of principles, we have set up a high-powered working group, which has now been working for past about 6 months with Mr. Sanjay Kumar Singh, who will be joining you today. I am joining remote, of course. He will be joining, and he chairs this particular working group. Happy to tell that most of the steel majors and the smaller manufacturers, they are all participating very, very eagerly in there. I am also extending an invitation to all of you. They can remain in touch with us. I think construction industry gives it. Yeah. So thank you so much, Mr. Mukherjee. And if you permit, whatever I had to speak in my address, the formal slot that you had given to me, the gist of it I have already conveyed. And I am out of station, so the connection might get disrupted. Therefore, pardon me if I am not able to join. Thank you, and goodbye to all of you. And we will be looking forward to an association and working. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sarup. Your good friend and our ex-steel secretary, Mr. Sanjay Singh, is also here with us. He will be addressing us. Mr. Sanjay Singh was the Secretary Steel Government of India during a very difficult time, during the peak period of pandemic. And in fact, he was the one who took the industry forward. He was basically responsible for PLI, the productivity linked incentive, which Ministry of Steel had, implemented. And it was under the able guidance of Mr. Singh that this was done. He held very important positions in Government of India, including the post of Director General of BIS. And, right from the beginning, Mr. Sanjay Singh is the one who has led the team from the front. What Ministry of Steel is today, a great part of it was the transformation which Mr. Singh brought about. So we'll hear more from him. He is right now chairing the special high-powered working group on enhancement of steel in the construction sector. So I think Mr. V.R. Sharma, Mr. Sridhar, Mr. Pankaj Khanna will have certain inputs for them to move forward in the direction of how the consumption will sort of take up in the next decade, because this is an evolving industry. Steel industry is very dynamic. The needs of the industry keeps changing, the grades keep changing, and I'm sure Mr. Singh will highlight more of that enough. So may I now request our dignitaries on the dais to come and take the seats. First, Mr. V.R. Sharma, Vice Chairman, JSP Group Advisory Services, and ex-Managing Director, JSPL. Mr. V.R. Sharma needs no introduction. May I request Mr. V.R. Sharma? He is our keynote speaker for the day. I would now request Mr. R.V. Sridhar, CEO, JSPL, to come and take the dais. He was earlier CEO of the coating business of ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel. And now I would request Mr. D.P. Chakravarti, Devaprasad Chakravarti. He is Chief of Iron Making Technology at Tata Steel. My good friend, Mr. Manoranjan Ram. Mr. Manoranjan Ram is Vice President, Sales and Marketing at Daneli, India. My brother, Sanjay Dasgupta, almost a family member. Why? More than a family member. Sanjay, please come up. Mr. Sanjay Dasgupta is Vice President, Sales and Marketing, India and Asia Pacific at SMS Group. Madam Meera Sawani is the President of Global Monarch. Global Monarch is also the platinum sponsor for this event along with SAIL. So a special thanks to Ms. Sahani for coming all the way from Dubai to be with us. Mr. Pankaj Khanna, Managing Director, PP Rolling. Again, our sponsors. Rajesh, is Pablo here? Yeah, may I request Pablo to, Pablo is again a good friend who awarded excellent hospitality when I was there in Zaragoza, Spain last year. So Pablo is a CEO of COO of Calfreeza. Calfreeza is in the business of recuperators. Then there are a host of other businesses, including waste management. Thank you, Pablo, for being here, and thanks for being a wonderful host when I was there in Zaragoza, Spain last year. Lots of seafood, which he offered me, was fantastic. So thank you, Pablo, for being here. So Ankit, can we have you on screen? Can we have Ankit on screen? My poor son, he gets up at 4 o'clock in the morning just to help his father out. He is there in Munich, very cold. In spite of that, early in the morning, he had to get up to help out his father because father is getting old. Ankit?
Yeah.
All well?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. So, Ankit, who else is there? Can you see if anyone else has joined?
No, not yet.
Not yet. Okay. Mr. L.R. Singh is supposed to join. Okay. So, may I request Mr. Shushim Banerjee, someone again I have known for more than 25 years. He was earlier Executive Director SAIL. Then he went on to become Director General of INSDAG, which is Institute for Steel Development and Growth, a body which is jointly promoted by Ministry of Steel and the steel producers. So, Mr. Sushim Banerjee is now the CEO of Iron and Steel Sector Skill Council. May I now request Mr. A.K. Rath. Mr. A.K. Rath, he is the head of brownfield projects of ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel India, who was earlier CEO of Bhilai Steel Plant. I would also like to request Mr. V. Sahu, Executive Director Production of NMDC. In fact, his CMD was initially supposed to be here, but since they have a board meeting, he could not make it. So thank you, Mr. Sahu, for being with us. Without iron ore, not a ton of steel in this country can be made. So our special thanks should go to NMDC for being here with us. Without your iron ore, would be nowhere. And last but not the least, the most important person of this morning, our chief guest, Mr. Sanjay Singh, ex-secretary, Ministry of Steel, Government of India, and right now chairing the working group on enhancement of steel in the construction sector. As we all say in this industry, customer is the king. So Mr. Singh is the one who is playing the role of a facilitator to bring the customers. Because, you know, the construction sector is the most important sector where I would say a huge amount of long products goes into why long products. We use flats in construction as well. Mr. V. Sharma, I'm sure, will also highlight that. Sridhar will highlight that. So now I have a small duty to perform. May I request Vigyani to get the flower bouquets so that we have the presentation of flower bouquets to our dignitaries on the dais. Yeah. Could we have the flower bouquets one more? First to my good friend, Mr. Manoranjan Ram, Vice President, Dhaneli, India. Next is Pablo. Pablo Serrano is the COO of Calfriza of Spain. So next is Mr. Sushim Banerjee, a Dada. You know, in Bengali, Dada is supposed to be the head of the family. So Mr. Sushim Banerjee is a real Dada to me, having known him for more than 25 years from his days in sale. Okay, so next is again a very old friend, a good friend, and a wonderful person, Mr. Sridhar, who is the CEO downstream of Jindal Steel and Power. Thank you, Sridhar, for being here. And he has, you know, I specially requested him to stay back for 2 days because tomorrow the minister will be here. The Minister of State for Steel, Government of India, Mr. Fakkan Singh Kulaste will be here tomorrow. So I requested him, if Mr. Sridhar, you can stay back because I want you to be with the minister, and he has been kind enough to keep my request. So he will stay back for tomorrow when the minister is here. Thank you, Mr. Sridhar. Next is someone who was I would say, the first to come up and say, I will sponsor your event. So my special gratitude, ma'am, for the support that you extended. Because of that, we are now with a registration number of 280 plus. And that has only been possible only with your support, ma'am. You were the first one to extend the support. My heartfelt thanks. Thank you. And my good friend Sunil Kumar is here, who is heading Global Monarch in India. I'm sure we'll be able to get very good business from Global Monarch. Global Monarch will be able to get very good business from the refractory industry in India. In fact, Mr. Pramod Sagar was supposed to be here. I don't know what happened to him. He was supposed to be here till I last heard from him. He should have been here by now. Mr. Pramod Sagar is the managing director and CEO of RHI India, and he's also responsible for the entire region. Okay. Next is our chief guest, Mr. Sanjay Singh. Yeah, Mr. V.R. Sharma will present the bouquet to Mr. Sanjay Singh. Could we have a big round of applause and some, sir, photo op moment to le lijiye. Photo op moment. Mr. V.R. Sharma, I always call him a mentor because right from the beginning, those of you, during his first term in JSPL, he was deputy managing director. So that was, way back in 2013, 12, 13, that period, that which means 10, 11 years ago, I was sort of fortunate to award him for their excellence in project management. That was the time when Angul was coming up, and Mr. V.R. Sharma's contribution went to a large extent in bringing up JSPL Angul in what it is today. So a special thanks to Mr. V.R. Sharma for all that he has done for us over the years. And, there are certain debts in life you can never repay. The same goes for Mr. V.R. Sharma. I can never repay what he has done for me. I can only wish for his good health and a long and healthy life so that we have him with us. Next is I will request Mr. V.R. Sharma to present the bouquet to Mr. A.K. Rath, who is the head of brownfield projects of ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel Odisha, and he was earlier the CEO of Bhilai Steel Plant Sale. Thank you, sir. Sir, as a mentor, Mr. V.R. Sharma, his contribution is something which I will never be able to repay. And today is one more example how he is helping me out. So next is Mr. D.P. Chakravarti, Devo Prasad Chakravarti, Chief Iron Making Technology at Tata Steel. In fact, his Vice President, Dr. Devashish Bhattacharya, was supposed to be here, but last moment he couldn't make it. So he has nominated Mr. D.P. Chakravarti, Chief Iron Making Technology at Tata Steel. Then my brother and someone who's very close to my heart, Sanjay Dasgupta, who is the Vice President of for India and Asia Pacific of SMS Group. SMS needs no introduction. Thank you, Sarma Saab. Thank you, Sanjay. Next, Mr. B. Sahu. He has addressed our conferences in the past also. And a special thanks to Mr. B. Sahu, Executive Director in MDC. He is Executive Director Production. So the entire production which NMDC has set a record in iron ore production, the credit goes to Mr. Sahu for an excellent production record of NMDC iron ore production. And next, who else? Mr. Pankaj Khanna. Again, someone whom I have a lot of respect for, not just because he has taken over Pomeni, but for his contribution towards the rolling mill segment in this country. And he is immensely popular in the entire rolling mill segment, especially for the long product segment. He is known everywhere. So special thanks to Mr. Pankaj Khanna. So with that, uh, without further ado, uh, Rajesh, if you are here, yeah, may I request your CEO also to join us for the lighting of the lamp? Request all our dignitaries on the dais. And Rajesh, please come up with, I want the entire Kalfrida team to be here. Sunil ji, aap bhi aa jaiye. Please, Sunil ji, please join us for the lighting of the lamp. Oh, शर्मा जी का हाँ नहीं 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 मैं बूढ़ा हो रहा हूँ. शर्मा जी okay, I will present personally. May I request Mr. Sanjay Singh to join me in presenting the bouquet to Mr. V.R. Sharma. One more thing I must mention about Mr. V.R. Sharma. I have seen Mr. Vidya Ratan Sharma, you know, the name itself suggests Vidya Ratan. So Vidya Ratan Sharma is one person who has no ego. I have never seen him having any ego in his life whatsoever. So a special quality special people have. So this is one of the qualities which Mr. V.R. Sharma has. Yeah, I have never seen him with a bit of E in his life. A great human being. So now we have the lighting of the lamp. May I request the dignitaries to come up? It is an electrical lamp, so you don't need a matchstick to light it. Just put on the switch to light the lamp. Yeah, Bigani, can you come up and help? Yeah. So CEO of Kalfrida is also here. Please, gentlemen, please join in the lighting of the lamp. Bigani, if you can help. Yeah. Yeah, there is a remote to be used. Yeah. This is a government of West Bengal property where you are here right now. So they have a compulsion that they will not allow you to use the matchbox and lighting of the lamp. So because of safety precautions, they only allow the electrical lamp to be used here. Anyway, this is how society progresses and a part of the progress procedure. So, gentlemen of the dais, please take your seats. We'll have now the national anthem. Let us all rise for the national anthem. Yeah, can we have the national anthem, please?
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्रविड़ उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तब शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तब जय गाथा जन गण मंगल नायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 जय
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. So, as we get into our inaugural session, may I request our keynote speaker for this morning, Mr. Vidya Ratan Sharma, Vice Chairman, JSPL Advisory Services and ex-Managing Director, JSPL, to kindly address us. Sir, would you like to address from the Okay, sir.
Honorable Chief Guest, my senior colleagues in the dais, my friends from the steel fraternity. Good morning to all of you. It's a great event. Each time I attend this particular seminar or a meet where the steel fraternity and the professionals around the world, they come under one umbrella, under one roof, and we share our views as to what is happening in the world and how can we make this world better and better. There are challenges when we say that the growth is going to take place. China became the world's workshop, more than 1 billion ton of steel they are producing. The rest of the world is doing another 1 billion ton, so total 2 billion ton. Government of India has given us a way forward as to how to reach to 300 million ton steel by 2030 or maybe 2032. Challenges are many, right from the overall ecosystem to the desertization of the fertile land, or I would say degradation of land. Social, economic, environmental issues, they will come and they are coming. Worldwide, we have 5 billion hectares of the total land which is livable or which can be used for agriculture and for the human life. So this is depleting very fast. Fortunately, India is the third largest livable land country, and the challenges which we are going to face to reach to 300 million ton and then 400 million ton, apart from the natural resources, the burden will be in the overall ecosystem. Many of the countries in Europe, they are now stopping their blast furnaces, so they are forcing their steel makers to switch over to more environmental friendly steel making processes like DRI. So here in India also we are working on a similar way, but still a regulation from Government of India is still awaited as to how to stop putting more and more blast furnaces. The sooner it comes, better it is for the entire nation and for the entire world. Otherwise, many more blast furnaces will be coming into country, and that will be detrimental to the overall ecosystem of the entire nation. The moment we speak on blast furnaces, that means more and more coking coal is to be imported. Today, India is the largest coking coal importer in the world with 70 million ton we imported last year. And we are expecting that this will be about 120 million ton by 2030, 150 million ton by 2035, and this will be 250 million ton by 2040. So this is going to be a very, very huge burden on the exchequers, how to bring this much of coking coal from the world. The mines worldwide will not be in a position to supply coking coal. We have seen last year the coking coal prices oscillated to a level of about $600 per ton. Today also it is hovering around $280 to $300 per ton, which is a very high price by any means from coking coal standpoint of view. Australia, they fix up some norms, they put their indexes. Yes, this is the price. If you want to take, you take. If you don't want to take, don't take. What's the solution? The solution is Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji in 2015, he declared that we have to go for the coal gasification so that we can use the Swadeshi coal, the Indian coal, for the Indian industry to make steel and also to make fertilizers, olefins, the PVC, plastics, even oil, whether it is diesel, petrol, benzene, naphtha, whatever we want to produce, we can do from coal gasification. Government of India in 2021 declared 100 million ton coal is to be gasified, but I think we are very slow in terms of overall progress. Yes, some of the good plants launched by Coal India as well as by Talcher fertilizer. They are on the way. We in Jindals, we started coal gasification in 2014. It was commissioned with a DRI plant. So where we convert Indian high-ash coal into syngas, that is synthesis gas, which contains about 50, 60, 58% of hydrogen and 28% carbon monoxide. 12 to 13% of CH4, that is methane, and balance is nitrogen, and at the very places in oxygen. So this is a gas which is a very, is an excellent reactive gas, and we are converting iron ore pellets into DRI through this particular process. So taking it forward, how to stop import of coking coal, we have decided in our company that by 2030, we'll be having another 5 DRI plants, and we'll be having matching facilities to produce syngas. Today, we produce 225,000 Nm³ per hour of syngas, that is synthesis gas, out of the Indian domestic normal thermal coal. And by 2030, we'll be having 990,000 Nm³ of syngas. Excuse me, can you please stop? Please don't talk. You don't disturb me. So 990,000 Nm³ of gas capacity, that is syngas capacity, we'll be having. Out of that, 330 will be in Raigad, that is Raigad district is in Chhattisgarh, and 660,000 Nm³ will be in Angul. Angul is the first plant which started coal gasification. And this 990,000 Nm³ of gas will be entirely from Indian high-ash coal. So the purpose is not to put up any more blast furnaces. So this is an example what Jindal has set up. Mr. Naveen Jindal, the chairman of the company, are very, very positive, pragmatic, and forward-looking. So this particular business scenario will reduce overall CO2 footprint by 50%. Today, we are at about 2.6 ton to the blast furnace routes, 2.6 ton of CO2 per ton of steel making, and will be less than 1.2 when we route it through coal gasification, which is a closed chamber coal gasification to the Lurgi route, Lurgi process, and then DRI, and then finally the electric arc furnaces. So we are heading on it, and hopefully this next 10 million ton steel we are going to add to this particular route. Everything is done. The ordering is in place. I'm also pleased to inform that we have now a full technology tie-up with Lurgi in Germany, to produce and to manufacture the coal gasifiers here in the country. So we have put up a plant in Raipur to manufacture the entire coal gasification unit within the country, except for few of the critical components like special compressors and some of the parts of the rectisol that we have to import. But otherwise, 95 to 96% and technology is now indigenized, and we'll be producing not only for us, but for any other company, those who are interested in putting up the Lurgi gasifiers or Lurgi designed gasifiers will be in a position to supply to them as well. Now, coming back on degradation of earth and degradation of the fertile land, this is a big challenge for us, and we call it desertization. So what is desertization? We are converting a green, lush jungle or forest into desert, because all these concrete buildings, what you are seeing, so it is getting converted into desert. So we all own the responsibility, and we must see that how this desertization can be stopped. I'm not my personal view, I'm not in the favor that we should become a world steel producer and we should become a world workshop to produce steel and supply to the whole world. No. We are 1.5 billion people, 150 crore. The entire Europe is about 1.42 billion, that is 142 crore. China is about 145 crores. So this 1.5 billion market, the people, is good enough to meet out the demand in the country. There is no point producing steel in this country using iron ore, coal, bringing coking coal and then loading the ecosystem and supply to Europe and supply to another country. There's no point. There are so many other ways to earn forex, but not through steel for sure. Steel is a very low value added item. $600, $700, $800. We must find out as to what we can export value added in terms of whether it is automobiles or it is any other item or the components which can fetch us more and more foreign exchange to meet out the country's ambitious plan to meet out the overall trade deficit. So this is what we have to see. Now, the next major challenge going to be in our country is manpower. Today, it is very hard to attract people or to attract the new students to come to the steel industry. And there is a big challenge. We are facing acute shortage of engineers, technicians, diploma holders, and also the workers in this country. Our friend, Mr. Sushil Banerjee, has been working as to how to upgrade the skill of the manpower and the contractor workers and the people, those who are just coming from the ITIs, and we can make them a good steel man or steel people. So this is again a bigger challenge for us. The next challenge, what we are going to face to meet out this 300 million ton target is the iron ore. Today we have millions of tons of iron ore in terms of low-grade fines. I'll request NMDC, I'll request Government of India that we should try to utilize the low-grade iron ore within the country by beneficiating. The problem is Government of India stopped the iron ore export, and then everybody was crying that allow us to export the iron ore. Whether it is 57% or below, or it is 55% or below, or it is more than 57%, everybody is putting a pressure on the government that we should be allowed to export the iron ore. I mean, this is something very ridiculous. I would say it is painful. Why a particular country who is importing 57%, 55%, and 56% iron ore, and that particular country can utilize this iron ore for steel making, why can't we do it? That means there is something lacking in our mind. So if you see the overall production of the iron ore today, we produce only 40% lump ore and average 60% we produce, fines. And when we see the fines, then we find that at least 70 to 80% fines today we are generating in less than 58 or 57% of the contents. If we don't use these particular resources or the low-grade iron ore, we don't beneficiate it, and we don't make steel out of it, then one day we'll be exhausted. This is reality. So, few takeaways. I'll conclude my speech. Few takeaways. One, we have to find out how much is enough for us, whether it's 200 million ton or 250 million ton or 300 million ton. And we should not go more than enough. Number two, we should ponder upon whether the steel industry should be a forex earner or the component industry or the car industry or the downstream industry or the value-added industry. That's point number two. Point number three, we have to see how to avoid the degradation of earth or how to avoid desertization of the earth. Why we are making the concrete jungles, buildings and buildings, and why we are doing and what for we are doing. We are 1.5 billion people. We'll be requiring this land for millions of years from now, unless there is some natural calamity. We will be requiring. So why not to control it today? Why we want to make housing on the fertile land? The entire land, wherever you go, wherever you see the construction, building construction, housing, offices, commercial institutes, they will never be on the hilly areas. You go to Mexico, go to Venezuela, go to Italy, go to Europe, you'll find all of the livings, all of the housing on the mountains. But here, everybody wants on the ground where the fertile land is converted into housing. It's something very, very strange. The government of India would like to bring some policy so that we can avoid the desertization of the land, or we can avoid the degradation of the land, which is much more precious and priceless for the generations to come. The next is, how can we stop putting more blast furnaces in the country? I'm a steel person. I'm from the steel industry. And I'm telling that we should stop putting new blast furnaces in India. Next, how can we stop import of coking coal? The solution is only one, that we have to convert our Indian coal into coal gas, and that is called synthesis gas, which contains 58% hydrogen. We are all working on hydrogen. It contains already 58% hydrogen. It contains 28% carbon monoxide, that is CO, 13 to 14% methane, which can be converted again to hydrogen. That means we can go 70 to 72% hydrogen in making DRI. And then finally, the electric arc furnaces. Here again, there is one good cycle, the ecosystem. When we do the high ash coal, we do the washeries. So the washery rejects will go to the CLVC boilers where we can generate power for the electric arc furnaces. And this is what we are doing in India. We do about 6 million ton of coal washery we have. Out of that 2 million ton today we are using washed coal for gasification, and 4 million ton we take it to our CFAC boilers and we convert these rejects into electricity. That means zero waste. A 1 ton coming from coal mines is fully utilized. The waste is only the fly ash, which today we don't have the answer, but we have also started converting fly ash into the ultra low density uh, uh, the concrete. The fly ash into we convert fly ash into aggregate, and this is what we are doing in Angul. I would request any one of you or all of you whosoever he may be or she may be, you want to visit our plant in Angul, you are most welcome. See that how we are doing the coal gasification, how we are making coal to diesel. That is called gas oil. And we are using this diesel into our all furnaces. How we are producing coal to syngas to DRI, and how we are producing hot DRI to steel through the electric arc furnaces. And that is the game changer for this nation. Thank you very much for listening to me. In case of any question, you can talk to me or you can send me a mail. If anyone out of you wants to visit our plant, you are most welcome. This is an Angul that is very near to Bhubaneswar, just 120 kilometers from Bhubaneswar. Thank you very much and nice bye.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you once again. And your whenever you address us, it's always thought provoking. You show the way forward. Now, Mr. Deshpande may not agree with your statement that we should have less of blast furnaces because he sells coke ovens and he has sold coke oven to you as well, sir. So Deshpande ji will not very happy. But the reality is, yeah, right, absolutely. But sir, without coal, we cannot even run our blast furnaces. The only difference is we need, coking coal, which is a challenge everywhere around the world today. So let's say we don't foresee too many blast furnaces coming up in the next decade, but definitely at the same time, we cannot wish away the blast furnaces because after all, 70% of the production comes from right, sir. That's what is happening in China. If you see in China, they can only put up a greenfield unit if they shut down a blast furnace. Only at
Excellent. Yeah.
Yeah.
So my point of view is that you see steel we have to make. Steel is required, an essential commodity. So we have to find out how to produce steel through either through DRI, which can be fed through natural gas or hydrogen or anything. But hydrogen is also a little distant green. It will take time. So the easiest, fastest, most economical is coal to syngas and syngas to DRI. And this is what we have demonstrated to the country. We are already working. Second plant is now under construction in Angur. And then 2 more plants in Angur. And 2 more plants in Raigad. So by 2030, we'll be having total 6 plants, and that means 12 million ton of DRI, which will produce 10 million ton steel. So this is what my point is. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarma Saab. Anything that Mr. Sridhar you would like to add?
Sir, I said one more thing, is to say that iron ore mines will be beneficiated here in Expo. Just to give an example, Indonesia, which has 22% of the world's nickel reserves, they banned export of nickel from 2020. Similarly, bauxite 7% reserves. So this is one example where they are forcing people to come and invest in the country to add value instead of export raw material. Similarly, in Bolivia, is also lithium and all that. So most of the government are now encouraging people to have value education, planning raw materials.
I'd like to take a comment from Mr. Mohapatra, Director Commercial of KIOCL, Kudremukh Iron Ore Company Limited, on pelletization and beneficiation. If Mr. Mohapatra, as a pelletizer, as someone who's producing pellets, so what are your thoughts on beneficiating our low-grade ores and using pellets in our blast furnaces as well?
Good morning to all the dignitaries on the dais and my friends who are present here. And of course, Mr. Mukherjee has given me a very prime. I should talk something from Shu, which I have not prepared for. Anyway, but any developing country where the construction is the main force, and like passing to that phase where the major component for development is the infrastructure, and steel is the backbone of that infrastructural development. And for infrastructure development, steel, when we started 1950s, China and India were in the same pedestal. Right now, China is producing more than 1 billion ton of steel, whereas India is still languishing in the less than 150 million ton of steel. Of course, the development government's measures, which is really working hard to see that India reaches the 300 million ton by 2032. And for that, yes, of course, India is having good reserve of iron ores, but of course, it is high in alumina and silica and content. For that beneficiation, the pellet is the one medium. Right now, India is almost around 15% of the burden is through use of pelletization. And government has kept a target of, that around 25% by 2025 and 50% by 2. So for pelletization, KIOCL is also in the forefront, which is a merchant producer. And of course, the qualities from any pellet exported from India, KIOCL's quality is talked about because of this good quality, which we source from NMDC. And to that effort, pelletization is the norm, because if you use the percentage of pelletization in blast furnace burden as well as the DRI, naturally, that indirectly will be, fulfilling that carbon footprint, and around 10% of the blast furnace productivity improves by pelletization. And also at the same time, the CO2 footprint also goes down by 10%. There is no other go in India without, everybody trying for utilizing this pelletization. That is the message, and all of us should work in that direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mohapatra. I'll take a quick comment from Executive Director of NMDC, Mr. Sahu. A quick comment from Mr. Sahu.
Sir, respected ex-Secretary Steel, Sanjay Singh sir, B.R. Sarma sir, and all other dignitaries present on dais, all audience, ladies and gentlemen. This is a great opportunity for me to be before you. Regarding what Nirmal sir told, low-grade beneficiation, this is the need of the hour. In fact, in NMDC only, where low-grade ore available to the tune of around 35 million tons. Similarly, throughout India, you take ore having below 57% every present availability roughly around 100, more than 150 million ton. It is available now. So there is a need, as Sarma sir told, it has to be beneficiated And the major bottleneck for beneficiating low-grade ore is the technology is available with India. There are so many players, but a major bottleneck or setback is availability of land. We are not getting adequate land. As all of you know, suppose 100-ton low-grade ore will beneficiate, then we get roughly around say 65 tons of high-grade ore, maybe around 64 Fe content, and balance 35 ton, it will go as reject, having less than 20% Fe. So for accommodating or stacking or dumping this low-grade ore, having less than 20% Fe, so that is a challenge now. It needs sufficient land. So non-availability of land is a challenge now before all miners. Because of this land, we are not non-availability of this land. All the miners are not able to beneficiate the low-grade ore, and as a result, as all of you know, the ore is lying, and there were some technology which NMDC has adopted to beneficiate the slime. Slime is having less than 58% Fe iron, and we are beneficiating, that is microfines, we are beneficiating. And unfortunately, for dumping the tailings, that is lean tailings of beneficiation lean tailings, for that purpose also we are not having land. Though we are trying since last 5-10 years, but till now we are not getting land. So that is also bottleneck not only for NMDC but for all the miners. And in Bellary hospital sector, some people are beneficiating per annum roughly around say 3 to 5 million tons of ore. Very low scale. They are having small is land, very less extent of land, which is going to be adjusted within 2 to 3 years. So now this is a challenge. We are having low grade ore, but we need to beneficiate after obtaining the land. This is the submission. Thank you, Nirmala sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Sahuji. As I said, NMDC is known as the miner to the nation. So without NMDC, we would not be producing steel in this country. And we are fortunate to have so much of high Fe content iron ore deposits in this country. Unfortunately, there are countries which use less than 30% Fe content also, but it depends whether it's viable to use red soil, for example, and beneficiate it. Having said that, I'll now on to another very important aspect of the entire steel making process, which is, madam, since Mr. Pramod Sagar has not come, you will have to do justice to the subject on refractories. So refractory industry plays a very important role. In India, quote unquote, the refractory industry is valued at around $2 billion, which is roughly about 15,000 crore. So refractory, 70% of it is consumed by steel industry alone. And I always call the refractory industry the mother of our furnaces. Our furnaces would not be protected had it not been the refractory industry. So, madam, to touch upon the refractory industry, may I request you to share your thoughts on how Global Monarch, because Global Monarch, I'm aware, is also, besides being the raw material procurement partner, in fact, Global Monarch also at one point of time was sourcing RHI refractory raw material for Brazil and South America. So, madam, it is for you to do justice to the entire refractory industry on covering how refractory raw materials is a challenge in India. You know, there are certain raw materials which are completely dependent on China for imports. So now the Indian Refractory Makers Association is already trying its best to ensure that we have alternate raw material sources. In fact, I wouldn't say we have to sort of look for sources only other than China, but obviously we have to reduce our dependence on China. So that's it, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Mukherjee.
I would first like to start by saying that I'm really happy to support the agents to the summit and Expo as the platinum sponsors. This is the first time that we are negotiating with them, and I'm very happy to. A little bit about my company, Global Monarch, which is established in 1978 by my father, Mr. Ashok Soni. And we have been suppliers of various raw materials to not just the steel industry or for the steel industry, but to the cement, glass, aluminum, etc. So the raw materials we are doing are the refractory raw materials, finished products, bricks, ferroalloys, and many others. Of course, steel is a very important element. It's part of our everyday lives. We've been talking about construction, which is a very big, game changer in India. I'm happy that we are the second largest producer of steel in the world, but we're still in actual numbers a long way off from China. But I do believe that we are going to be there, and we're moving ahead, which is very good. A lot of issues that come up, especially in the raw material area, is that we want to go non-Chinese. But going non-Chinese, whether it is refractory raw materials to the refractory industry or any other raw material, is really something that comes with a price. So unless our friends here in the steel industry do not come forward and assist on that, the substitute raw materials, for example, like the sun, is going to be extremely difficult. We have been supplying, yes, non-Chinese raw materials, magnesite from erstwhile Magnesita, Brazil, in the 80s. And it was our company, along with Procel, that actually brought in the Chinese raw materials into India. In the early 90s is when we actually brought in Chinese raw materials into India. And then back again in 2014, we started bringing in Brazilian material as well. And of course, we were also selling that to the rest of the world. Turkey, for example, is a huge market for the Brazilian material. Till, of course, RHI bought it. I would also like to add one thing over here, that we're not a manufacturer, we're a trader supplier. And a trader supplier is as important as the manufacturer supplier is, because they may not be able to give you the facilities, commercial advantages that we as traders are able to do so. Recently only I was at a meeting with one of my customers, and I was asked, we only want to work with manufacturers. So, there's going to be a little that we can continue doing with you. And I was like, do you know, in post-war Japan, no manufacturing company actually sold anything directly. We worked with Marubeni, Mitsubishi. We represented Marubeni here. We were selling Ube material through Marubeni into India. So companies like us who sell, we haven't lasted out for decades, 4 to 5, some even more. If everybody was to only go to direct manufacturers. The refractory industry, as Devaraji asked me to put, insight on, it's of course the backbone of the steel industry. While iron ore very much is important, but so is the refractories. We are also supplying refractory products, various kinds, from China. We have a plant that we work with, and we supply from there. And it's what should I say? It's a growing business. We're supplying raw materials to the refractory industry, which of course right now we all know the market is all very slow. But it's been really good, the journey of the last 45, 46 years. And that, as I'm repeating over here, there are substitutes to the raw materials for producing the factories. But yet again, I'm going to say, we need our steel friends here to understand that this comes with a price, and that will obviously be needing your support. Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here, and I wish this Expo a great success.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Had it not been Mr. Deshpande and Meena madam, I would not be standing here today. So Deshpande ji, thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. Though all of us are aware we have a problem with China, but as Mr. V.R. Sharma once told me, in fact told the House, that the best possible solution we have for our cocoa is from companies like Acre. And I think if Deshpande ji, if you could come up and share just a few words before we move on. By the way, Mr. Deshpande was earlier with Tata Steel. He was also the managing director of Tata Sponge Iron. So Deshpande ji is, in fact, heading Acre in India. Acre, as you know, is a company which is owned by MCC, which is a part of the Chinese government. So it's 100% owned company of Chinese government, right? Okay. So Deshpande ji, yeah. Okay. Please. Yeah.
Indeed, we are very happy to present actually, would like to play a more active role in promoting the industry. Although actually is primarily concerned with both making and both making technologies. But nonetheless, unless the steel is made, both are no use. So we really are very happy. The predominant thinking in the engineering, let's say, development in Acre is about the forthcoming climate change challenges and how companies, engineering companies like Acre, would actually respond, how they will read the climate change challenge and how they like to propose a response to these challenges. Okay. The effect of climate changes will become more and more visible. Currently, they are in the thinking, discussions, etc., but they become more and more visible in the next 10 years. As they become more visible, there will be pressures from all the community, governments, on the steel industry to sort of take action, take immediate action, as Mr. Sharma said, ban putting up new blast furnaces, etc. So action should emerge as time goes by. So we need to be ready with solutions to such problems. So how Acre reads it, the situation, is that they would like to start by saying that the energy consumption at coke making level, of course, at entire steel making level first, but then at coke making level should actually significantly come down by 10, 20, 30% to come down. Or the energy recovery from the byproducts production of coke will go up now. And in this direction, I think there is a significant strides made by this company. I have been to a plant in China called Zoku, where 2 million ton coke making plant, independent coke making plant is put up, and it actually delivers more energy than it consumes. So that's the way the plant works. So every process, the thinking in the Acre Technology Center is that every process should have an international standard for energy consumption, and every company which is engaged in manufacturing should conform to those compliance, those energy consumption standards. And that's the only way in which we can sort of address the climate change requirements. The major changes in technological advancements or complete dominant shift in technology, etc., would come, but it will take time. But until such time, those things come, we need to be responding. This is the way we respond. The other major requirement that the company thinks is the internal discipline in manufacturing with the coke or the steel, where energy consumption is always kept as the topmost priority. So this should be always borne in mind. So in these two directions, that means we are decreasing the energy consumptions in manufacturing and raising the level of internal discipline in manufacturing on these areas, actually has solutions to offer. So when I speak to you about coke making at a little later proceeding, I will mention how they have actually solved this challenge. For the moment, thank you so much.
Thank you, Deshpande ji. In the next session itself, the first presentation is yours, which is fourth generation HR coke ovens technology. So that will be the first presentation in the next technical session. Now I'll take Ankit. Can we have you on screen, please? Ankit, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, Ankit, is anyone else there? Has LR Singh joined?
Yes, Mr. LR Singh has joined.
Singh Saab, namaskar.
Yes,
Namaskar.
namaskar. Namaskar, Nirmala ji, namaskar. Sorry, my apologies. I'm not able to physically be present there due to some urgent issues, but I'm there online. Yeah.
Don't worry, Singh Saab. For the next annual technical meeting, Mr. Sajan Jindal is the president of IAM. So we will all be there in Bangalore for the ATM with a figure of 4,000 plus. And you are the man in charge.
I cordially invite all of you to be our guest at the next IAM. What we're going to hold, maybe 22nd to 24th November in one of the most vibrating city of Bangalore. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Mr. LR Singh, gentlemen, is the COO of Jindal Vijayanagar, a person whom I have known for quite some time and someone I have a lot of regard for, an excellent technocrat, a wonderful person. Singh Saab, the floor is yours. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Nabila. Thank you. And my regards to all the delegates, all the dignitaries sitting at the dais and other audience. Once again, I apologize for not being there. I'll just briefly describe that in this present scenario of this, because the steel making always remains hard to abate sector. So what really is JSW Steel? It's expanding its capacity. What are the mean measures, actions we are taking in order to remain with the nationally determined goal? So as you know that JSW is very ambitious in reducing the carbon consumption, not now, since the inception. And we have been, if you see the from financial year 2005, we have been able to reduce our carbon footprint from 3.39 tons CO2 per ton of crude steel to the present level of 2.4. Over the past 2 decades, JSW has transformed its operational units into benchmarking performance. As a result, carbon footprint was reduced by more than 890 kg CO2. CO2 emission reduction improvement starts, in our case, from mines to finished products, such as we started our journey from the acquisition of the mines in the Karnataka, in Orissa, and started doing a lot of beneficiation of the low-grade iron ore. Presently, Vijayanagar, this plant where I'm sitting today, that uses around 50% of the input as a beneficiated raw material, which is derived from the low-grade iron ore. We also took the action to increase the pellet. As you know that pellet has got a less emission as compared to other raw materials, what we use, sinter and lump ore. And then our major endeavor has been to reduce the solid fuel consumption, which we have been able to cut down. If you see, from 600 to the present level of 540 in the blast furnaces. So we took initiative some of the basic major technologies like CDQ coke uses, coke drying units in the stock house, improvement of the gas utilization, the PCI as well, more than 200 kg we are operating. So in addition to that, JSW has been very focused on recovering the waste gas. You know that steel plants, there are a lot of high energy consumption, so there are equal opportunity for recovering and recycling. So we have been recovering our waste gas through heat and pressure by installing a lot of top recovery turbine, waste recycling system in sinter plant, and we are also generating a lot of power through that. As far as the growth front is concerned, JSW expanding its capacity now. We are moving from the large furnaces to super large furnaces, where the energy efficiency is much better as compared to the. So now we are moving from what we started from 2,000 meter cube blast furnaces to 4,000. Now we are moving to 5,500. And we are also commissioning. Whenever going to do any campaign repair of the old furnaces, we are going to go for the new technologies. Then we are also commission the gas-based DRI, which has the potential to switch over to finally to natural gas and hydrogen. Then electric arc furnaces we started installing in new facilities. And another major action we have taken is that production of the high strength steel and electrical steel. And of course, there's best available technologies like reduction in the gas flaring and then boilers, installing of the boiler for power generation. So just to tell you in nutshell that these continual improvements bring us the learning curve for optimization of energy, because that's related with the cost. So if seeing the cost competition and the pressure on the raw materials, it's very important. Not only it helps in CO2 reduction, but also it helps in optimizing the cost. That's sustainable solution. So, and then we have got the target to go down to 1.75 tons CO2 per ton of crude steel by 2030. So that will be again 30% reduction from 2022, and ultimately 50% reduction if we take the base case of 2005. JSW FY30, if you see the FY30 roadmap, CO2 reduction targets, they are in line with the country's announced pledge, such as reduction of CO2 emission by 45%. So, and then 45% of, then 50% of power through RE, that 500 gigawatt. For achieving this target, very challenging and aspirational target of 1.75, JSW has identified mostly 6 major levers. So to set up the continuous improvement process. So for first major lever, we are installing a lot of renewable power. This plant, Vijayanagar Steel, is now connected with 225 megawatt of solar power, and we are going to very soon commission another 600 megawatt wind power. So that's one of the major endeavor we have taken. In addition to that, we have also taken that, that steel plant, the fuel, so this fossil fuel, that solid fuel is one of the major emitters. So that solid fuel reduction plant, way forward, we have started the projects on the gas injection, because the steel plant generates a lot of gas, and the entire gas is either used for the reheating furnaces or for the power plant to generate the power. So once we switch over to renewable power, the gas is available to us, and we want to inject those gases back into our large blast furnaces to reduce our coke consumption, and that's going to help us. Of course, as I told, that increasing the pellet in percentage in the bottom of the blast furnaces. Another major important activity what we have taken, that increasing the scrap, though scrap ability is less in the country, but as subsequently it improves, we are developing our potential and capability to increase the scrap from present level of maybe 13-14% to subsequently go to the level of 30%. And waste recovery and reuse and utilization always remains a focus area. So another thing, just I like to tell that deep decarbonization through the blast furnace route, minimizing the coal rate, the hydrogen-based DRI and EF, scrap-based electric arc furnaces, technology transformation for end campaign life of the blast furnaces, and implementation of carbon capture and utilization as it develops. So JSW has recently declared as compared to other units, like by 2050, JSW is going to be carbon net zero. And for that, we have got a roadmap which we recently presented in our boards, and that has been approved. So we are taking it forward. Another major initiative, just for the benefit of the audience, we have taken is that these dehumidifiers, we are going to install all dehumidifiers across the plant. And there is one latest technology which has come up, that this impulse oxygen, that also we are collaborating. So by various technological improvements, improving the beneficiations, and improving going for the large blast furnaces where we can have a 30% direct reduction in the CO2 emissions. So these are the various things we are going to put in practice, and we are sure that with the cooperation of all stakeholders which are there, and then all the policies which are there put in place by the government, and all the new innovations which are coming by the various agencies, we are in the right track. And then as India whole, we can say that the steel industry, which is always seen upon that one of the this hard to abate sector and one of the emitter, that is going to be the signing case in the coming years, and we are going to reduce our carbon footprint. And because we need to face the CBAM, for that also we are getting prepared, because if you have to export, that JSW exports around 20% of its products. So we are to getting equipped for the CBAM also, that how we can compete in the international market also for reduction of our carbon footprints. So this is all in nutshell I just wanted to say about our journey towards this net zero. And these are the few measures which we have taken. Thank you very much for patient listening.
Thank you, Singh Saab. Thank you so much. JSW, as you know, is the largest producer in this country as of today. And they are expanding right now from 28.2 billion tons to about 37 million tons by the year 2030. I mean, the next few years, they'll go to about 37 million tons. And the ultimate plan is to reach 50 million tons. That's the plan of Mr. Sergeant Jindal. And those of you who have retrieved the delegate kits, you will find a copy of Steel and Metallurgy, where we have the interview of Mr. Jayant Acharya, the present CEO and JMD of JSW, who has envisaged the plan ahead for JSW moving beyond 37 million tons to about 50 million tons. Now, before I move on to our chief guest to address, I'll take a few comments. Though I know both Colonel Chobe and Mr. Swarup are waiting, but just I'll take 5 minutes from you, gentlemen, because I need to take two comments, one from Tata Steel, one from SAIL. So from SAIL, I think Mr. BP Singh will be coming tomorrow. So today, Mr. S.K. Das was supposed to be here. Are you here? Please. Chola, please come. So, you know, in the steel industry, we say for every ton of steel, we need 4 tons of raw material to be moved. 1.6 iron ore, then we have coal, we have the finished material. So it's 4 tons of material to be moved for every ton of steel. So logistics plays a very important role in the entire steel supply chain. And we have the Executive Director Logistics of SAIL, Steel Authority of India Limited, who's going to speak a few words on how effective, you know, the Gati Shakti, the various incentives which the government is putting forward to improve the logistics in this country, and what we need in terms of clearing the bottlenecks so that the logistics could be taken care of in the steel industry, both from the point of view of raw materials and finished steel as well. Yes, Mr. Das.
So dignitaries on the dais, delegates present here. I'm from SAIL and I'm really very happy to be associated with Steel and Metallurgy and as a platinum sponsor. As far as SAIL is concerned, presently we are at 21 billion ton not like a production company and we have got a very ambitious plan of take it to around 30 million ton achieve this. So as you know, logistics is a big challenge for steel industry, all the steel industry. And for making say 30 million tons, we have to move around 120 million tons of different liquids and also naturals, a big challenge. But SAIL, of course, is a the green and having say greener prospects. We are always aiming for a green steel making. I have taken a lot of initiatives. But there are more to also take talking about this. There are our peers. We have already brought down our carbon footprint by about 19 to 20% in last 15, 16 years. Next 7, 8 years, our challenge is bigger enough. We are trying to reduce it by another 20%. So it's a big challenge. A lot of initiatives are already taken. And first, we have opted for these low-hanging fruits. Already, these best available technologies are there. We are opting for that. And gradually, we'll go for other things like improving our raw material quality. Raw material is a big challenge. So we are going for aggressive pelletization and use of pellets. We are going for this solar energies. We have ambitious plan around 200 megawatt of this solar energies, solar and renewable energies we are moving at, and other things we are bringing out for. And lastly, we cannot have this zero emission target unless we go for this decarbonization, deep decarbonization. And those are the technologies that not commercially established right now. And we have to switch on. But Sarmasa was also talking about we have to say goodbye to blast furnace system areas, but you know, we are having around 21 million feet of blast furnaces. In a year, we cannot say goodbye to this blast furnaces. So gradually we'll be just selling our this 20th century blast furnaces and adopting our newer technologies to go for this hydrogen-based DRIs and all. And gradually we'll go for our carbon neutrality by say 2070. And as a logistic man, I've got a bigger challenges because again we have to now I am sourcing around say 20 million tons of coal from overseas sources. Now I have to think for some hydrogen and other fuels in the coming days. So it's a bigger challenge. We have to make ground ready. We have to make our this all the people ready for this future ready manpower. We should have to have this adopt this newer technologies. So it's a bigger challenges. And I think it's a challenge for each and every steel maker. And let us face those challenges. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Das. Now it's time to listen to the person we are waiting for. Someone who has taken up the challenge to ensure that the steel produced in this country is also. When we talk of 300 million tons, where is this going to go? That's the biggest challenge we had. We are looking beyond from 300 million tons to 500 million tons by 2047. Now, unless you're consuming, we will become like China, dump everywhere around the world, which we don't want to do. We want to be a country which believes in value addition, which believes in making India a hub for steel making in the world. So, Mr. Sanjay Singh, ex-Secretary, Ministry of Steel, Government of India, and presently Chairman of, the committee which is looking at enhancement of steel in construction sector. I'm sure skill enhancement is one subject which Sushimda will also cover. In fact, yesterday evening when I was discussing with Mr. Singh, he spoke about a lot in working for the skill enhancement. So I'm sure, sir, you will also touch upon a little bit on skill enhancement, which is so very important for us. So, sir, would you like to sit and would you like to take the podium? Mr. Sanjay Singh, a big round of applause for him.
All senior technocrats of the industry and mining industry who are present on the diet and of the diet. Sharma mentioned about certain things which generally would not be heard from a steel maker. And I really appreciate because I also hold the same views regarding that our precious raw material should remain within the country. And with that kind of mindset, we had imposed the export duty on raw material that was into 2022. At the time, I was at the helm of affairs. So, and other things also, desertification he mentioned about. He mentioned about how JSPL is expanding in terms of making steel making environment friendly. I think some of the other pioneer in that. So, I mean, all of you are from the steel fraternity, steel industry. I'm going to touch upon certain things which might be relevant to all of us, and but we are which are very pertinent looking at the present scenario, and which are based on my experience of working in diverse fields in the state and government of India as an ad officer. Friends, right now we are at a juncture in the journey of our nation. If I can say, we are at an inflection point to become developed nation, getting to $5 trillion dollar economy in terms of the size of the economy. And in this journey, steel industry is a very, very integral partner. I mean, they have contributed immensely. And the steel industry is an old industry, and we not say that. And the kind of growth in this sector which we have foreseen, we have witnessed, I'll say, I think in last 5-7 years, and that has also broken the myth that this thing is cyclical in nature. I don't think it's any more cyclical in nature. It all depends on how much we spend. All depends on how much we are absorbing within the country. And currently, because of this, our domestic consumption, last year it was it rose by 13%. This year, the first 6 months, it rose by 15%, and it has reached 66 million tons. And during this year, it's poised to be 132 million tons. And out of this 132 million tons, because of, as a result of that, what has happened, other side of it is in terms of per capita consumption. It has gone up from 77 kilos to 87 kilos. I mean, these are the kind of changes which are happening at a very, very rapid pace, which we are not foreseeing. And but definitely these are very, very positive elements. But how this is being made possible? This is being made possible with the construction and in the infrastructure sector, which is absorbing 59% of our production. I mean, if we see 132 million tons, it becomes about around 70 million tons. Once start manufacturing by 2020, our vision is that we should be reaching 300 million tons in terms of capacity. If we are consuming, or rather producing in the range of say 250 to 260 million tons, this sector, which is poised to go even further and would be around 62% by 2030, would be consuming in the vicinity of 160 million tons. But does this sector has wherewithal to absorb this kind of why I'm saying that? Because when we are talking that we are a developed nation, then our infrastructure development have to be of that level. The pace at which we are growing, the pace at which the technology is getting integrated into all our processes. Digitalization is making our working simpler. So we have to look at it with a different kind of a vision. I'll just give an example. Recently, Atal Setu, that iconic bridge in Bombay that has been inaugurated by our Honorable Prime Minister. It's a 21.8 kilometer long sea bridge, which has been constructed by two of the premier infrastructure companies in the country, with a Korean company being their partner. But in this bridge, I mean, this is a technical marvel. Several new features have been integrated in it. The most critical part of the bridge are the orthotropic sea decks. These orthotropic sea decks are 17 in number, with a span of ranging 180 meters. These have been designed in Japan. They have been fabricated in 3 other Asian countries. Why so? Obviously, it means our designing capacity, our fabrication capabilities are not to the mark. And with the kind of infrastructure push Government of India is giving, things have never been, roadmap has never been so clear as it is right now. We know, this year budget, all of us have seen, that Government of India in infrastructure is going to put in 142 lakh crore over the next 5 years. 50 lakh crore is going to be put in railways. States are also in this kind of a spree. I mean, they're not far behind. And I was just going through a data which says that in last 5 years, states have spent to the tune of around 10 top states, 45 lakh crore. So that's the kind of spending it is happening. And it's a result of this kind of spending that we as a steel sector are doing so well. So I was talking about that what is technology marvel of these are the kind of technologies which we need to really be adopting in our future projects. We have a very ambitious Sagarmala project, very ambitious Bharatmala project, with a lot of investment is going to go in. What is happening at Atal Setu? Several technologies of the kind, there is a reverse cycling rigs which have been used. That really caught my imagination. Recently, I mean, this technology has been utilized there to not to disturb marine life. And there are flamingos there, I mean, they are all kind of aquatic, exotic aquatic life there. Because I am a nature and wildlife photographer. So I visit all these places where, I mean, there is and in fact, my photographs are available on my Instagram account. That's only for that. So that has been utilized to reduce vibration and noise. There are other noise reduction technologies which have been put. This earthquake resistance can withstand earthquake up to 6.5 magnitude. So this is the kind of technology, and that means that we should be internally having those kind of capabilities and talking about construction infrastructure sector. And which we lack, and that's the reason we have to go outside and get this kind of technology. Even with the two biggest names in the construction infrastructure sector, they were the Korean agency, which was their partner. So definitely something is lacking, and skilling is not. And what kind of skilling is required? All of you heard Mr. Dr. Saru. He's Director General CIDC, Construction Industry Development Council. You know, he was the first speaker, and he was speaking remotely. He was talking about high-powered committee, that how we are focusing on that what are the skill gaps and how they can. So keep that in mind. High-powered is comprising cross-sectoral, which has representatives from architecture community, engineering community, the ones who design codes, who are designers, who lay down codes, who prepare curriculums, who are into skilling, and also the steel producers, and so on. I mean, so it's a vast group comprising everybody. So I happen to be heading that group. So we have been discussing with all our partners, I mean, who are associated into construction and infrastructure sector. So skill deficit, especially in the areas of design, in the areas of fabrication, in the area of designing, its fabrication, its project management, and across all consultancy area, and then there is severe deficit at all levels. And this was also highlighted by Sharmaji mentioned about skill deficit, and this was he did mention about acute shortage of manpower at all levels. That's a very glaring kind of a shortcoming which we are witnessing. So what I was saying was that skilling is needed. There is skill deficit we are appreciating, but skilling not. They cannot be short. There will have to be some concerted efforts, some collaborative effort to be able to bridge this kind of a gap. So I'll again just mention about how, because I'm talking about skilling is not easy, because skilling is an area where market failure is the norm. There are externalities, there is information asymmetry. A person is trained by somebody else and goes to some other. There is mismatching between what is taught and what is required. So these are the kind of market failures which are in this sector. And there are several kind of models which have been tried and tested. Government driving the skilling work in the country. Then non-governmental agencies got into it. They were training. NSDC is a very important player which is going to PPP mode. But the most effective in this has been where the industry got involved. That is training on software, training through apprenticeship schemes. This is very, and this I'm saying on virtue because I headed the skill and technical education sector in my state for 4 years. So it's a very it's very vital that industry is integrated. And I'll also narrate another instance in Government of India as PMD of a PSU dealing with PSU of telecom, which was responsible for laying down or implementing I'll say arguably the largest project in the country. So I was doing that. I was PMD of that town. That was BharatNet. BharatNet is a scheme, is a project to connect all 2.5 lakh gram panchayats in the country by optical fiber cable broadband. So within 2 years, I was able to complete half of it. But laying down OFC, which was of the length of over 3 lakh kilometers, was easier. Problem came when electronics in the form of OLTs, ONTs, and also powering it with renewable energy, because these are remote areas, villages where power supply was not. So how to install it? And in fact, I used to be administrator USOF, Universal Service Obligation Fund. This is a levy which is collected from telecom operators because of there being deficit in their spreading network. I mean, that's the logic behind that. So where the optical fiber cable was being spread, those are the areas where telecom did not reach. So then I realized why they did not reach there, because there is severe skill deficit. We found it so difficult to install electronics and getting RE installation powering these electronics and later part the maintenance of network. So skilling, especially when we're talking about something new, when we are talking about some new kind of operations, then it is a problem. So what is the solution? To me, the solution is, since steel makers have the, I think, largest size of the skin in the game, so they have to take that. So they have to take the lead. It cannot be otherwise. If you produce say 200 billion tons, expect construction and infrastructure sector to absorb 160 million tons. So will they have capacity to really utilize to absorb this kind of a scheme? So what I am hinting at is some kind of integrated skilling modules will have to be incubated by steel leaders. And later on, they will be required to be rolled out, and they should be tested, and then will be required to be rolled. Then this kind of a deficit can be circumvented. So this skilling part needs to be taken really very seriously. I will urge all the skill makers. And the biggest one is sitting among us, V.R. Sharma ji. So why not he take the lead? And we also have our friends from who are directly involved in skilling. You would recollect that when there are definitely other challenges in sheet as well. The most important is sustainability. But if you bring in sustainability, you over-exceed sustainability, then it kills efficiency. So we have to maintain the balance between sustainability and efficiency. And everybody has been now crying about it. This problem of sustainability is not so paramount among the bigger players. Right now, set up their infrastructure and where they are green steel ratings. The problem is in the smaller, in the medium-sized steel maker. In the initial part, we recollect that Dr. Saru was DGBIS or DGCIDC. he was mentioning about CBAM, the kind of problems which small steel makers have confronted. Carbon border adjustment mechanism. And I also met certain amount. So their concern is that whether, or their rather queries are, whether there should be some kind of relaxation in deployment and employment in applying CBAM, because this is going to be applied from 1st January 2026. There are 2 phases, and all the exports which are going to be EU, they will fall under it. But from October 2023, the transition phase has begun. And during the transition phase, they are collecting data. And they are very stringent about data collection. Their views are out of the EU that it has to be accurate. It has to be verified by independent agency, independent output. And then if there is any anomaly, and they are severe. But for 2 years, it's only the phase of transition data collection. But one has to put in place the mechanism of collection, collation, and analysis of data, not only about the product, how much ambition is embedded currently, as well as the processing. Then only one can prepare a roadmap and move further. I mean, this is what I told whoever has met me, that ultimately this kind of regimen is going to be in place everywhere. We in our country as well, our Honorable Prime Minister has laid down that by 2070 we have to be carbon neutral. But how could one be carbon neutral unless the highest carbon emitting sector starts focusing on reducing carbon emissions? And of course, different kind of steps are being taken within the sector. And one Sharma ji mentioned about, there are others which are in the, I'll say, in the R&D phase. The CCUs and green steel, government is subsidizing installation of green steel generation outfits in terms of electrolyzer if somebody is planning to do that. So a lot of incentives are already in place. And this is not a thing that if you avoid, you will be a gainer. If anybody avoids it, you'll be a loser. So that is very, very clear. And so everybody has to embark on the path of green and put in place the architecture which is desired in terms of, first of all, data collection and so on. Because all of us agree, all of us know about the one simple principle of management. Anything which is measured, that's done. So we have to start measuring. So this kind of a measurement is definitely has to be in place, especially about the green. When we are embarking on green steel. So these are some of the bigger challenges which we are confronting in the steel sector, in the construction industry sector. So to sum up, I will not take any more time. Just I will urge that we start thinking of skilling for construction infrastructure. And in the environment, carbon reduction is a public good. So we have to really take care of the climate change, whatever the problems we are facing because of that. So one has to embark on it in a very, very positive and proactive manner. Other challenges which pertain to production, steel sector is definitely looking at that, whether it's about digitalization within the digitalization, automation, you are getting into smart maintenance, predictive maintenance. So all these kind of things are already happening. So one thing also, which is linked to greening, I would urge that it is not adequate focus of the sector on R&D, research and development. And especially we have to focus on development of such products which will speed up our circular economy journey. Like we develop such kind of product which will provide scrap at a faster pace. Then what could be those kind of things? So in this again, I'll say the crux is and the rule of the game is that collaboration has to be there. All over the world, we are seeing the result of collaboration. You see in Switzerland, in Sweden, three companies got together and set up hybrid. Recently, there was a news item in Australia, also three big players, two miners and one steel maker. They have come together to develop a technology which would nearly eliminate carbon from the steel making. So these are the kind of things which are happening. So here also, we have to start thinking about collaboration. And there is very, very strong power in collaboration. That's all from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Singh Saab. Thank you so much. Really thought-provoking. You almost covered the entire gamut of what the steel industry's way forward should be. You spoke about sustainability. You spoke about skill enhancement. You spoke about green steel. In fact, you covered the entire, I would say, the roadmap for the steel industry ahead. Thank you so much, sir. And as I always keep saying, if I would have invited you here as a chief guest when you are in service, it would be a quid pro quo. But today, we are so happy to note that even after superannuating from Indian Administrative Service, you are still in the service of the nation, pushing the steel industry forward. So, our big round of applause for Mr. Singh. So, with that, Singh Saab, with your kind permission, I'll move to Tata Steel. My question, Dada, I was there for your last month conference in Jamshedpur for the iron making. So we noticed there is a paradigm shift in terms of thought process at Tata Steel to move away, which Sharmaji said, from the BF, BOF to TRI, EF route in course of time. As the chief of iron making at Tata Steel, I want to know, the philosophy behind this green steel approach, and Dr. Devashish Bhattacharya, that's his favorite subject. So, sir, if you could highlight Tata Steel's, let's say, the philosophy behind moving away from BF, BOF to DRIAF, and how effectively do you want to do it? Pelletization is again one area you're looking seriously into. I'm sure you're using pellets in all your blast furnaces now. So over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, all the delegates. So, that I was just going to this, that what was the topic here? That is basically the growth of the state. So, that if you see that the beautiful roadmap by the government of India, and also, that what is the per capita consumption of steel, if you see. So there is a beautiful link in that. So now, if you want to go to the national steel policy to go to 300 million ton by 2030, so that's a huge investment has to be there in the steel, and huge growth is needed. So the growth will come definitely to the different routes, either the BF route, or it can be some that green route, that is the scrap-based electric arc furnace, and also the DRI route, gas-based DRI route. There are several routes out there. So now we need to do a balance between all these three different routes of technology. And the Tata Steel is also working on the Hispanzana technology in Europe, and also we are developing for India. So we all know that blast furnace route is the most productive route, and in terms of volume and other things, so it's there. So, but if you see that, and also that today the world is roughly from the blast furnace route, and if you see take the survey of India also, so we are adopting bigger to biggest blast furnace, and that while the blast furnace we are adopting, so we also need to keep in mind that we are not
how we will be more environment friendly. That means the CO2 footprint, how need to take care of. So if you see, there are different ways we can handle these things. So one is that carbon avoidance. So you need to make the clever in terms of carbon. So if you see the blast furnace, there are a lot of initiatives are actually going to make the minimum carbon rate in the blast furnace. That is by using the alternate route like the hydrogen and other things. Then you must have read in the newspaper that Tata Steel one of our blast furnace will take the hydrogen, and we get a very good return in terms of carbon avoidance. So this hydrogen and other things will be coming in a big way, but of course we also need to produce steel in an economic way. It's not just to be affordable to the all the people, because we know that, as we said, that per capita consumption is here. So we need to go to the world level of 233 where 87 here. Also, Tata Steel also has put up a plan of carbon capture. So that total of gas which is coming out of the blast furnace, if you can capture the CO2 and if you can utilize that, so then also you are making it a carbon free. So in that way, Tata Steel also has put up a plan. It's a 5-ton per day plan has put up. So they are actually capturing CO2 and utilizing that. So now the question is that, so one, you can reduce it by avoiding carbon, and other one is to managing the carbon in a right way. And also, so as you said, there are a lot of coke ovens are there, but that we are trying not to use the coke ovens for the heating purpose. So we want to use the coke ovens for the reduction purpose. That's why there is a big plan for Tata Steel, and there are many other industries are also following that to inject the coke oven gas, which contains huge amount of hydrogen, and which will be both CO and hydrogen will be using as reductant, and where it will be basically reducing the coke rate demand. So by doing everything, and if you just put a carbon capture plan in a very cost-effective way, so there definitely the support from the government of India will be coming in picture. So you can make the entire blast furnace also CO2. So it is the way we think, and it is the way the entire technology is developed. This way it will happen. And also, as I said, that that for the big and bigger blast furnace, we need a very good grade of material. Because while we know we are the 5th largest reserves in terms of iron ore, and the mostly it is hematite, and we also know it's a very the mineralogy of iron ore is very difficult here. It is not like the other countries. So here, go to even to upgrade the low grade material to the one which all the blast furnace operators want or the BRI operators want, it is not so easy. Even if you just talk about this DR grade pellet, this DR grade pellet is not available in India, and it cannot be made economical by importing this DR grade pellet from Brazil and make this DR grade the gas DRI. So we need to do a balance between these three, and also the scrap will be a very big thing and will be big, just like in mining. So scrap based steel making also has to be there. So all combination of three and all adopting of all the technologies, we will be able to make it to net zero. And even Tata Steel also has committed by 2045 we will be net zero. As the government of India or like the several companies also committed. So we are aligned to our target of making the mistake. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chakraborty. Thank you so much, Dada. Really well. When you were mentioning about the balance of the various routes, I would just like to request you to go through the current issue of my magazine, which is there in all your kits. You will find the interview of Mr. Jayant Acharya talks on similar lines. So we cannot wish away any of the routes. It has to be a mix, a balance of all the routes. Deshpande, you agree with me? Absolutely, because it depends on where you are, how you are, and what the economics are. Today we all feel there is a challenge because of the coking coal volatility, price volatility of coking coal. But tomorrow's situation may be different. You never know. So having said that, I'll move on to our technology providers now. So we have 2 out of the 3 big darlings. SMS, Danelli only. Anyone from Primetals here? Okay. So we have two of the three darlings here. And I would also like to request Mr. Pankaj Khanna is here. Okay, he's gone out. Let him come back. In the meantime, I'll start with Sanjay and move to Manoranjan Ram. You know, the very interesting part of the story, they have actually swapped places. Sanjay was in Danelli earlier and Ram was in SMS earlier. Now they are exactly in the opposite companies. He's moved to Danelli, Sanjay has moved to SMS. So Sanjay, over to you. Yeah. Easier to say. Namaskar and thank you for this opportunity to participate in this beautiful event. I thank Kiran Maklesi, I thank Nirmala Dada. And obviously, I'm really humbled to be a part of such a distinguished panel of industry leaders. As the topic here, Asian Steel Summit, I will little bit try to touch upon the Asian part of it also. We have spoken on India. Why? Because SMS India, the regional office is situated in Gurgaon, and from Gurgaon, a huge area is being controlled from Asia Pacific, entire Asia Pacific, India, Middle East, Africa, entire thing is controlled by Gurgaon, from Gurgaon. And the vision of SMS management is to make Gurgaon a center of competence and to develop a lot of processes from here. So while we serve this entire mega region, we see a lot of diversities in terms of growth opportunities, diversity in terms of sustainability issues, diversity in terms of decarbonization needs across this entire geography. Of course, India remains the key growth market. There is no doubt on that. And the growth is driven by blast furnace and BOF group. We were really happy to hear from the industry leaders like Mr. Sharma that, there are different thinking. But as of now, the growth is really driven by blast furnace and BOF group. Of course, India has compulsions. India has compulsions to reach the national production target, and the scalability issues are there. So blast furnace BOF group presently looks to be the fastest way to reach that target. And our, decarbonization technologies for India are focused to reduce the CO2 footprint of blast furnace BOF route in a stepwise manner, so that this growth momentum is not impeded, and still we can achieve, slowly the reduction of the footprint. For example, for a new blast furnace or an existing blast furnace, if we inject auxiliary fuels like coke gas, hydrogen, syngas in the 12 region, we will have a significant reduction of coke rate. So that reduces the carbon footprint to the tune of 28%, almost maximum. Then, the reduction of gases in the Bosch area also boosts the production. So there is a twofold benefit. One, reduction of carbon footprint. Two, increment of production. We already have similar references, 5 similar references running worldwide with this technology. So it is possible to, reduce stepwise. The second step could be, replacement of hot blast by electrically assisted plasma torch, replacement of PCI by reformed syngas. And with this technology, we call it easy melt. It is possible to reduce the carbon footprint up to 60%. And first such trial will be done at Tata Steel. So they are our partners for making this trial for the first time. There are also technologies available to use low-grade iron ore, which Sharma Sahib had mentioned. There are technologies to use low-grade iron ore in DRI modules, make DRI, melt it in an open bath furnace, and then subsequently process steel in a BOF converter. and a commercial production of such process will start at ThyssenKrupp in 2026. This is a plant which will be totally revamped and modernized by us. We have a feeling that this circular economy driven scrap based EAF route still has a long way to go to answer the sustainability issues of our Indian subcontinent, because problems are many. I mean, scrap is not. I mean, we cannot expect scrap to be very easily available in the coming years. All those major scrap supplying hubs like USA, EU, Middle East, they are all on a green steel drive. So they'll use their own scrap. They have already started imposing embargo on scrap export. Then on the top of it, when India starts boosting up production on BF, BOF route, it will also require a lot of scrap. So the market is not going to be easy. And we all know that our recycling market is still to be organized. Still, a life cycle of a product in Indian mindset is not 15 years more than that. So maybe we require a lot of, policy intervention, a lot of policy support to really make it commercially viable. Now, coming to the Asian part of it, if we see the Asia Pacific, we can divide it into two segments. One segment is the developed economy, which is the mature market like Japan, Korea, Taiwan. There we don't see a lot of expansion. Rather, it is focused on a decarbonization drive of converting their BOF operation to an EAF-based operation. Focus is more on modernization, upgrade, and all. Again, coming to the ASEAN part of it, it's absolutely different. ASEAN part of it, presently, something around 70 million tons of steel is being made by ASEAN. And this 70 million tons of steel is by and large based on a scrap EAF route. But there are plenty of big projects which are announced. These are all BF, BOF projects. And, a lot of them from Chinese investors. They are transferring their carbon from there to here. So if all these projects really get materialized, ASEAN will double their capacity by 2030. And not only that, the ratio between BOF and EAF, which is presently at 35 to 65, will get reversed. It will become 65 to 35. So that will be also another carbon emitting region very soon to come, if it really happens there. So, but the governments are aware of this movement, are aware of these troubles, but still, because of certain geopolitical compulsions, net zero targets have been already declared. All the ASEAN countries, they have declared net zero target between 2050 to 2060. So from our perspective, from the perspective of equipment supplier, technology suppliers like us, we have a motto of turning metal green. So we have technologies for all these diverse markets. We are ready with our technology. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanjay. Thank you so much. In fact, your colleague, Ms. Dr. Otharanjan Pal, who is the CTO of Tata Steel, I was with him during one of my last conferences of Indian Institute of Motor Kolkata chapter, where one of the things he said that there is too much of talking on green steel. I will rather talk about something else. So then again, Mr. V.R. Sharma keeps repeating it. We are talking primarily on carbon fiber, alternate materials. So Mr. V.R. Sharma, I call him a visionary because he thinks well ahead of time, just as Tata Steel is known to be a company which thinks ahead of time. So we are thinking of alternate materials like carbon fiber, which may rule tomorrow. So moving on a little bit away from this, I'll stick on to the long product segment. Mr. Pankaj Khanna, Managing Director of PP Rolling Mills, and as I said, they have also acquired the Italian company Pomeni. Primarily ruling in the long product segment, I would like to take a view from you, Pankaj. Moving forward, as our chief guest Sanjay Singh ji mentioned, the infrastructure spending is what is going to go up in the days ahead. So, having uh, sort of assessed the demand for long products will continue to rise. Whereas if you see more or less the automobile market is still not very stable for us to create an additional demand. And we are not yet ready to sort of meet the needs of the EV industry as of now. So with the long product demand likely to remain stable and, PP rolling being a very important player in the long product segment, how do you visualize the change in technology in terms of high-speed rolling mills? I remember when I went to Morgan at Worcester in US, early 90s, they were talking about wire rod mill of 110 meters per second. But in reality, we have Mr. Ram. What is the Dunelly high-speed mill right now? Speed of over 117, 18 meters per second. So we have moved from 110 to 118. So that's not much in the last, say, 30 years. So what is that you see in terms of technology ahead for the next decade? Over to you.
The approach is pretty clear in everybody's mind. First of all, approach is going to be paramount in driving the increased capacities of plants and technology and asset utilization will be the front runners. Of course, we always calculate the productivity of plants with the finishing speeds. I mean, that's a typical thumb rule to do that. But in my approach, I think the stability of the process, the asset utilization, getting rid of waste in terms of time and raw material should be the real focus to be able to produce more. We have plants running across the globe which run endlessly for like kilometers. So that's what I feel is the real asset return on the real investment, the return for the asset. So yes, I mean, the bottom line is that productivity must grow, assets must be utilized well. But of course, like Sharma ji said, and so did Mr. Sanjay, that a value addition is something which will help our country more than anything else. Otherwise, like we say, ki loha dho rahe hain. So that should not be the approach. Efficiency, productivity, technology are all very, very important factors. And I think that they will play a very important part in our growth going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Pankaj. Now, when you spoke of value addition, I have to go back to Sridharji once again. Sridharji is adding value to JSPL now. Moving from, let's say, a traditionally long product player to a segment which adds a much higher value to the cold rolled, galvanized, coated segment. So, Sridharji, what is the plan at JSPL to move in the value-added flat segment and especially the coated segment where you have done excellent, you have shown excellent performance over a long period of time in the coated product segment. So, no. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah.
Very good afternoon. I would say that JSPL is starting in a very new way, but 1.2 million tons is what we are going to do for the next 3-4 months. Yeah. And thereafter, we're going to take it to 3.4. Eventually, the plan is to take it to the ambitious plan. We have our guide. We actually have worked with he himself has been a father of cold rolling and downstream industry all these years. Having said that, we would be moving towards auto production and all that over a period of time. And as you know very well, that the auto production in that country, I mean, the steel which is going to be used right now is about 4.5 million tons. It's likely to go to 7 million tons by 2027, 28. And this would comprise in the various segments like HR and HR3. Then we have the coated segment. Coated segment is where the maximum growth in auto is going to happen. Right now, the coated consumption for auto is about 0.5 million tons, but by 2027-28, we're going to have 1.5, 1.6 million tons, mainly galvanized and all. Also, in coated segment, what happens is we require high tensile materials and all that, hot stampings and cold stampings and all, which at this point of time in the country, especially hot stampings, where the tensile strength is about 1700, 1800 MPas and all, that is not available in the. And why it is not available in the coated segment? Because coated to take such high temperatures and at such, sort of oxidation and all, it may not withstand. So we have something called aluminum silicon, which is a compound which is being introduced into India at this point of time. Maybe in the next 1 year, for example, AMNS will start manufacturing it. So something like this right now, as we see for hot stampings, about 30 to 32,000 tons is imported every year, every month, out of which like Ventler, Autogen, MSGI, then you have Just Stamp. These are the ones we can we look at import substitution for such things? Okay, so this is one area which we should be looking at. And also the auto, sort of, if you look at the density of auto, about 22 cars per 1,000 people is what it is at this point of time. Whereas our surrogate sort of economy, where we are always compared with China, is about 164. And Chinese, 5 years back, the export of cars from China was 1/5 of what Japan was exporting. But today, you have 5 million units of vehicles which China has exported last calendar year to January to December 2022. So we're seeing that it's going 1/3 of all cars in the world is going to be manufactured in China itself by 2020. And as you know, BYD, Build Your Dreams, that's the electric, it's already overtaken Tesla. And the more we go into, electric vehicles and all that, electrical steel, likely to be 1.7 million tons of electrical steel is going to be consumed by 2027-28. So this is another area where we will be looking into. And then, of course, packaging industry, Tinplate is also coming up in a big way in the country. Right now, at this point, at the place, 1.1 million tons is likely to be by 2027. So these are all the areas where we will be concentrating on. We will be doing this, galvanum, manganese or ZAM, as we call it. ZAM is called by the Japanese, manganese is called by the Europeans, especially ArcelorMittal. So these are the things which we will be looking at, also aluminum silicon, but these are all over a period of time. Right now, we're starting with the basic things, and we are also going to concentrate on the construction segment. As you know very well, the long-term, what has been the growth in the steel industry in India has been about 7 to 8%. Last year, it was 12%. But at a secular trend, out of which we have seen the construction has gone up by about 10% or so. I mean, this again, I'm talking about a secular trend. So here is where we, especially the steel consumption in the rural areas is about 30 kgs, whereas in the urban areas, it's about 80 or so. I mean, more than 100, more than 100. Overall, India's average is about 80, which is 1/3 of the global average. So steel consumption has to grow, especially in the rural internal and tier 2, tier 3 cities and all that stuff. For your information, the steel consumption to cement ratio 0.35:1. All over the world, it's close to 1, and at times even more than 1. So more steel is used than cement. So this is another area where we will be looking at, and especially what we call as Tata BlueScope has popularized metal buildings. Like in India, only 10% what we have is steel buildings or metal buildings. Elsewhere, it's 40 to 80% of the existing buildings. So this is one area where we should be popularizing steel buildings mainly of galvanum, etc., etc. Just for information, this bullet train, which is, project which is going with Ahmedabad and Mumbai, the entire interiors are going to be made of manganese or ZAM. So these are some high corrosion resistance, etc. So as I would say that our plan is to take it up to 3.4 million tons, maybe go for a PLP sim over a period of time. PLP sim is one area where the strengths can be improved. Normally we do get about 440 MPa is the maximum tensile strength we can get through the baton unit, and then continuous annealing can get 700 or 800. But PLP sim we can go up to 1100, 1200 MPa. And also the yields improve. 99% of the yield in the field is whereas and the cost of production is $23 versus a normal production of CRC will be $30 or so. So because of various reasons, and also the fact that the high tensile materials can be made out of PLPC. That's another area where things are going to. So I think that's roadmap. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Siddharji. Thank you. You covered it. I mean, the 1.2 is the first phase, right? So I think we'll see one more player entering this segment, and Ratsab is already there in this segment, and JSW is also there in this segment. Tata Steel, both in terms of joint venture with Tata BlueScope, is very much there in the coated product segment. So this is what, in fact, I was surprised to hear at one point of time, Italy being such a small country, imports quite a lot of. I think that, Siddhar, you told me in your days.
Really, out of it was about 10 years back.
10 years back, yeah.
8 to 9 million tons were color coated all over the world, out of which 4 million tons was consumed in Italy alone. It was the mother of all sandwich panels. All major sandwich panel makers were in Italy, but now that's not the situation anymore. It's come down drastically.
Okay, so now Ankit, can we have you on screen? Yeah, can we have Ankit on screen? Our fathers always like to see where their son is.
Yeah, I'm here.
So there is my son. Yeah, Ankit, who else is there right now?
There's no one here in Zoom at the moment. So Mr. Chaube, he had a flight to catch, so he unfortunately had to leave.
Oh, he had a flight to catch. Now, what about Dr. Priyaranjan? Is there, Swaroop?
No, he has left as well.
He has left. Can anyone just from my office just post a message to Dr. Swaroop if he can join with his presentation? Because Colonel Chaube will not be able to join because he told me he has a flight to catch. It's slipped out. Anyway, there are times when you keep forgetting. So now I'll move to a little bit to Pablo. As a recuperator manufacturer and someone looking at energy saving solutions, what is your suggestion to this industry in terms of reducing our carbon footprint, increasing our energy efficiency, and delivering more to every heating furnace that we need to run our mills?
Thank you, Mr. Mukherjee, gentlemen. I come from Spain, from Europe, and I thank you the opportunity of being here under the same umbrella that top companies that are upgrading the future of this great country. First time I was in India in 2001. I finished my studies in Spain with 24-year-old, and I came to India with a backpack to know this incredible country. I have a lot of lessons learned during that time. And 20 years later, life gave me the opportunity to come back to participate into the moment, the modernization of this beautiful country. And here I am. So you were, Mr. Mukherjee, you were asking on how Caprisa, the company in Spain, can help this market. I think the challenge are not only in India nowadays, but also in Europe and in the US, because steel making is changing. We have this big challenge to study, like decarbonization, decommission, energy management, and of course, return of investment. All of them are very important, and our company is there to help markets saving fuels, making this new technology, using new design materials and latest technology as the digital twins to improve savings, improve fuel consumption, and helping the India and those in other countries to grow into the direction that they need to be more efficient and to build produce more steel, more efficiency, with low decarbonization, and moving into the next step of this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Pablo. Thank you so much. And once again, I'll be visiting your workshop in Zaragoza right after Mr. Ram's Danelli Innovation Meeting, which is happening in the headquarters in Butrio this year from 27th to 30th of May. The big event of Danelli in Butrio is this year. After that, I will be visiting your headquarters in Zaragoza, Spain, right after that. So I look forward to more and more seafood during that time. This time you must take me to the most important restaurants of Zaragoza for the excellent seafood. But I was really touched with your hospitality. Thank you so much. So now I'll move on to my good friend Manoranjan Ram. And he'll express his views on what Danelli feels about the growth in the business of 300 million tons and onward to 500 million tons. What is the vision at Danelli, even at the headquarter level and at the regional level? What is it that, because I think Danelli was lucky enough to capitalize initially on the media segment, you know, which those days Sanjay was there in that segment. And many of the mini mills you have been able to, and I think strategically Danelli is very well poised in India to plan its expansion ahead. So what are your views on how we are positioned in Asia?
Thank you, Mr. Mukherjee. Respected dignitaries on the desk, ladies and gentlemen. So first, I must say that whenever I meet Mr. B.R. Sharma in his office or wherever, I learn something new. And many of the times, he has a contrarian view, which is, I would say, is a visionary in nature. Like many times he says, why do we consume so much of steel? No, we are consuming too much of steel and, putting pressure on the environment. So, in fact, whatever he is saying, it is more of idealistic situation. And we in Danelli always focus on the sustainable part of the steel. Of course, technology is available for the green steel and the proven technology for using hydrogen, 100% hydrogen in DRI, which we are also associated with JSPL and DuPont for the energy iron technology of making DRI, and which is 100% hydrogen ready. But when we see in India, we focus more on sustainable steel. And that is also approach of Mr. Mariski Danelli, who is the CEO of Danelli Group. And his vision for India is that, let us focus on how to reduce the energy consumption in the steel. I'll give you one statistic. Today, we have around 160 million tons of steel making capacity, whereas we are producing around 140 million in the last calendar year 2023. And out of that, 45% is coming from blast furnace and BOF. The rest, 55% is coming from induction furnace and electric arc furnace. So if we ask questions to ourselves, whether those 55% of the production of the steel which is coming from electric arc furnace and induction furnace road, how much energy efficient are they? And second thing is that, of course, in the blast furnace and BOF also, less than 1,000 cubic meter blast furnace, small blast furnace in India, we have around 40. And more than 1,000 cubic meter blast furnace is around 42, 43. So trend is towards larger blast furnace. Of course, as Mr. Sharma said, that the coal gasification based DRI is a solution for the future. But what we are finding that whenever an integrated steel plant producer like JSW, Tata Steel, AMNS, they are planning to expand their capacity.
After evaluating all forms of technology for the iron making and the steel making areas, somehow the blast furnace and BOF route is making the sense in terms of capex, opex, all the financial matrices for putting up a gigantic plant of 3 million ton or 5 million ton capacity. Finally, it boils down to blast furnace and BOF. So having said this thing, the blast furnace and BOF route is going to stay for a longer period in India till India becomes a mature economy for using steel. Because our per capita consumption, of course, has phenomenally gone up in the last 8 years. It has increased by almost 50%, and now it is around 86, 87 kg. But nevertheless, unless we move towards 160, 170 kg per capita consumption, we will not be able to generate sufficient scrap. That is for sure. But having said this thing, we in Danieli always propose the solution, two-pronged solution. One, if you are going for blast furnace and BOF route, in that route also, you can have two approaches. Either you can put an electric arc furnace as well. So a combined impact on the CO2 emission per ton of steel will reduce. And another thing, what we are proposing is that we have seen, so suppose you are building a 3 million ton blast furnace, if you are to, many integrated steel plant producers, they have standardized their module of 3 million ton. What we strongly suggest that as the cost of power is getting cheaper and cheaper, there is no point using the coke oven gas, which is a costly calorific value is high, around 4,250 kilocalorie per NMQ. Why are you using the coke oven gas for the power production? So you can use this coke oven gas and put up a reformed coke oven gas unit and utilize that in the production of DRI. So the solution is blast furnace BOF and the electric arc furnace must coexist. That is solution number one. Solution number two, what we are proposing. As India is going towards a mature economy or developed economy, of course, as you know that from incredible India, it has moved to inevitable India because we are joining the League of Developed Nation, or we are in the League of joining the developed nation, I would say. So going forward, the availability of scrap is going to increase. And electric arc furnace routes and utilizing this scrap is considered to be the optimized route in the sense that it will optimize your land resources, utilization of land resources. It will optimize the total capex, and also it will reduce the CO2 footprint to a drastic level. Because in a blast furnace, what we have seen, whatever means we may adopt, the CO2 footprint cannot come down below 1.7, 1.8 tons of CO2 per ton of product. So the next step, if we are moving towards net zero, the only option is to adopt the electric arc furnace. But of course, as you all agree with me, that scrap availability is a constant. But nevertheless, if we always combine blast furnace BOF and electric arc furnace together, maybe the average CO2 footprint will come down to a greater extent. I'll highlight another important point is that when India is growing, we will be using the long products more than the flat products, because the trust of the government is on the public infrastructure, housing, transport sector. So all these sectors will need more long products. And Danieli, in the last 20 years, has built almost 26 MIDA plants around the world. MIDA is a micro mill Danieli, which is a endless long casting and rolling. You are familiar with thin slab cast rolling for production of HR coil. But what I am trying to mention here is that the long product segment, which also contributes quite a substantial amount for the CO2 emission, going forward for 1 million ton or 1.5 million ton, if they adopt the endless casting and rolling technology, there will be a saving in capex and also OPEX, and also the energy saving on account of you do not need the reheating furnace in between, and the yield factor also comes to more than 99%. So this technology has been well adopted by Tata Steel. we are building our first plant, which is 750,000 tons per annum in Ludhiana. And Tata is also planning to roll out the similar type of modules in other 3 locations for which they have identified land. So the point is that you must be thinking that when this scrap is not there, why Tata is moving towards electric arc furnace route? And that in Ludhiana, they are putting up a bar mill of 750,000 tons per annum, 100% scrap based. So the logic for Tata says is the following. Tata has done an extensive research on the availability of the scrap. Scrap availability in India is completely disadvantaged today. So being a fast mover, Tata will try to make an organized way of scrap collection. So this is a scrap collection is a collection, segregation, and utilization is altogether a different business model for such type of steel making process. So what Tata is thinking is that maybe this is they will get a fast mover advantage, and slowly they will try to inculcate a discipline of collecting the scrap. I'll give you one example. Once I was in Arizona, and one of the Mida plant, the endless casting and rolling, bar mill rolling. So Tata Steel people, they had gone to see the plant, and what we saw is quite interesting. In that plant, we were coming out of that plant, and we saw the trucks, small trucks, small and medium-sized trucks are lined up in a particular area. So out of inquisitiveness, we thought that what is happening? Then you know what is that? The citizens of that area, they are bringing their old refrigerators, old air conditioners, old the items which they want to dispose it of, and everything is automated. They're bringing their own truck, parking it, getting the weight, and then automatically it gets unloaded. With respect to the items which they are disposing of, means the scrap, the unused items which has been lying in their houses or maybe garage, and they want to dispose it of. So all those things are being measured. They are getting a wet sheet, and then they take this sheet, enter into an ATM machine, get the money, and go back. So that is the type of discipline, in the scrap collection, which has facilitated, of course, US from blast furnace viewer to electric arc furnace. Once upon a time, US was also having higher percentage of steel making was coming from blast furnace. So as I said, that unless we become a mature economy, the electric arc furnace route is not going to give the return on investment. But unless we start it from today, the discipline will also not come for the scrap collection. So Danieli, being the full line technology supplier, we have understood that in India, the blast furnace and BOF route is going to stay for longer decades. And therefore, I would like to mention that we have also entered into coke making area. And also we have entered into pellet making area. So for the entire full line technology supplier, 3 areas where we were not there. One is coke making, now we are in. One is agglomeration, that is pellet plant, we are in. And also in BOF, we have already revitalized our own team, which was responsible for BOF. So hence Danieli has become a complete full line technology supplier, both for the iron making area and also the welding area. And for the flat product, also we have innovative technology like USP Due, which is a thin slab cast rolling, and it can roll up to 0.8 millimeter. You can get the hot roll coil at 0.8 millimeter thickness. And as I said, the emphasis of Danieli technology is that sustainability and sustainability accessibility, because we believe that technology is there, but it can only be deployed if it makes sense commercial, if you are getting the return on investment. So what we are envisaging that unless we reduce or we focus the energy consumption per ton of steel, then maybe we are missing a bigger picture. So with this note, I would like to thank you. Thanks a lot, Mr. Mukherjee, for giving an opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Manoranjan Ram. So with that, we have just 2 more So I'll go to brownfield project expansion of AMNS, Asaramethal Nippon Steel. In Odisha, they have a huge, investment plans in place, just as JSW has a huge expansion plan for Odisha. Is Mr. MC Das here? Mr. MC Das is here, yes. Mr. Das, you will have to carry forward for the next 15 minutes. I want a break. So please, Mr. MC Das, let me introduce you, gentlemen, someone I have been working with for the last 30 years. From his days when he was in the Steel Ministry, Development Commissioner for Iron and Steel. Mr. Das, may I please come over? Please come up. Let me introduce you. You will have to take us through when Mr. A.K. Rat and Shushimda, both of them are ex-SAIL, both ex-SAIL, Shushimda ex-SAIL, and that's up. So Mr. MC Das is from All India Service, from Indian Statistical Service. He was the head of the MIS of Development Commissioner for Iron and Steel in the Ministry of Steel. He comes from the Indian Statistical Service. He was heading the MIS section, handling data for the steel industry. So over to you, Mr. Das. Please take us forward. First, Mr. A.K. Rat, who is the head of the brownfield projects for ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel, and then Shushimda, whom you know very well. So over to Mr. MC Das.
So Nirmala has already introduced Mr. Right?
A.K. Rat. A.K. Rat, yeah.
A.K. Roy.
A.K. Rat.
Oh, A.K. Das.
A.K. Rat. R-A-T-H Rat.
No.
Ex-CEO, Bhilai Steel Plant and head brownfield project ArcelorMittal.
Rossam, please come. You will speak from there?
Again, good afternoon to all of you. I mean, I was just waiting there when my time will come. So it's good that I have to come in the last because I am here a toddler in India. ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel is only 3 years old. As far as time is concerned, as far as brand is concerned, it is only 3 years old company. Though we belong to a very rich, very wise promoters across the world, but still you have to understand the rule of the game in India. So ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel, which is only 3 years old, before that, because I am in the last, I took the advantage, little bit of liberty of showing my gratitude to at least two persons here, to Mr. Sanjay Singh and Mr. Sharma. I was watching both of them. First time I was hearing them on live. I have had them earlier also in a virtual medium. Two pillars of steel industry, one bureaucrat. IS officers have many laws. They go through so much departments. But I think you have the last law you are keeping it with you as a steel and continuing to promote steel. That's a very good thing of Mr. Sanjay Singh, continuing to promote steel and participate in all policy making of government. And this is something very good to hear a very macro presentation from here, understanding what exactly the government thinks. And Mr. Sharma, who is aggressively promoting in each and every forum the green steel as if it should happen today. And all of us moving in the boundary of Mr. Sharma and Mr. Sanjay Singh and trying to enrich. And all of you sitting here is an inspiration to all of us. So ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel inherited a very good system of almost 60% of DRI. So we are at 2.2 in green steel, and we are planning to become 1.8 in 2030. But in addition to what exactly Hazira is having, from 9 million ton, we are planning by 2030 to 24 million ton. One round of expansion is underway that will be live on 26, and another round of expansion is being conceptualized and will be moved as soon as this first phase is in the final phase. The whole plan of Hazira
coming to a single 24 million ton steel facility, a steel hub with ports as a logistics, which is actually the brand of SR and brand of both ArcelorMittal and Nippon Steel as far as logistics are concerned. Then we come to Odisha. We have a vision of, I'm personally conceptualizing a 7 million ton steel plant in Paradip. It's a long product. And going for 24 million ton on the other side of the river. A river, one side is Paradip, another side is Kendrapada. It's 24 million ton, which will be phased. First phase will be 14 and it will complete in 24. Huge expansion plan with mines, acquiring mines is going on. So by 2030, we want to achieve vision 40 million ton, seeing the raw material, logistics, and everything, and mostly covering all the basket of steel making. We are in an advantageous position as far as green steel is concerned, whereas somebody told that you have to stay in readiness, which you have to produce in the processes. While following a process of behavior, we have to also stay how we remain green, and our global partners who are in much pressure to come out with green steel, and we are taking advantage of their research innovations and their breakthrough, both Nippon Steel of Japan and Arcelor in Europe and all other countries, and trying to make rooms in India, see that once ever the breakthrough is coming, we are putting it. All our equipments, all our systems which you will be producing in a project area, can be retrofitted anytime. While we are looking at behavior processes, we are doing also scenario analysis of DRI and EF and all other technology available, so that we have to stay in business and we have to also go green. Both the things has to happen simultaneously. The whole thing has been done. And in India, with the CSR being estimated by different agencies from almost 7 to 8% in up to 2030, with what Mr. Singh told, we are reaching almost 132 million ton per annum in very close in March, and may cross much more as the year ahead. And the type of infrastructure which the Indian government is promising, and the scale, this budget was a very breakthrough project. We saw what exactly is happening in Indian infrastructure. This steel industry has to grow. Like Mr. Singh told, that the cyclical part of the steel industry is no longer there. The question of how we address, how we bridge the demand with the supply, and how do we conduct ourselves as far as the whole steel ecosystem is concerned. We are very much aware of what is happening in the ecosystem. We are very much aware of how the market is going on. We are very much aware how fast we can go green. All these aspects we are taking into consideration while we are going to achieve a 40 million ton by 2030. The growth is just started in ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel. We are going slowly ahead with a lot of technologies and a lot of technology which is available to us from across the world, our partners. Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity for me to address you. Thank you very much.
थैंक यू मिस्टर राउत साहब को मैंने पहचानता है बहुत पहले से, लेकिन आई मिस्ड हिम. आई एम सॉरी फॉर दैट. That 40 million tons by another 6 years that ArcelorMittal is going to achieve. That's a big achievement if it actually realized. So we know that the 40 million tons is just not a matter of joke, both at Hazira and Odisha. So with that now, I request Mr. Vijay Sharma whether this 40 million tons in another 6 years will be possible. They have their own projection. Now, I want your views, sir.
First of all, I am an admirer of Alan Mittalji, and he has built an empire, the largest steel producer in the world. And Fortunately, I have worked with his brothers in his path. So I know I met him a couple of times. He's a very visionary person, pragmatic. But 40 million ton, it can be produced. It can be the capacity can be put into place. There is no problem. But one day he told me one thing in a gathering of about 10, 15 people. When he was buying plants after plants, plants after plants. So I asked him, sir, what is your update? How many steel plants, how many more steel plants will build? So his answer was that, Mr. Sharma, in a lifetime, one person can build only one steel plant. But if you want to grow, then you have to keep on buying. Horizontal growth, vertical growth, whatever you say. But putting up a steel plant is a very tedious job. It's not easy. And I still remember his words that in a lifetime, one can put only one steel plant, not two. Because the second can be done by his or her uh, uh, son or daughter or the next generation. Now, I don't have any doubt on the capabilities, but the point here is, I'm a little conservative. How much steel do we need? That we have to ponder upon. There are some different calculations. I'm a little different in calculating that why do we need 150 kg per capita steel consumption or 200 kg? These are the figures which were there in past. I think 30 years before, 40 years before, people starting consuming steel, and they were consuming 100 kg, 140 kg, 150 kg because in those countries the people were not there. If you see in the Europe, the population was very less. So when we compare a country which is having very less population versus a country like ours, if you need on one Howrah bridge or two Howrah bridge, basically on the river, why do you need 10? When we can manage, instead of passing through the bridge in 5 minutes, if you pass through 10 minutes, what's the problem? If in one train after another train, if our passenger train, we can have 50 bogies or 50 coaches. Why do we need only 5 coaches? So the optimum utilization of the resources we should do. I remember about 10 years back, Indian Railway, they have enlarged and they extended their platforms because earlier these were meant for only 22 or 23 wagons, and thereafter 30, 40, 50. So that is the right split. This is called the value addition and value engineering, the creation. So I think, in my view, we do not need so much of steel. We need definitely the value engineered steel. We need to reduce the consumption by reducing the weight. As my colleague Sridhar was telling, that a different kind of steel, high tensile steel, strip steel, 1200 MPa steel, yes, there's the requirement. So my suggestion to the steel industry and to the entire country is that let us not follow what people have done 30 years back. So 30 years back, the world was not developed. Today, world is more developed, and after 30 years, it will be developed further. We have to find out how to get rid of steel, how to reduce steel consumption. If I'm not wrong, as per my calculations, the world steel consumption will be only 1,200 million ton after 2050. It will not be, people say that 2.5 billion ton, 3 billion ton, 4 billion ton. No, please keep it in your knowledge and tell others also. The world will not consume more than 1.25 billion ton unless there is a nuclear war or there is some devastating situation, some natural calamities. If the world goes differently, today we are seeing last 2 years, there's a war going on between Ukraine and Russia. Fortunately, the wisdom prevailed, and so far nobody has used some weapons of mass destruction. This is good. If something happens, then it is a problem. Otherwise, the steel consumption will keep on reducing after 2040 and will reduce dramatically. Now, the coming back on the population, we say that we are today 7.8 billion people in the world. Some people say that by 2070, India will have a population of 2 billion. And then by 2100, by the end of the century, we may have a 2 billion population, that is 200 crores. It's all wrong. This cannot happen. Because today, our average age, when we see the youngsters' age is 32, 33 years. And the kind of family planning, kind of population stabilization our young generations are in, I think we'll have one couple, one child, or maximum two child. That the moment it is two child, it is a population stabilized country. And this will happen. Our Honorable Prime Minister is working very well. And he is educating people, and especially to a particular group of people, whether they are Hindus or Muslims or any other community. His focus is that how to stabilize the population. If we can stabilize our population to a level of about 1.5 billion, 1.55 billion, or 1.45 billion, then we have conquered the world. And we don't need 200 kg steel per capita, or 300 kg, 400 kg. Gone are those days. This is my personal view. I may be wrong, but I feel that the time will come and we'll be happy that 100 kg per capita is the best. The another point here, we must not forget that Government of India is now feeding to 60 to 70 crores people, or the figures are 80 crores people, free food. How can we expect that these 80 crore people will have cars? How can we expect these 80 crores people will have villas? How can we expect that these 80 crores people will fly in the in aircrafts? No, it's not possible. So all these 80 crore people, 800 million people are being fed free of cost by Government of India, thanks to our Prime Minister, thanks to our government, that they are so benevolent, they are so considerate that they are feeding food free of cost to 800 million people, which is much more, or say 80% or 70% of the entire Europe's population. So we cannot expect that tomorrow they buying cars, they'll be sitting in the aircrafts, and they'll be buying motorcycles also. It is impossible. So we have to go for a very steady growth, slowly. We have to convert, because every day we have to convert people from the below poverty line to the above poverty line. It will take some time. Therefore, if I am a planning person, then I will decide that 100 kg per capita is the best. This 100 kg per capita is equivalent to 400 kg of the Europe. Because you see that how many taxpayers we have in this country. 2 crore, 3 crore, 4 crore, 5 crore. How many people earn in this country more than 1 crore per year? They are in lakhs. They are not in crores. So they are the people, those who are consuming steel or consuming the overall resources in the country. They may be only 10 crore, 15 crores, 20 crores, 30 crores. That's all. Not more, 300 million. That's all. So if you see the steel consumption, what they have is more than 400 kg or 500 kg, 600 kg. So that is the class we are talking. We are not talking to the people, those who are poor people. They don't have even the clothes on their body. How to wear the clothes? They don't know. They do not have shoes. Yeah, but there is a class. We have 10 pair of shoes. We are going for extravaganza. I need 2 jackets. I have 5 jackets. I need only 1 pair or 2 pair of shoes. I have 10 pair of shoes. These are just the wasteful expenditures in this country. So we have to find out what can we do for the society at large. And this is what we have to do. We should not be in a race that they are going to make 40 million, I'm going to make 50 million, somebody else going to make 30 million and 20 million. Where would you sell this for? We'll all will be in trouble. Unnecessarily will be overloading the ecosystem, and we will not be doing justice to the world and to ourselves. God has given a lot of natural resources to us, right from water to iron ore to any other minerals. We should preserve, conserve, reserve it for the next 500, 700 years. Why are we in race that this particular the generation wants to consume everything in next 10, 15 years time. This is something very ridiculous. This is my feeling. Sometimes I become more and more vocal on this, but this generation is very, very greedy. We want to do everything. We want to utilize everything. We want to finish everything. We should conserve, reserve, preserve. Unless we do this, we cannot do justice for the next generation to come. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, all, for a very, very holistic view, which considers not only the production of the steel area, but also taking into the demographic dividend that you have to get if you consume the steel, how much actually. Naturally, we are ambitious that we should go for 500 and 1,000 tons of million tons of steel, but that is not actually expected. As he has said, that demographic changes will ultimately affect the steel consumption. It is a person, it is the people who consume steel actually, for whom we build steel. So therefore, looking at the future generation, his holistic view, now I convert to Mr. Banerjee, Mr. Sushim Banerjee, who is the executive director of the SAIL, who is also a demand analysis, market analyst, and a very, very prolific writer. In fact, he was contributing regularly to my two journals, which I was actually editing on the steel industry earlier. One from the Ministry of Steel when I was there, and also from one Chamber of Commerce, Merchant Chamber of Commerce, where from I was producing actually steel digest, and he was a regular contributor. So now I want to hear Mr. Banerjee about the future projections and the market conditions, how it is going to rule the steel industry. Mr. Banerjee, please.
Mr. V.R. Sharma, respected Mr. Sanjay Singh, our former Steel Secretary, my esteemed panelists on the dais, ladies and gentlemen. See, I am the last speaker, and already Mr. Sharma has sort of thrown a bomb in the hall, and many of you may be wondering what is it. But I think this is the fate of not only steel, but all materials. They have to come at a saturation point. And where is that point? That country-wise it will differ, population-wise it will differ. So a lot of analysis will have to be done. But that's a fact. Now, keeping that in view, and knowing very well, sir, Mr. Singh, he is now working to how to enhance the steel consumption, which was a subject in my core of heart for that long 10 years. And only one thing I want to mention, that in India, if you want to expand steel consumption, or if you want to, enhance steel consumption, the best way is that you have to have a sea change in your design technology. And this design technology, which is not favoring steel in almost all the construction areas, I think this is the primary factor which is responsible for lowering steel cement ratio. Someone has mentioned also. I think Sridhar has mentioned. So design is such a flexible thing when you use steel. And we have discussed with a lot of architects, structural engineers, and they want to use steel for various innovative uses. Now, one is the availability is a big factor, and the other is, of course, the price and the kitty that they will be getting for a particular project. Now, there are various ways in which, steel concrete composite technology is making wonders in the whole world, in the global world. The very recent statistics shows that steel use, only steel use in tall building, which is now the order of the day. Earlier, it was confined to Bombay, but now it is at Delhi, Calcutta, Bangalore, everywhere, people are using the tall building, floors, 20 floors and above, because of the shortage of space. There, the report has shown that only steel used in tall building which was around 68% about the total construction in 1990, has come down to 9% in 2020. That means in 30 years, there is a drop from 68% to 9% of only steel technology, only steel structure in the tall building. But in case of composite structure, where steel is combined with concrete, there the proportion has gone up from 58% in 1990, from 12% in 1990 to 58% in 2020. And that is the order of the day. Unfortunately, in our country, this simple technology, which combines the strength of steel and strength of cement. Steel is a strength because it is ideal for long-spanning construction and also flexural all properties, whereas concrete is the best in compression. So you combine the two, you have the best of both these materials, and lot of flexibility, design flexibility can come if you apply that. In INSDAG, very recently, there is an example that road bridges, now that has been come as a steel concrete composite and which is being used by the MOT. So that is one part of the story, and steel can work wonders with timber, with wood, with concrete, with glass. A lot of innovative structures are coming up because of these steel solutions when steel can be combined with other materials. So that is the order of the day. And I think enhancement of steel consumption will very much depend on how much we can, enrich the current steel concrete technology. Now, number two, I am thankful to Mr. Sharma and Mr. Singh also to refer to the skilling of the manpower. We are talking of the growth of Indian steel industry. India is now the fastest growing country in terms of economic growth. India is now one of the voluminous country. Shortly, we will be touching 5 trillion economy. And India is the fastest growing steel consuming and producing country. We are the second in production and consumption of steel. Now we will have to reach that stage up at least up to next 50 years time, unless the inflection point that Mr. Sharma has mentioned comes in. Now, what we found that, in terms of skilling, however, India is a laggard. India is a very much down the countries which are much above in terms of skilling. Only about 5% of our people can be called as skilled, compared to 24%, 25% in China, 60% in Germany, and 80% in Japan. And South Korea is 96% of their people are skilled. And that is why there is so much prestige, so much respect for these skilled people compared to as we are having in our country. So first of all, there is a need of change in your societal perspective, that you respect and award the skilled people. A normal electrician, we are totally at a loss when our there is a power break in our house. This fellow, he is a skilled fellow. He does the trick in another half an hour time. All of you are happy. But when you pay to them, you pay a bigger amount. And that is the crux of everything, that why we are so, risky in giving award to them. Now, coming to the skilling activities, I'll come back to that real skilling activity, because there was skilling. Skilling has been going on since 1960, when the Apprenticeship Act was formulated and industry started taking apprentices. There was a 1.5 years course, and after some of the apprentices, they have gone up, and they have gone up ladder. Some of them has become MDs and CMDs of various units. However, after that, there was a deceleration on the structured skilling program. There were many departments, there were 18, 20 departments in the government. They have been conducting skilling program of their own. You ask the Indian steel industry, in each of the large industries, they have also conducted skilling program 4 to 5 days. And after that, the people were coming back. You don't ask them what they have learned. And is there any, and do you get a feedback that is there any specific improvement in its productivity, or has he learned something more? There was no such feedback. There was no such assessment. So the government thought very rightly that there has to be a structured skilling policy. And therefore the NSDC came into being, and the sector skill council, which were about 38, because it was rightly thought that each of the sector has got different perspective. So there cannot be a structured skilling program for one sector applicable to steel sector. So there has to be a separate sector. So I was very fortunate to get in touch with the right kind of people, and I am thankful to Mr. Arvind Pandey, the first chairman of SAIL, and next Mr. Narendran, who was our chairman for the next 5 years. Learned quite a lot from them, that how to go around. And there was standard, method of creation of content, creation of curricula. And therefore, we discussed, in fact, I remember one evening, Mr. Narendran called me and we sat there for up to 9:30, that what should be our focus? First focus, what should be? So he said a very thing, that if you conduct a survey, where are the greatest number? So the number we found is the first level of shop floor radio. There is the highest number of people are engaged, and there is a highest number people are talking that there is a big shortage. That what is their knowledge and what the industry wants, there is a big gap. So skilling is required for that first grade of employees: electrician, fitter, leveling, alignment, balancing, welder, machinist, bearing maintenance, crane operator, etc. Now, so for the first 3 years, we only prepared content and curriculum, and I'm very fortunate all these contents which have been suggested by at least 30 to 35 steel experts we could discuss. They suggested their views, and there was a formal committee. They suggested their view, and ultimately these contents were placed before National Council of Vocational Education and Training, who approved it, and now this has become a national occupational standard, which is freely available on the portal. Anybody wants to get training or knowledge about, say, electrician, you get hold, just download these copies. We have set it all freely available in our portal, and also the portal of NCB. So that was the first item. The second item is,
may I request you, Sushinda, to conclude, because after 1:30 our IT will be closed. So we'll have to inaugurate the exhibition. So kindly conclude.
So the second point was that how to get the industry adapted to this skilling program. So the large players, they were now they're outsourcing most of their critical operations to the contractual worker. So we got an advisory from the ministry, and I'm thankful to the Ministry of Steel, Ministry of Skill Development, that now all the contractual workers have to be skill certified by 2026-27. However, I must say here that the SME sector is still somewhat not very much eager and coming forward to take the skilling program, although there are a lot of programs we are running with them. Now coming to the new era which has come with the greening of steel and all that, because a lot of technical knowledge, this time this is a somewhat different. It is the blend of technical knowledge and skill, say solar energy, wind power energy, EV vehicles have come. So we are now drafting, solar plant operator, solar plant installer, wind turbine operator, mechanic, EV, electric vehicles, and syngas. Mr. Sharma is eloquent on this. We are drafting a job role on supervisor syngas. So this is how the skill scenario is changing. It is a huge job, huge responsibility. And so I will only request all the industrial units to please come forward and get your, the worker or your partners skilled in the structured formula. And that is how the company, the industry will also not be suffering when it is going in for substantial expansion. So the manpower shortage should not be a bottleneck. Thank you very much for your.
Thank you, Sushimta. Thank you so much. I'm sorry I had to request you to conclude because I'm running 1 hour, 15 minutes late. We should have wound out this session at 12 o'clock. I know it's impolite to ask someone to stop, but I have no other option because otherwise I will not be able to finish it, the session complete. So my apologies once again to everyone. I have a small duty to perform before we conclude the session, and our honorable chief guest will be inaugurating the exhibition. I request the entire audience to join us after this with the high tea and the inaugural of the exhibition with the honorable chief guest, Sharma Saab, Siddharji, Sushimta, Pablo, Mr. Manoranjan Ram, Mr. Rath, everyone. But before that, I have a small duty to perform presentation of the mementos. May I request Digyani to come up? Our chief guest will be handing over the mementos to our panel, entire panel, and then it will be the chief guest. Mr. Sharma will give it to the chief guest. Sir, it will take 30. बहुत जल्दी करो. Let's do it fast. Let's start with Mr. Pankaj Khanna first. Yeah, with Mr. Pankaj Khanna. Sir, Pankaj Khanna. Yeah. Next, Mr. Sahu, Executive Director, NMDC. Next, my brother, Sanjay Dasgupta, Vice President, SMS. Yeah. Now, it is Mr. Devaprasad Chakraborty, Chief Iron Making, Tata Steel. Next is Mr. A.K. Rath, Head Brownfield Projects, ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel, and ex-CEO of Bhilai Steel Plant. Next is our keynote speaker, Mr. V.R. Sharma, Vice Chairman, JSPL, ex-Managing Director, JSPL. Madam, Ms. Meera Sahani, President, Global Monarch. Next is my good friend, Mr. R.V. Sridhar, CEO, Downstream, JSPL. Next, Mr. Shushim Banerjee, CEO, Skill Sector Council, Iron and Steel Sector Council, CEO, and ex-Director General of INSDAC. Next is Pablo, COO, Calfreeza, Spain. And last but not the least, Mr. Manoranjan Ram, Vice President, Dhaneli, India. I would request Sharma Saab to present the memento to our chief guest. So Mr. V.R. Sharma will be presenting the memento to Mr. Sanjay Singh. Thank you, thank you, gentlemen. Thank you so much. Please move to hall number 5. We are at hall number 3. On your left is hall number 5, where you move. You have the high tea and the inaugural exhibition inauguration by our chief guest and Sharma Saab and Madam. Everyone on the dais, please come to inaugurate the exhibition. Sir.
What does a coking plant look like in your eyes? A fierce burning at 1000 Celsius degrees? Or the blue sky above top charging coke up? Reused water with no discharge? Or remote connection thousands of miles away? Let me tell you the story of Accolade. We are the holding subsidiary of MCC, subordinate to China Minmetals Corporation, a Fortune Global 500. We are the only state-owned engineering company in China specializing in fields of coating, refractory, and lime. Relying on world-leading technology in coating and refractory with our own intellectual property rights and complete supply chains. We'd like to join hands with global customers to promote green and intelligent development for a better future. Our sustainable innovation is to keep you up with the times. This is the original impetus for Accolade concentrating on progress in technology and equipment. We have been making unremitting efforts together with you for innovation to take the lead in coating industry. Thanks to our advanced technology and equipment with intellectual property rights, we are leading coating technology of China to the world forefront by using state-of-the-art, green and efficient coke-making technology and equipment, as well as large-capacity intelligent CDQ technology. As the first engineering company initiating a project of the National Program of Technical Innovation and winning the first prize of National Science and Technology Progress Award and China's Patent Gold Award, we are devoted to shouldering national strategic tasks, promoting innovation, formulating industry standards, and exploring the future technology. With the idea of propelling development by innovation, we have built up a well-developed R&D system, brought together China's leading experts in areas of coating and refractory, and established National Enterprise Technology Center, as well as R&D platform of basic theory and industrial test. We incorporated talents, R&D platform and patents to expedite the transformation of technical achievements into productivity and expand infinite possibility of digital intelligence together with you. We keep striving for excellence in tailor-made design to cater to your needs. We keep seeking perfect in every detail of each equipment and each process line in a collaborative way and well-organized engineering, procurement, and construction in an orderly and efficient manner. With digital technology, we are capable of building up a visualized digital twin plant upon completion of physical plant design. We have undertaken engineering leading EPC projects for more efficient integration services to build up a management system for the complete industrial chain. With technical expertise as a core, we have stepped up efforts in technology advancement from procurement to construction with superior resources nationwide. We have built an integrated platform for project management and control to provide site office with strong support from headquarters. making full use of visible real-time monitoring during the whole construction. In promotion of technical upgrading, we have created social benefits, making all best wishes come into reality of green intelligence. We have ceaselessly built demonstrating green projects with high efficiency in China and around the world, promoting Chinese technology and standards to the world, and establishing Chinese brand images worldwide. Lifelong service for customers is what we are committed to your sustainable development. We keep a close eye on technology innovation, engineering perfection, efficient construction, as well as quality operation and maintenance to keep upgrading contract price. This is our common pursuing for the green and low carbon coating industry. A greener development, a more intelligent life. From cooking and refractory to municipal engineering and environmental protection, we have been expanding businesses by joining hands with you to shape a nice world.
Welcome to the exciting world of global monarch. We are one of the leading international firms in the marketing of industrial raw materials. With an extensive network of manufacturing plants and traders across Asia, Europe, Africa, Australia, and the Americas, along with strategically located offices around the world, Global Monarch provides the highest quality products and services to its clients across the globe. Established in 1978 by Mr. Ashok Gandhi, a veteran of the steel and refractories industry. Global Monarch journey began with the exclusive agency for Magnesia Brazil, Flybrico Europe for refractory materials and technology, Heine Brothers Australia for metallurgical, and Thermocoal from PHP selling to customers such as Bharat Refractories Limited, Sales, Tata Chemicals, and OCL Refractories in India. Instead, we have steadily expanded and emerged as a trusted partner with some of the world's largest manufacturing companies, offering a wide range of products and services to industries such as iron and steel, refractories, ceramics, cement, aluminum, and glass. At Global Monarch, we cater to most primary and secondary manufacturing industries with our wide range of products that include refractories, steel, metal and alloys, ores and minerals, graphite electrodes, and thread.
I'm very happy. It's been a wonderful journey. And the good news is that my children and my grandchildren take me for me wherever they go. The other thing that I've always insisted upon is the necessity of being reliable. And I've always said that it's extremely important for all customers to trust that. And what I think that I have to customers is simply that if there is an issue with the material that we supply, it is our guarantee, our responsibility to resolve it to your satisfaction, whatever that approach, the children, the grandchildren, which is the next step, which is everything.
At Global Monarch, we take pride in following fair and ethical business practices, as well as adhering to stringent quality control measures to ensure the supply of the highest standards of products to our customers. Guided by a dynamic and visionary leadership and supported by highly experienced technical and marketing teams with in-depth knowledge, Global Monarch has firmly established itself as an internationally recognized and reputed brand. Today, as we strive towards the future with confidence and hope, we remain committed towards ensuring long-term satisfaction for our partners around the world.
India, a name that resonates with growth, progress, and infrastructure will always be a key driver of its growth story, with steel at its backbone. Jindal Steel and Power is committed to building a self-reliant India. With interests in steel and mining, JSPL is a key driver of the resurgent India. JSPL is testimony to the vision of a pioneering nation builder, Sri Om Prakash Jindal, who showed what small town India can dream and accomplish. JSPL's growth story runs parallel to that of India. From a single unit in Hisar in 1952, JSPL has grown to be a leading Indian conglomerate. India's growth engine runs on the rails made by JSPL. At its head-hardened rail manufacturing facility at Raigad, a testimony to the Make in India campaign. India's first and only plant equipped to manufacture single-piece rails of up to 121 meters, which can be further extended up to 484 meters. The Raigad steel plant in Chhattisgarh is one of the largest sponge iron manufacturing facilities in the world. Spread over 3,500 acres, the Angul steel plant in Odisha is India's most modern setup that houses India's first and only coal gasification-based DRI plant. The Patratu plant in Jharkhand manufactures India's favorite Jindal Panther TMT rebars, equipped to withstand shock loading and cyclic loading conditions, making them an ideal choice for buildings in high seismic zones. The wire rod mill here is equipped with world-class capabilities to produce value-added steel. Located in the hills of Barbil in Odisha, JSPL's 9 MTPA pelletization complex is the largest pellet production facility in the country that was set up in a record time of 23 months. In a journey of setting new benchmarks, JSPL has emerged as one of the most cost-efficient steel producers. JSPL is also a responsible mining player with a focus on backward integration in both iron ore and coking coal. Spreading its range, JSPL acquired and developed mines and mineral assets across the world. Through JSPL's momentous journey, so far it has invested $12 billion across the globe, done economic activities worth $53 billion, and paid $5.3 billion in taxes since inception, providing employment to more than 1 lakh families. Under the able leadership of Mr. Naveen Jindal, JSPL saw unparalleled growth and expansion. Many iconic megastructures across India bear testimony to JSPL's national commitment. JSPL's tradition has been to put people first, be it its employees, communities, and investments. Amongst its various activities, JSPL Foundation also runs a unique initiative called Swam Ship to promote, preserve, and propagate tribal arts and crafts of India through its key initiatives like Kishori Express, Vatsalya Project, Asha the Whole. The foundation has brought a positive change in the lives of communities around its plants. In its endeavor to provide quality and affordable healthcare to the local communities and societies at large, JSPL set up multi-speciality Fortis O.P. Jindal Hospital and Research Center in Raigad and Tamil Nadu. In the education sector, the O.P. Jindal Global University a non-profit global university promoted by JSPL, has consistently been ranked amongst the world's top and India's best. The O.P. Jindal University in Raigad, Chhattisgarh provides industry-aligned academic programs with focus on steel making, manufacturing excellence, steel industry 4.0, steel logistics, and steel global markets. As a building block in the self-reliant India story, JSPL succeeds when India grows. Turning science into significance, a tradition that World Private has a written show at the beginning of its 70th anniversary. Professor Dr. Rudolf Welfer was the pioneer of non-destructive testing using radio amplifiers, X-rays, and other technologies. At the scientist, he researched other more reliable and sensitive methods of measuring testing, which in 1914 set the worldwide milestone in the industrial development of the first radiometric measuring system. This government, our company, the progress into developments that reliably ensure the safety of our customers' independence and discipline in the market environments and under the most adverse conditions, while minimizing the use of energy and raw materials. Young builders are way to come together with passion and commitment, breaking down from 7 locations worldwide. We are focused on the highest quality and our workforce. Each and every one of our employees from the most experienced to our youngest is part of a large birthday family. Together with our customer partners, we develop solutions that reliable and operational make operations safer and not efficient. We have the solutions that are present in Poland to everyone who can. We need every environment and something experience. We transform science into solutions. We are transformed. AIOCL Limited, India's premier advertising and design complex. AIOCL Limited, a flagship company under the Ministry of Steel, was established on 2nd April 1976 to mine, beneficiate, and export iron ore concentrates from different deposits. KIOCL is engaged in the production of iron oxide pellets and foundry grade pig iron suitable for domestic as well as international markets. The raw material iron ore procured from Bellary region is transported to rail route to its captive railway marshalling yard at the New Mangalore port area. The ore received by rail and ships is stored in two covered storage sheds, each of 2 lakh tons capacity. The iron ore is conveyed to bar mills through silo and bunkers for screening through primary screens, grinding, and filtration. Two of the 3 bar mills are operated at a time in a closed circuit grinding. Each bar mill is maintained at 250 tons per hour feed rate. The brown slurry is then passed through derrick screens for final separation and pumped to debottling cyclones. The slurry is then pumped to 2 agitator tanks of 7,500 ton capacity each. The slurry is filtered through vacuum disc filters and also horizontal pressure filters to get filter K of moisture 11% and 8.5 to 9.5% respectively.
The filter cake thus produced is conveyed to the storage shed through a series of conveyors. The filter rate generated during the filtration process is sent to thickener for recovery of water used for various processes. The entire plant operations are controlled through computer control system at both facilities and pellet plant. Additives like bentonite, limestone, and coke are ground at the given ratio or mixed with iron ore filter cakes. The mixed material is then conveyed to the day bins. Day bins will feed mixed material to bottom discs, which are inclined at 47 degrees with 7.5 meter diameter. The discs can produce 140 to 160 tons of green pellets per hour. These green balls are screened through primary roller screens and then double decker roller screen to get correct size of 9 to 16 mm. Unsized pellets are sent back for processing. Correct sized green pellets are then fed to the furnace, which has a reaction area of 492 square meters. In the furnace, the pellets are gradually fired up to 1320 degrees Celsius to get the desired critical properties like CCS of about 250 kg per pellet. These pellets are screened for correct size before conveyed to the stockyard through conveyor system. The pellet stockyard can accommodate approximately 2.5 lakh tons. The pellets are loaded through a mechanized loading system, which includes boom type reclaimer and ship loader of the capacity of 6,000 tons per hour. A captive iron ore berth has been provided to handle ships of 65,000 dweight ton with loaded draught of 12.5 meter. With the provision of an exclusive berth
Waiting time for ships is eliminated. KIOCO has installed a captive power plant consisting of 3 diesel generator sets of 9.36 megawatt capacity each, using furnace oil as fuel at pellet plant, and 7 megawatt captive power plant at blast furnace unit, which uses surplus blast furnace gas. The pig iron complex was commissioned in February 2001 with an annual capacity for production of around 2.16 lakh tons of pig iron. Today, KIOCL is capable of producing pellets. The greenery in and around KIOCL plant is one of the major thrust areas. Greenery is well developed with regular plantations. Water sprinklers have been installed to contain dust. As a socially conscious corporate, KIOCL is actualizing the CSR projects, particularly in the area of education, drinking water, infrastructural needs, community development, women empowerment, public sanitation, and healthcare, etc. KIOCL, building the nation, pellet by pellet.
When India got independence in 1947, it was an era which started with a lot of uncertainty about what lay ahead. During these testing times of a newly independent country, a young, vibrant visionary dreamt of contributing to the progress of a growing nation. It was none other than Shri Madan Lal Ambedkar Patel, establishing MACO in 1968 at Kolkata. In the early days of business, the company was supplying indigenous industrial products in and around Kolkata. In the 1980s, Subhash and Nagesh, the sons of Shri Madan Lal Ambedkar Patel, joined the company to steer MACO towards a prosperous and glorious future, turning their father's vision into reality with major focus on steel industry. In the 90s, MACO for the first time started collaborating with foreign manufacturers to bring cutting-edge technologies to empower the Indian steel industry and bring it at par with the world. But soon, MACO, with its innovative and dynamic approach, diversified its operations in other core sectors like oil and gas, mining, railway, power, access equipment, drives and transmission, machine tools, and products. These strategic business units, representing the core sectors, are headed by industry experts and supported by sales and service team. Steel. MACO is supplying various equipment like measuring gauges for rolling mills, ricketing press, welders, marking machines, rolls for rolling mill, stamping machine, and steel shops to ensure quality production in steel plants. MACO's group company Desmet also plays a critical role in the production of quality steel by providing solutions for hot metal desulfurization. MACO provides safety for not only the high-value equipment in the mines, but also the precious lives, maintaining 1,200 plus installations of automatic fire suppression systems on earth-moving equipment and providing refuge chambers for underground mines. MACO provides a wide range of critical equipment for the diesel and electric locomotives. Today, with its experienced engineering team, MACO is also providing track maintenance machines and rail welding services. In the oil and gas industry, MACO provides a wide range of products and services like onshore rigs, mud pumps, clutch and brakes, dampeners, and various accessories. We provide services for chartered hiring workover rigs and renting of advanced composite mats. Drives and transmission. serving several industries with a single focus to ensure customers' production efficiency and smooth running of plant. Our product offerings are rotatory union, pneumatic clutches and brakes, barrel couplings, guardian shaft, gearbox, shock absorbers, and hydraulic buffers. We were first to introduce aerial work platforms in India, manufactured by GE USA to ensure safety and efficiency at workplace across all industries. Today, we have also forayed into renting of these equipment with service team in yards across the country. Mako and with its EPC company, Sunad Engineering, has successfully executed various turnkey projects across industries in the last decade. Today, Mako, along with its 30-plus overseas partners, has been remarkably successful in garnering recognition as one of the leaders, providing best-in-class engineering equipment, project management, installation, commissioning, and after-sales services, all with a clear focus on building New India. Along with this journey, Mako has also entered into joint ventures with 4 foreign companies: Copper, INS, Sibre, Metalog, in the last 50 years, Mako has undergone a complete transformation from being a trading company to now being an end-to-end solution provider with over 500 employees and with a footprint in 4 countries based on its 3 core values: integrity, customer satisfaction, building relationship. Our sustained efforts helped us witness an exponential growth in our clientele. This includes some of the world leaders in the industry. It is because of these valued customers and their faith in our work, Mako has earned many awards and accolades, strengthening our position in the world market. Since its inception, Mako has always taken initiatives towards corporate social responsibilities. Mako.
What do you find when you dig deep into the depths of the earth? We found a few rare elements, like commitment, compassion, a passion for perfection, and a vision for a stronger and better tomorrow. That is NMDC. It's not just a pioneering story of one of the world's finest iron ore producers, but a story of leadership with a human touch. From the depths of the earth to the bottom of hearts, NMDC has touched lives all around, creating wealth, building sustainable opportunities, and working towards impacting lives positively. NMDC, harnessing Earth's goodness.
"2021, Rodney Long Rolling Mills returns with its centuries-old experience in hot rolling mills for long products. The Panini brand has always represented the best in the sector and has given life to true icons, such as the red ring housingless rolling stands, which quickly became a world reference, soon imitated by competitors. Entering Panini Long Rolling Mills unveils a human engineering and manufacturing heritage, sharing skills which integrated and evolved over the last 3 decades with the technical and management experiences acquired by leading groups such as Tequint, First Alpine, Industry and Ragenbau, and Siemens. Panini Long Rolling Mills returns as the most reliable partner for quality and knowledge in the field of long products rolling. Complete rolling plants and product solutions for steel products such as bars, sections and rails, wire rod for all metallurgical grades, from reinforcing bars to special steels, stainless steels, titanium and super alloys.
Gentlemen, request everyone who are outside to come and take their seats, please. We are going to get started. Please come and take your seat. Now, we are starting with our session. May I request Mr. Deshpande? Mr. Deshpande, if you are here to come and take the dais. Mr. Deshpande. Mr. Sunil Kumar, Global CEO of Global Monarch, Mr. Sunil Kumar. Mr. Fabio Silva, Global Market Manager, Steel Rolling Competence Center of Total Energies. Bhayaji, you will give a presentation or no? Okay, Fabio will give. Okay, so let me thank Mr. P.N. Kumar for his excellent support, Total Energies. They came forward to support this event. My special thanks to him because he is the one who initiated that in Total Energies. and we are really grateful for Total Energy for their support. Without energy savings, nothing moves, and Total Energy is a total energy solution provider for the entire steel mill, caster, and the entire supply chain. So may I request Mr. Sunil Kumar, my good friend Mr. Sunil Kumar, Global CEO. Yeah. So, Mr. Fabio Silva, please take the, you can sit anywhere you want. So, Mr. Sunil Kumar, my good friend, please come and take the dais. Mr. Sunil Kumar is the global CEO for Global Monarch. Someone who has served this industry for very long time, international operations. He's been also with Dalmia Bharat, and everyone in the refractory industry knows him. And today he's the global CEO of Global Monarch, taking the refractory raw material market in India forward, not just in India, globally. So he's a very good friend of mine. Thank you so much, Sunil Kumarji, for here, and madam, special thanks to you. Without you, this event would not be possible, because Sunil was the one who was interacting with me on a one-to-one. We spent time together discussing how to take this forward and how to take Global Monarch forward in India. Yeah, one more announcement. We are going to have dinner at the same venue. We'll have it in the pre-function or in the hall number pre-function area. Okay. So please stay back for the dinner. And what I'll do is I'll request my brother Rajesh Kumar to come and take the dais. Rajesh Kumar is Managing Director of Kalfriza India. My relationship with him is almost, why almost, it's a family. My wife knows his wife knows my wife. So that's how close we are. Yeah. So, and both of us have one thing in common, Pablo. You know what? We both believe what we earn in the morning, we must spend by evening. So nothing stays in my pocket, neither does his. So we always believe what you earn in the morning, you should spend by evening. So moving forward, we have may I request the session chairman, Mr. Rajiv Dey? Mr. Rajiv Dey? Professor Rajiv Dey, I'll just briefly introduce him. Professor Rajiv Dey passed his BE in Metallurgical Engineering in 1994 and Masters in Industrial Metallurgy in 1996 from Jadavpur University. He joined MN Dastoor and worked there in cost engineering, department up to 2005. During this time, he has worked in several projects of Tata Steel, Tata Sponge Iron, L&T, Ordnance Factory Board, etc. He has completed his PhD from Jadavpur University in 2003 and PGD FM from All India Institute of Management Studies. After that, he joined Metallurgical and Material Engineering Department of Jadavpur University as faculty member and became professor in 2017. He also became head of the department from 2011 to 2013. Till now, he has published 58 journal papers and 32 conference papers. He has guided 19 PhD students and 39 postgraduate students. He has been awarded with Indranil Award, Best Metallurgist Award by MGMI in 2017 for his contribution in ferrous metallurgy. So a big round of applause for our session chairman, Professor Rajiv Dey. So Deshpande ji is here. Can you ask someone to get Mr. Deshpande so that we get started? So Mr. Deshpande is the first paper is by Mr. Deshpande, followed by my good friend Sunil Kumar, and then Fabio, and Rajesh, And I think Avan Gade will be giving a presentation. Okay, yeah, Mr. Mohanty, I'm sorry, Mr. Sahu will be leaving. So Mr. Sahu has to give the presentation. Yeah. So Mr. B. Sahu is ED NMDC. So it all begins from iron ore. So it begins where Mr. Sahu is. So Mr. Sahu will be also joining us in this panel because if you follow the process route, we start from iron ore. Yeah, Mr. Gladstone of Avantgarde, are you here? Is he here? Mr. Gladstone is here? Okay, he's coming. So before I hand over to session chairman, I have to ensure that yeah, yeah. So he, the program is here. Yeah, but there is one addition and one more. Avantgarde. Avantgarde will be talking about West Street recovery, right? Yeah, you will talk about West Street recovery. Yeah. So the session chairman I've already introduced. So Mr. Deshpande is still not here. Oh, here he comes. Mr. D.P. Deshpande, who was earlier managing director of Tata Sponge Iron, and he spent a good amount of time with Tata Steel. Please. Sir, your session chairman is Professor Rajiv De from Jadavpur University. Uh, Professor of Jadavpur University Metallurgy Department is the session chairman. And the rest of the speakers, you have the choice of either speaking from your seats or you can go up to the podium and speak. The choice is yours. So, yeah, time 2:15. How many are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So by 3:45 latest, we have to finish. 2:45 is half an hour. Half an hour you cannot finish it. You need 1 hour. 3:15. 2:15, 3:15. 1 hour. 1 hour. Session chairman. You have a very strong session chairman. Yeah, Mr. Rajaraman will. Mr. I think he's a okay. How much time will you take? We'll put it in an अच्छा, coking coal देशपांडे जी के पास में आता है. Anyone talking coking coal? It has to be Mr. Deshpande. Yeah. So that means we have to go beyond 1 hour. 1 hour, 15 minutes. Are you hungry, gentlemen? If you're hungry, we'll finish off fast. So I'll cut down to 10 minutes each. Sir, 10 minutes each. Okay. Try and finish to between 5 and 10 minutes.
Hello.
So
I think nobody will tell no.
Okay. Okay. So Professor Rajiv Dey, let's stick to 10 minutes.
So because the session one starts from 2:15. So and Nirmallo is asking anybody is hungry. So I think the answer is inbuilt herewith.
No.
So I will request everybody to be strictly in catch
10
within 10 minutes.
10.
So I will request first Mr. Shahu from NMDC. And again, all the question answers will be in the lunch time, please, because within 10 minutes, I have requested everybody to finish. So it will be better if we can take questions and answers in the lunch session.
Good afternoon to everybody. All the dignitaries on dais and off dais, ladies and gentlemen. As all of you know, the major raw material for making steel is iron ore. So that's what started now. This paper will be briefed on the scenario of iron ore production presently in India. Next. Yeah. Sorry.
Hello, pardon. And after 8 minutes, I will give you a call. Please
Sure,
don't mind.
sure, sure,
Okay, thank you.
sure. So this is the reserves, iron ore resource and reserves, which is being shown in India. Mainly, we are having magnetic resource. Reserve, total magnetic resource of around 10.7, resource and reserve put together around 10.79 billion tons. And out of which only 1% is converted to reserve. And similarly, hematite, which is presently we use mainly for steel plants. This total reserve and resource put together is around 22.49 billion tons, out of which only 24% has been converted to reserve and balance is yet to be done. Reserve, how the resource is converted to reserve, that I will tell in a nutshell. After detailed exploration, the resource is converted to reserve. Reserve means 100% ore will get, resource means indicated. So these are the, this slide shows mainly the steel policy, which all of you know. I will not go into detail, but in a nutshell, steel production target by 2030-31 is 300 million ton capacity, out of which 255 million ton crude steel, and for which iron ore requirement will be roughly around 450 million ton, and per capita steel consumption, which is presently around 80 ton, that is expected to be rise to 158 tons per head in India. So these are the global iron ore and steel production scenario. Left side slide, a bar chart shows the iron ore production, which is roughly throughout world around 2,500 million ton, out of which in India last year we could do around 256 million ton. And steel production throughout the world is roughly around 1,900 million ton. And last year we could do 126 million ton. The major iron ore players in India, sorry, in the world are number one, Bhale, and number two is Rio Tinto, number three is BHP Billiton, number four FMG, and number five Anglo American, and NMDC in India stands at 8th rank in the world. This slide shows the steel and iron ore production during last financial year FY23. Company-wise, the top 6 steel producer company last year was JSW with 20.2, Tata Steel 19.8, SAIL 18.2 million ton, JSPL 7.5, AMNS 6.7, RNL 4.1. Similarly, iron ore production is shown in the right side table, among which NMDC is top, produced around 41.2, and total around 255.1 million ton. This year, it is expected to touch more than 285 million ton, FY24. So this is the same thing depicted in a bar chart. This is the top iron ore producing companies in FY23, what I was told in the last slide. And this is the this slide shows the production of iron ore in this current calendar year 23, last calendar year 23, which is around expected to be touching around 282 million ton by FY. The major reason for enhancing the production is compared to last year. A major reasons are miners report healthy production, high crude steel production has increased, higher crude steel production, then higher export demand has come up. These are the major reasons. This is the this financial year state-wide production in Q1, Q2, and Q3. Odisha has done total 114 million tons. Chhattisgarh 32, Karnataka 28.63, Jharkhand 15, and others 12.5. Grand total during the past 3 quarters of this financial year, around 203 million ton. And in the fourth quarter, normally we get more production and total expected around 285 plus million ton this financial year. So the major key highlights are total increase in production is expected by 14% as compared to last year. And among the major players are NMDC, OMC, Tata Steel, JSW and SAIL. These are the major 5 players in respect to iron ore production. Similarly, meanwhile, Messrs. Rumta, sorry, the environment clearance capacity throughout India is around 370 million ton, out of which presently we are operating at 68% of the total PC capacity. Then coming to export is dwindling between 2 million ton to 15 million ton during last couple of years. This year, FY23, the export has been already done for 14.96 million ton, with import volume of 1.3 million ton. And expected export will be touching around 18 million ton this year, with the import of around 3 million ton, which is expected by year end. Then iron ore production in FY24, it is expected to be more than around 285 million ton. Similarly, steel production is expected around 140 million ton. And so now with this production of iron ore, the whole country is totally in line with the demand. As I told, by 2030, the production of crude steel is expected to be 255 million ton, with a capacity of 300 million ton. And the iron ore requirement will be around 450 million ton. The speed with which we are producing the iron ore now, say around 285 million ton this financial year, I am very sure we will cross 450 million ton by 2030. This is the forecasting, and our miners of India, including NMDC, all are well set up and well geared up. Then Tata Steel has also a plan to increase the steel production along with iron ore from 36 million ton to 48. And minutes here. Yeah. Similarly, Rumta also got additional EC capacity of 8 million ton. And other iron ore mines, they have also got EC from and from 94 million ton to roughly around 150 million ton. They have also got increased EC. Now, coming to NMDC plants, NMDC has planned to produce around 100 million ton by 2030. This year, we have planned to produce 49 million ton as per MOU target, and most likely we will be touching 48 roughly. And we have planned to improve the production from the existing mines as well as brownfield mines also. Coming to challenges, the challenges faced by Indian iron ore mining industry are mainly in Chhattisgarh, we will face Maoist issue. Similarly, environmental clearance is another issue which is being faced by almost all the miners of India. Then CEC has capped the iron ore production of Karnataka for 50 million ton, though the state is willing to produce more. CEC means the Supreme Court. CEC, it is the organ of Supreme Court. Then Forest Department must stop dispatch of iron ore in Karnataka from during night hours, which is not prevailing other states. That is also reducing production. That is a concern now. Similarly, getting forest clearance is also taking more time, sometimes more than 3 to 5 years. Then other challenges are like in enhancing the EC capacity from the existing mines. That is also taking much time. And in the morning session, we have discussed about shortage of land for pelletization, that is beneficiation rejects, as well as also waste dumping, which is the waste dumping or overburden dumping from the existing mines.
Sir,
That is
your
a
10
plan
minutes
there.
is over.
Yeah. So these are the other challenge like allocation of new mines and higher royalty rate. So higher compensatory operation charges. So in India, we are having the highest percentage of royalty, which is around 43% presently, whereas in other countries it is less than 5 to 6%. This is a matter of concern and challenge for us. I hope the organizers will take up these challenging points to appropriate authority. With this few words, I conclude my presentation. Thank you all. Thanks.
Thank you. So our next speaker is Mr. B.P. Deshpande, Director, ACRE India. Please. Sir, again, with your permission, I will just make an announcement after 8 minutes, then 2 minutes.
I was actually discouraged from the like I was planned regular tension. Just wanted to get you to get it to a process. Actually, get to go. Like engineers spoke to the requirement for the blast furnaces for the steel plant. Before the next one. Yeah. So I have constructed the presentation with 5 parts. Reducing pollution and carbon emission. This is the new direction for engineering developments with engineering company. The benefits of heat recovery coke making. Heat recovery is the one which is proposed. Development of heat recovery coke making technology. How the development is taking place. So what is the fourth generation coke ovens that's not yet available? And what kind of coke ovens are required by making campaign? Maybe we can skip it and then we can consider. Something like this is a broad line of solution. The key point here in this slide is power plants have the highest carbon dioxide emitters. Next to power plants are steel plants. So we need to focus on carbon dioxide emissions from steel plants. If we can combine power and coke together, then probably we serve the interest best. That's the proposal. The second thought behind the power thinking and engineering, the green steel is a manufacturing of steel without use of fossil fuels. So this is difficult, actually. But we can bring down the content of fossil fuels as low as possible. That's the direction in which the engineering technology company works. The other point that we made here is for the resources that we have, whether this is for China primarily, but for India as well. The kind of iron ore that we have, the kind of energy that we, form of energy that we get, etc. So reducing the carbon dioxide emission to extremely low levels is actually very difficult. But we have to understand that this is not necessarily the direction in which we need to work. We just need to challenge ourselves into consumption of energy, generation of carbon dioxide at each element of the process. That's how we need to go forward. That's the direction in which the technology is being developed. The presentation is available, so we can actually take a presentation. The sulfur dioxide and NOx which come along with this coefficient, they require to be controlled by processes available. So the message for the people who develop technology in Acre is that integrate internal and external resources. Simplify upstream and downstream processes. Retain main raw materials and intermediate product line. We cannot say we want only this coal and we want only this refractory and we only want this. That's not. So we can as much as we can. Reduce byproducts of non-steel production line and achieve a comprehensive solution of CO2 production benefit. This is the direction in which the engineering is taking shape hereafter. So the theme is the co-production of coke making and power generation. So we don't
generate carbon dioxide by way of making power, and we don't generate carbon dioxide by way of making coke, make it together. So your carbon dioxide emission comes down. That's the essential thing of this coal generation program. So heat recovery programs, SRCO, they essentially recover the heat while you are making coke. From the recovered heat, they make power. And if you look at the thing calculation, how the carbon dioxide actually emission falls significantly. This is for people who don't know coke making briefly. We have a high temperature flue gas coming from propane, which is taken to a wastage boiler, which is taken to steam turbine to roast turbine. That's the process we do. Waste gas, restocks, clean off, gas rejection. So this is one part of the recovery process. Second is the coke that we produce goes for wet cleansing or dry cleansing. We make coke and we go to steel plant. It was simplified process. So the heat recovery coke oven, the coke and electricity are two products. The conventional coke ovens that we have been sort of using it make coke oven gas and byproducts. The coke oven gas and byproducts are in a way being consumed in the process itself, and they are converted into electricity. That's the discussion about the heat recovery coke oven. And if you look at the coal-fired power plant, they also produce electricity. So we try and combine the coke ovens and the power plants together and optimize the cost. So this shows the essence of the development. If you take a 2 million ton heat recovery coke oven plant, then it produces about 2 billion kilowatt hours of electricity concurrently. And if it's produced separately, the coke ovens and the power plant, they will generate certain amount of carbon dioxide. For example, the CO2 emission from a power plant of 3 billion kilowatt hours is 1.69 metric tons, billion tons. The CO2 emission from a coke oven produces 3 billion tons is 0.26, which is the coke oven gas, and 1.23, which is the blast furnace. So sometimes the most of the coke ovens use blast furnace gas for the heating medium. So therefore, it is considered 1.26. Now, rather than producing billion tons of coke separately and emitting CO2, I was producing 7 billion kilowatts of electricity and emitting CO2. If you combine the two, we get a emission of only 1.25 million metric tons. So this is the theme actually taking the heat recovery for generation coke oven. And the improvements are in terms of recovery. Basic technology remains the same. The recovery is significant. So this table explains what I have to explain. A normal coke oven producing 2 million tons will produce 1.23 million tons of carbon dioxide. And plus corresponding electricity will require 1.69. Together they will require about 2.92. 2.92 metric tons per ton of coke CO2 emission. If you combine the two together, power and coke together, you come down to only 1.25. And then there's a significant 57% CO2 emission. So the message that I would like to communicate to you that going forward, when we are unpressed to reduce carbon dioxide generation in the steel making facility, the steel making plant, what is the direction that the coke making technology offers to us? So they offer that this is the way you can actually progress. Next time we'll explain it even better.
Sir, 8 minutes over.
There you go.
8 minutes over. You have 2 minutes left.
Energy consumption in a byproduct coke oven is about 20 kilograms coal equivalent per ton of coal. In heat recovery coke oven is about 60 kilograms. So you can see there is about 30% reduction in energy consumption, which passes itself into carbon dioxide. You can skip this. So it has got a lot of way to hit people who are interested. It will actually put the food recovery in people concern. The other key points that you will need to sort of appreciate this technology, number of ovens, the last row, number of ovens required to produce soap, 1 million tons. Have it dropped from 242 to 125. And when we reduce the number of ovens required to produce soap, the corresponding infrastructure investment etc. comes down. Specific investments come down. Therefore, technologically also it becomes cheaper. That is why also it becomes cheaper. Per chamber, if we are producing 4,000 tons in generation 1, and we are able to produce 8,000 tons in generation 4. So that's the kind of a scale of capability that is very. The process control is very widely done. It's suction oriented rather than temperature oriented for coke making. And therefore, we are able to achieve this CO2 reduction. It requires a lot of explanation, but I don't think I will explain to you in the coke burning rate is less than 2%. Now, people who are familiar with this technology would appreciate that in current practices in India, it's consuming about 3.5 to 4% of coal is getting burnt in the process. And extra coal getting burned in the process is extra CO2 generated. And that's how by reduction of coal burning in this technology, you can reduce the carbon dioxide. There are means that provided airflow, engineering aspects. Coke dry cleansing. This heat recovery programs also can be coupled with coke dry cleansing. And it's not a very difficult structure. And once you do that, you generate additional 230 kilowatt hours of energy.
10 minutes is over. I am very sorry, but how it goes.
This way the extra generation, the four generations travel this way. Electricity generated is from 450 to 900, and the electricity so I think I'll stay here. There are two more things which can be talked about, but in view of time, maybe there is no point rushing it. So I would like to just end up saying that when you are making a new processing capacity, don't overlook the possibilities that engineering companies have actually created and do take advantage of it because carbon dioxide pressure is one of the real deal with that pressure by actually doing good amount of thinking before we have to the
Thank you, sir. But I have to be a little harsh. This is a very tough and thankless job just giving this session chairman, acting as session chairman just before lunch and when lunch time is already over. So my third speaker is Mr. Sunil Kumar of CEO, a Global Monarch.
A very good afternoon to all of you. So to cut short the time, we'll go with the audio-visual presentation. We'll take help of that. Just watch our video.
Australia and the Americas, along with strategically located offices around the world. Global Monarch provides the highest quality products and services to its clients across the globe. Established in 1978 by Mr. Ashok Sahni, a veteran of the steel and refractories industries. Global Monarch journey began with the exclusive agency for Magnesita Brazil, Flybrico Europe for refractory materials and technology, Heine Brothers Australia for metallurgical, and Thermocoal from BHP selling to customers such as Bharat Refractories Limited, SAIL, Data Chemicals, and OCL Refractories in India. Since then, we have steadily expanded and emerged as a trusted partner to some of the world's largest manufacturing companies, offering a wide range of products and services to industries such as iron and steel, refractories, ceramics, cement, aluminium, and glass. At Global Monarch, we cater to most primary and secondary manufacturing industries with our wide range of products that include refractories, steel, metals and alloys, ores and minerals, graphite electrodes, and presses.
I'm very happy. It's been a wonderful journey. And the vision is that my children and my grandchildren take this forward wherever they go. And the only thing that I've always insisted upon is the necessity of being reliable. And I've always said that it's extremely important for all customers to trust us. And the one message that I have for customers everywhere is simply that if there is an issue with the material that we supply to you, it is our guarantee, our responsibility to resolve it to your satisfaction, whatever that is. I hope my children and my grandchildren will see the next 50 years. Thank you very much.
At Global Monarch, we take pride in following fair and ethical business practices, as well as adhering to stringent quality control measures to ensure the supply of the highest standards of products to our customers. Guided by a dynamic and visionary leadership and supported by highly experienced technical and marketing teams with in-depth knowledge, Global Monarch has firmly established itself as an internationally recognized and reputed brand. Today, as we strive towards the future with confidence and hope, we remain committed towards ensuring long-term satisfaction for our partners around the world.
Thank you for watching short video from our company. So we have heard a lot of steel plant luminaries here speaking about the technology, the future, the prospects, the environmental concerns. So I won't take much of your time speaking about those things. I will talk about how Global Monarch as a company can support your activities. We are looking at a very high level of steel growth. Growth in the refractory obviously will be meeting the requirement of the steel. So how do we support the growth of steel and refractories industry? We already heard a lot of people speaking. We are talking, the world steel is growing at a level of 2%, but in India, we are growing at a level of 7%. So it's a very fast growth that we are expecting in a couple of years now, and we'll be soon ending up with 240 million tons. So in this situation, what should the steel plants do? They should focus on the productivity, their production, their technologies, and there comes a role for companies like Global Monarch, where it's a single point solution provider to all the entire steel plants. So we cover an entire range of services, the products to the steel plants. That include metal and alloys, steel products, graphite electrodes, rolling mill equipment, minerals and ores, coal and coke, refractory raw materials, refractory products, refractory presses, industrial yarns, and chemical products. So this covers almost a big range of products for the steel plant. And why do we recommend to source from our company, Global Monarch? Global Monarch has an extensive product portfolio that covers a big gamut of requirement for the steel and refractory industry. We have a very strong relationship with our vendors and our customers. It's not a one-way deal, it's a two-way deal with what that we follow. And because of a large volume of our business and long-term agreements, it's really competitive to deal with Global Monarch. And we have excellent relationship with our customers, our buyers, our the provider, the vendors for us for almost 45 years across the world. And we have strategically located offices across the world in all the 6 continents. And then we have a great knowledge and control on logistics. That's very important nowadays. With the COVID era coming in, people have faced a lot of difficulties in handling the logistics. And we being an international player with a great experience for many, many years, we have the control on the logistic part also. So that solution we have with us to provide it. And we have a big team of technical and commercial people, experience. And then the biggest thing is financial capability to provide effective payment terms. And we have a complete servicing team for the refractories. Refractories are considered to be the heart of steel. And we know when we sell refractories, we also need to service that. So we have a complete team that handles the refractories. So again, as I said, I don't want to speak much on that. We have a complete range of ferro and metal alloys that we offer from different locations in India, China, Europe, and Latin America. Again, a very important part in the electric arc furnace steel making. We have the graphite electrodes on the different varieties that we can offer to you. We have again the rolling mill equipment, HFM rolls, forged rolls, and tungsten carbide rolls. We also support the industry with the steel products. That includes the mild roll, hot roll coils, cold roll coils, galvanized coils, steel pipes, and steel wires. Now coming to the very critical and very important part of the steel industry, that's factories. And you'd be aware or maybe that India has a requirement of refractories worth 15,000 crores. And around 30% of this, more than 30% is imported still. And the raw material requirement for refractories, more than 50% comes from abroad. That's imported. So most of the refractory companies are dependent on the best quality of raw material that is required to manufacture all these critical bricks to match the performance or the expectation of the steel industry. So we have a complete range of refractory bricks to offer to the steel industry, which you can read is the complete range. Then the refractory raw material, that's very critical. And I think most of them, you are aware that most of the magnesite comes from China. It comes from other countries also, but the dominance is China. So even for the Indian refractory industry, we respect the philosophy of made in India, but some of the critical raw materials are still imported, and we are facilitating that for the refractory industry. And we'll be there to support them with any refractory raw materials that they require.
Mr. Kumar, you have 2 more minutes.
Yeah. So for we also have ceramic raw materials that we are supporting the tiles and glaze industry, the ceramic industry. So we have a complete range of raw materials also for that. We also offer chemical products, all type of chemical products that's required by the relevant industry. And we have, as I mentioned, we have customers across the world, spanning across 5 to 6 continents. And we have customers in the refractory industry, in the ceramic industry, and also in the steel industries across the world. We are now building up our business in India in a very steady manner. And we hope in a couple of years, we'll be able to achieve our target of penetrating into the Indian steel industry in a big way. So thank you very much for your attention. Hope we'll be of your service someday. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Mr. Kumar. You are just at time. Thank you. So our next speaker is Mr. Fabio Silva, Global Marketing Manager, Steel Industries, Steel Rolling Competence Center, SRCC, Total Energies.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm happy to be here to speak about the lubricants perspective on the steel market. Of course, just as an introduction, I'd like to answer some questions we had on the booth some minutes ago, because everybody knows Total Energies, and Total Energies is a French century energy company. Normally, we see Total as a oil and gas company, but since 2021, Total changed and became as a Total Energy investment on the energy mix to invest more and more to be net zero up to 2050. That means we need to invest in new energies to decrease our oil and gas dependency. So we are on the same path, and of course, before tobacco on the lubricant side, that means you can see Total Energy is investing in the gas, renewable powers, and it's very linked with our decarbonization journey. For example, in 2021, linked with this, Total Energy have signed a contract with AMNS here in India to develop to supply 500,000 tons of LNG. In Gerdau, in the US, we are supplying 230,000 solar panels to the long steel plant. In Brazil, with a local GD, we have a partnership with ArcelorMittal to develop a wind power farm locally. So this is very linked with what we are speaking and the insight we had discussed this moment. As a Total Energy lubricant side, we are part of the marketing service and downstream part. As a considering as a top 4 globally lubricant supply worldwide, with presence in more than 130 countries. As a lubricant, always we are speaking about maintenance and production and technical developments. Some of you this morning discussed how to improve the production of the current plants. This is a way we always work with lubricants when we reduce friction. That means we reduce energy consumption and of course reduce CO2 emission. So the reason why we call dedicated portfolio for steel applications, we are helping our customers on this path of reducing grease consumption, lubricant consumption, or increase productivity is a way that we, as a scope 3, help our customer to on this decarbonization solution. Okay. Here we can see our global presence with more than 42 blending plants worldwide, with a local presence with the 2 plants in India, in the Mumbai region, one dedicated for maintenance lubricants and one dedicated for rolling oil production. So back into lubricant on specific topic, we help our customers normally on their needs on the TCO approach, on the total cost of ownership. That means when the customer on maintenance side, they have some issue on bearing failures or lubricant grease consumption or quality surface problems, we can help the customer to have some saving from direct technical point of view. What Total is doing now, it's including our internal tool to how to calculate and give to the customer some certificate that our technology is helping on the CO2 carbon footprint. So the reason why we have the TCO2 approach and TCO carbon footprint for our. So what's happened here? Since our R&D developments on the lubricants, we have the Expo design for our R&D team that they need to check on the Expo conception or Expo design, what is the raw materials, the new raw materials that can have lower impact on the carbon footprint. The reason why we have new technologies using water-containing hydraulic fluids that don't have any impact on the using mineral oil, for example. We have biodegradable lubricants and use more and more recycled base oil. After that, in terms of manufacturing, our plants now, Total Energy is invested for us to produce lubricants. Normally, we need more energy, heat, to blending our lubricants, and the most our blending plants now is solarizing. Say, in our production, we can reduce more and more our footprint. And in terms of the distribution, in terms of packaging and delivering, sometimes we can change the way to deliver to the customer, change, for example, steel drums or bags, IBCs or bulk, to reduce more and more the carbon footprint. And after usage in Europe, for example, we have some customer that we help the customer to collect the used lubricant and to recover and back as a new lubricant for some specific applications. It's depending on supply chain. And we, on this concept, we work on a circular economy to help on the global supply chain. So here, if you see the global solutions today, we can see as a total energy we have for maintenance lubricants, grease, fire-resistant fluids, even for metalworking application. And in blue, since 2019, we have the rolling competence center to supply hot rolling oil, cold rolling oil to help our customer and the global decarbonization solution for lubricants. And one example would like to share with you. Of course, don't have too much time to go into details on the technical aspect about bearing and low temperatures, but one of our technology for grease and calcium complex used more than 25 years in Europe, America, and Asia. I have a lot of customers using our Serum grease that we can maybe compare with some competitors and conventional technology like lithium complex grease. We can provide to the customer some grease reduction in consumption that we can have the savings on PCO. And of course, we can have also in terms of bearing failures, in terms of bearing protection on the continuous casting machine that we have 100 of bearings. And
Mr. Silva, you have 2 more minutes.
Okay, thank you. So on this case, we can reduce bearing failures, increase the productivity, and of course, we can see after how much CO2 in terms of carbon footprint we can provide with this technology. Not so only on financial savings, but on carbon footprint. And the last and not the least, the same for process fluid. We can, with one of our technology, low shield range, we could provide for some customer here in Europe, this example success story, with our technology, provide a lot of savings directly, but also an energy consumption. So this is the kind of way we provide for our customers worldwide. So we have some global reference that we can, depend on what the customer need, we can share with you on all of our technologies. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Silva. So our next speaker is Mr. Rajesh Kumar, Managing Director at Carl Pizza India, and he knows about 10 minutes timing.
Respected dignitaries and staff, learned ladies and gentlemen. So first of all, I would like to thank the organizers of this summit for inviting me. And when we talk about sustainability programs or energy management,
So when we see on the sustainability, steel itself is very sustainable. You cut it, grind it, melt it, reuse it, scrap it, whatever you do, steel itself is very sustainable. Now, process and how we utilize, how we make it. So if we think upon our consumption and production of the steel, you see the Indian steel sector is very much balanced. As you can see, we are the second largest producer with a growth rate of 17.9% over the corresponding period last year. Second point, if you see, we are the largest producer of DRI or sponge iron in the world, with growth rate of 16.2% over corresponding last year. Second largest consumer. However, our consumption rate is less than the first one, but still we are the second largest consumer. So this shows that our growth is sustainable. But how much sustainable? Sustainability have many aspects. Are we intelligent enough to sustain? Now, all the major steel producing states, places in India are severely polluted. Air quality index is very low. We are polluting a lot. When we are dreaming upon 500 MTPA by 2047, and we are setting goals for 300 MTPA by 2030 or 2032, what do you feel the states of those parts of the India which are producing steel? Will it be sustainable? Will this sustainability will stand by those days? We are making carbon monoxide, dioxide, SOx, NOx, particulate matters. So how we can stand with this sustainability? We are mainly dependent on fossil fuel. We are the highest energy consuming nation in the world in terms of steel. Our energy consumption is 30 to 40% higher than our neighbors, than any leading steel makers in the world. We are not thinking on that aspect. We are still producing the way we used to consume energy 10 years, 15 years back. We have no advancement in the energy management technology. How we utilize our energy properly. We are wasting so many energy and which have possibility to be recovered. Now, when we talk about sustainability, many things comes like energy efficient measures for manufacturing have bright prospects. Like energy efficient measures means minimizing our consumption. Our consumption is way beyond 7.5 gical per ton of steel, which is 35% higher than what energy consumed by China. So now we need to formulate, need to formulate some of the plans. We need to take some of the measures to utilize our energy properly. Calfrisa is in the industry of energy management. We make heat exchangers, recuperators to different parts of the steel making processes. And within last 4 years, I visited almost 50 steel plants. In India, I tell you, we have a lot of chances, lot of possibility to improve our energy consumption. But still, our mindset is not techno-commercial, but vice versa. We are commercial technical. We are still in the mindset, okay, चल जाएगा, चल रहा है, ऐसे ही चल रहा है, मैं 20 साल से चला रहा हूं. This is the way we talk. When you visit a steel plant, I guarantee any of the steel plant in India, not 1, 2, 3, 4. What is the waste gas coming out of furnace? It is way beyond 400 degrees centigrade. How much it is required? For even for natural draft, 280 degrees. So, why 120 degree more into waste gas? 120 degree more, that means almost 7% of energy we are wasting. We can save that energy. So Calfrisa is a company which can help you in those energy audits with proper design, with proper R&D to save your energy and to be back into your plant. Basically, Calfrisa is a Spanish company which is having headquarters at Zaragoza, Spain. And now, last year, we opened the Indian subsidiary of Calfrisa to support all the Indian customers. We have our manufacturing unit in Zaragoza, warehouse in Zaragoza. Also, we have manufacturing partners in India. So you will get equipment designed by experienced designers of last 65 years, manufactured in India, and we will be cost competitive in that case. We are providing these equipments to all the major steel plants of the India. We have our references in Tata Steel, JSW, JSPL, everywhere. So we have 58 years of experience. We have dedicated research and development team. We have audit team which can come to your plant, which can analyze the possibility of improving the fuel savings. And also, it is irrelevant that which product you are using. We can design the equipment which can suit to your system. We can tailor-made the equipment to be utilized in your plant. This all we discussed. This is the equipment what we make. We make heat exchangers for preheating furnaces, for DRI with Midrex technology. We design these equipments, we manufacture these equipment. Not only this, we can design piping and every sort of utility to be used with these type of equipment. And we have worldwide customer ranges with ArcelorMittal, Tata Steel, JSW. So sort of time, I will not take much time. I just conclude my presentation by this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rajesh. So first speaker who is completed within 8 minutes, just at 8 minutes rather. So my next speaker is Mr. J. Rajaraman, founder and director, TVQ Cocoven Consultant Private Limited.
TVQ Coke Oven Consultants Private Limited. NRHR Stamco Oven Design. WHR Power. Operations and full R&D. Stamp charge coke oven at lowest capex. Highest recovery WHR Power. Lowest cost of metallurgy coke. Trusted NRHR coke oven design. Value added process. Quality products. Contact J. Roger Raman, Director, 0997621015. info@tvqcoke.com.
So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We present our view on metallurgical coal coke demand in India by 2030. It's a general review on the industry side, like process and raw material side, and the metallurgical coal formation and the mining side. And this is the coal grades. There is coal grades over the aging and the period, so how the coal becomes hard coal in the other side. This is the general insight about the coal category. And this is a general coke making process as already explained. So in the coal which gets being processed at a high temperature is being generated. Coke consuming industry, all the industry consuming the coke industry, major industry. This is the scenario. So this is the scenario. So global India, across to India 2030, so steel making capacity and the coke route steel making, steel consumption per capita, and the coke requirement, coke demand. Actual two painful data hidden in this slide, particularly for the India. So where there are 38 to 40 million coke is being uh, produced in India, but almost 15% of the production capacity is merchant coke people already in dying mode. So maybe they may vanish from the markets within a couple of years if not addressed properly. And the second painful insight, what will happen 2030 for the additional 35 to 40 million ton coke? Whether we are focused on whatever the mistake we did in the past, we will depend upon the import the coke, or we may go for the coke addition. The next few slides may have that answer and what the mistakes we've done in the past. Almost India always having some one issue. We are importing most prefer import coke at a higher price. The first graph indicates always we pay for very higher price because of our inability. And the second slide is the spot price and the benchmark price of the coking coal. This is also one of the very critical factor for all the coke makers. So where earlier days, almost 10, 15 years back, all the pricing being monitored and the benchmark done by the Japan steel manufacturer. So that is missing. Being a largest coal importer, India should adopt the same methodology. All the larger players along with the small players, they also make some sort of association strategy to negotiate the coking coal. This is a global coke capacity. First slide is the total capacity, and almost 65% capacity is Chinese, because they are manufacturing steel around 90% through the coke route, whereas in India it is a 46%. And the second slide is this is a trade, global trade, coke trade, around 25 to 30 million ton traded globally. And almost 8 to 9 million is being supplied catered by Chinese, and other supplies, other major supplier in the global scenario. Next. Yeah, this is global metallurgical coal production, so region-wise and country-wise. In short-term basis, yes, there is no any issue for the coking coal growth or availability factor for the short term. Next. This is again metallurgical coal rate. First part is the export country, second part is the import country. So export countries almost Australia is reducing their mining capacity. Still, they have a lot of scope for capital industry. The second part of this import, the Chinese going to reduce their consumption portion for consumption, and in another way, India is going to increase the consumption pattern in coking coal. Yeah, altogether, it remains same for the short term. This is again 2030 met coal demand by various industries in India, steel and ferroalloys and metallurgy, other foundries. So altogether, it's 100 to 170 million, 120 million coking coal is. So this is one more scenario. Met coal demand by 2030, present scenario 2022 and 2025 and 2030. So here also the same case, global scenario, metallurgical coal demand remains same or little reduced. But in case of India, so it is improved. So our requirement will be much higher than the current level. So this is really very alarming factor for the Indian coke maker and all the consumers. This is a very important slide. I would like to highlight the past 2 years. This is only a recent slide. We imported the various grade of coking coal from various countries. See, CSCC, HCC, FSCC, SSCC, this is a premium hard coking coal, hard coking coal, and semi-hard coking coal, semi-soft coking coal, and the PP and total. We look at the figure, almost 65-70% imported from Australia, and the rest is very minimal. And in that, one more highlight is we import too much hard coking coal and premium hard coking coal, where we talk about tram sorting technology. With the tram sorting technology, the premium hard coking coal, both should limit to below 50% or 55%, where in this case almost 75%. This is too much. This is the actual problem laying. We are too much depending upon Australia premium hard coking coal. We have to explore US coal, Russian coal, Canada in short term. And it's my view, we should limit Australian coking coal in the tune of 25 to 30%. And we have to explore Russian, US, Mozambique, and the Canadian coking coal, rest 65 to 70%. This not only secure the coking coal supply, it also reduces your cost. Because the cost wise, the Australian coking coal always very high. In morning session, we have some are also. Yeah, last slide.
Yeah.
Only last slide.
Thank you.
This is a
Just
very
8
important
minutes
feedback.
over.
He also told, Australia, they're dictating the price. Take it or leave it. As per my opinion, we should not leave it. Explore other options with other countries. It's also very good coking coal, very good pricing factor. And I am not representing any country. Okay, but for the nation interest, I'm talking. With this concept, we can reduce a lot of cost factors. As per my view, there is a lot of scope for the whole negotiation price 5 to 10% than the index. The index is nothing but bullshit. Please don't follow the index. Everything manipulated by some players and some countries. Please mark this word. And the record blend. So why we record 65 or 66 CSR, where all the jumbo blast furnaces, 5,000, 4,000 people using, MKB using, and the mini blast furnace also using the same grade. Why we record? By adjusting the CSR factor, coke strength after reaction, we can reduce its 10 to 15% cost. This is second key takeaway. Otherwise, we have to ready for the 2.5 lakh to 3 lakh crore works. Coke will be imported after 2030. Whether we should create for the coke making capacity in India or we should ready for the import of the ready-made coke. This is the second. And parallelly, we have to explore the local coal consumption. Already it's in 5% level. Local coal, Indian coking coal is excellent coking coal. Only the issue is ash. Here we can wash the coal, use the low ash into the coke making, and the discarded portion can be used for the power generation. This is one more point. With it, we can reduce a 10% cost in the coke making. Already disclosed the 30% cost cutting in 3 point only. Okay. What is the difference? Imported coke is available 20% lesser than current production cost. So whatever the blend I discussing here, the cost of production is 39,000, where the imported coke available at 33,000. 20% is the difference. Already 30% opportunity available with us. That we have to explore. And 10% come from the value addition, that is the power generation. And the future, all the coke making should be through the value addition of the power with this tram sorting technology. This is one more option also available. These are the general issue, how the industry is suffering, like quality issue, even imported. Yeah, finished. Demand supply gap and everything. And imported coke, there is one more issue. There are a lot of hidden losses. Is there part of imported coke we are importing in India? 7 out of 10 imports are substandard coke. Substandard, only 3 is fall in the right category. That is substandard. If we manufacture that substandard coke, which already consumed by the industry, if we manufacture here, we can make further 20% lesser cost in the India. This is the wake-up call for the coke importer. Please focus on that also. And the second point is too much undersize and substandard. That is also very many people saying fines can be used in the cinder plant but why at costly coke? In the name of coke, we are importing fines. So these are all the issue And above all, in the last 10-year trend, almost 20% every year, coking coal prices increase because of lack of knowledge. All coking coal price not similar. It should be negotiated on the case-to-case basis and a character basis and a parameter basis. We can discuss on that one to one. Again, technology, stamp charging is the preferred one. These are the various options available. Again, I prefer and I suggest let us go for stamp charging and a heat recovery model only, not chemical recovery model. This is our presentation on that. And above all, I would like to express my personal view because coke industry is the steel and the coke industry moving together. So we are targeting 300 million by 2030 and 500 million by 2047. I like to express one of my favorite song in Hindi. जो वादा किया वो निभाना पड़ेगा 300 million ton by 2030, 500 million ton by 2047. रुक के जमाना जाता है कोकिंग कोल सप्लायर लार्जेस्ट स्टील मेकिंग कंपनी फिर भी भारत को परफॉर्म करना पड़ेगा. Thank you.
Thank you. Our last speaker in this particular session is Mr. J. Gladstone Evans of Avant-Garde, General Manager, Head Thermal, Avant-Garde Systems and Controls Private Limited.
Yeah, good afternoon to one and all present here. Now, I'm from Avant-Garde. We are mainly power plant consultants. So, our company has been founded in 1990, and we give innovative solutions to the industry, especially in terms of power, waste heat recovery, energy recovery solutions. And we have around 30 plus years of experience in this field, and we are in 40 countries, and we have done almost 2,000 plus projects across the world, and maybe around the total power generation cumulative capacity of around 8,000 megawatt plus projects. So our main area is this any type of in any process industry, any type of power generation plants, we are into it. And similarly, in steel industry, we have done a lot of waste heat recovery projects, maybe a fired boiler like PABC, ABC based power generation projects. And we have done a lot of energy audits in steel industry and any other process industries. We are into ZLD. We have done many independent projects in that. Then we have done solar projects, and these are some of our expertise field. So coming to the steel industry, we have commissioned more than 50 projects with a cumulative capacity of around 1,100 megawatt, and 15 plus projects are currently under pipeline. And we have designed few waste heat recovery boilers, but we don't supply, we give to various OEMs. Then other area is providing DPR and feasibility studies, performance improvement studies. FGDs we have implemented in few projects. Then solar PVs and etc. Then coming to the waste heat recovery in steel industry, I think these are certain known facts. So I'm not going much into that. The only thing is around 40 to 50% of the direct production cost of steel is due to the cost of energy. Roughly, coal consumption per ton of steel is around 700 to 1,200 kg. By simply going for a waste heat recovery, around 200 kg of coal can be saved per ton of steel if effective waste heat recovery system is implemented. So it is very mandatory or very necessary to save the energy, and also in terms of pollution angle. So the reasons why we go for waste heat recovery system is one, to be energy efficient in the industry and to be competitive. and to conserve our fossil fuel for raw material, because maybe our coal reserve in India is also limited. So roughly, if you save 1 kilowatt, you can save almost 0.7 kg of fuel. Similarly, the CO2 emission, if you can generate 1 kilowatt by waste heat recovery, you can save 0.35 kg of CO2, which is emitted in the atmosphere. So these are some of the reasons why we go for this waste heat recovery based power generation system. So if you see in the steel plant, we have various waste. It can be a solid waste, liquid waste, or gaseous waste. So in a sponge iron plant, you have coal char as the waste. Similarly, washery reject as a waste. Then blast furnace gas, COG, etc. So by replacing this, you can generate power by conserving the costly coal. So we have almost in most of our plants, almost 60 to 70% of the char is being utilized, and remaining with washery. So with coal and washery itself, a considerable power required for the steel plant can be generated. So similarly, in a sponge iron plant where there is sponge iron coke oven, where the gases comes out 1000 degrees centigrade, you can recover the heat and generate power out of it. Then we have certain low temperature waste heat recovery solutions. For example, from the kiln, you can generate low temperature heat. Similarly, in some other heat treatment furnace where the temperatures are around say 300, 400 degrees, there also we can generate heat. So this high temperature waste heat recovery and medium temperature waste heat recoveries are well proven technologies. When you go for a high temperature, we can go for high pressure and high temperature, roughly around 125 kg pressure. Whereas when you go for a medium temperature, to utilize the maximum heat, we go for a dual pressure system with an injection type steam turbine. And the low temperature, you have you can use it in your power plant to replace the heaters like LP heaters, HP heaters. But thing is, economically, it is quite not very viable. It's quite expensive. And also you have other limitations also. So the waste heat recovery potential depends on your waste gas quantity and temperature. Then your incoming feed to your still moisture content in the fuel, excess air and radiation loss. These are the various losses, various factors that affect your power generation. So roughly in a sponge iron kiln, these are the values for example, 50 TPD, 100 to up to 1250. The amount of steam output what you get from it, and the type and the amount of power you can generate from the waste gas. So you can go for a power cycle depending on situations like from 45 atta up to 125 atta, and with temperature from 400 degree up to 545 degrees centigrade. And various configurations are available. One, if it is a high temperature, of course, it's with the Rankine cycle, steam as a fluid. Whereas when you go for a medium temperature or low temperature, we have used organic Rankine cycle or Kalina cycle. And in some places, we have even integrated the feed water system with the waste heat. So these are some of the configuration which we have followed. If in the instead of this HP heater, we can replace by the low temperature heat which is available in the steel plant. Similarly, in one of the steel plant, what we have done, we have generated from the waste heat, we have generated low pressure steam, and that is injected into the injection steam turbine. So this is also one of the configurations. And this is the heat recovery from a kiln. But here, all those things we have to work out the economics, but as of now, the economics seems to be non-viable. So ultimately, going for a waste heat recovery system leads to reduced. If you see in the industry, your bills, energy bills are reduced, your competitiveness can be increased, your productivity will be increased, improved quality, and increase in profit. Whereas when you compare to the nation, it is reduced energy import, conservation of your limited resources, improved energy security, and improves the pollution levels locally. Then coming to the global terms, it reduces your global emissions, maintain a sustainable environment, and make the planet Earth better for the future generations. So we in Avantgarde we have a highly experienced team, and we have separate R&D department where people analyzes the potential available, and we give innovative solutions to the industry. Thank you.
Thank you. So by this, this is the end of the session, I say. And please take my apologies, particularly all the speakers, because every time I need to remind them about the 10 minutes rider, but I am very sorry because everyone is a very learned speaker. And so, because even in the last one, I was a bit engrossed because in my school days, I used to work in this particular sponge iron plant to this particular power plant sizing. So anyway, thank you. And again, take my apologies. Over to Nirmal.
Thank you, session chairman. When everyone is hungry, carrying everyone through the session is the toughest challenge that a session chairman can ever get. So thank you, Chairman sir, for having conducted a pre-lunch session, that too when we are running almost 1.5 hours late. We should have finished by lunch by 2 o'clock. We are quite late. But nevertheless, better late than never. So I think we are now done with our food for the thought. It's time for food for the tummy. So lunch is waiting for you. And I have a small duty to perform. My right hand, Vigyani, please come up. Vigyani will do the honors for me. First, memento to the session chairman, obviously, for conducting the session. Professor Rajiv De, Jadavpur University. Okay, so next is Mr. D.P. Deshpande, Director, Acre, India. The title sponsor for this event, and someone who keeps in touch with me on a regular basis. Next, the platinum sponsor, Global CEO, Global Monarch, Mr. Sunil Kumar. Again, someone with whom I often have sessions together in the evenings. And thank you so much, Mr. Sunil Kumar. Mr. Fabio Silva, Total Energies. That's my French connection. Then Mr. Rajesh Kumar, as I said, he is a family, so I don't need to say much about him, except the fact that we are family together. So Mr. Rajesh Kumar, Managing Director of Calfreeza India. Then Raja Ramanji, mentor, guide, Mr. Raja Raman, founder and director, TVQ Cocoven Consultants. Who else is there? Mr. From Avantgarde, sir, can I have your name, please, once again? Gladson. Mr. Gladson from Avantgarde. Yeah, Mr. B. Sahu from NMDC. Executive Director, NMDC. The miners to the nation, now also a steel maker, by the way. They have started steel production already. So Naganar Iron and Steel is already on stream. Production has started. Demerged also, yeah, but yeah, technically It's still owned by NMDC. And who else is there? Yeah. Mr. Prashant. Okay, Mr. Prashant from Dev Energy. Yeah. We need coal gasifiers like him in this country. Coal gasification, Government of India has announced special incentives. Madam Sitharamanji announced this in the last year's budget, right? It was last year's budget. And who else is left? Done? Yeah. So through to lunch, it's 3:40 by my watch, almost 3:38. So can we finish it by 4:15? We come back here at 4:15. Is that okay with all of you? Yeah. Madam, please join us for lunch. I'm just coming. Just give me a second. Thank you, gentlemen.
A fierce burning at 1,000 Celsius degrees, or the blue sky above top charging take-up. We use water with no discharge, or remote connection thousands of miles away. Let me tell you the story of Expo. We are the holding subsidiary of ECC, subordinate to China Investment Corporation, a 14 global company. We are the only state-owned engineering company in China specializing in the fields of coating, refractory, and glass. Relying on the world-leading technology in coating and refractory with our own intellectual property rights and a complete supply chain. We'd like to join with global customers to promote green and intelligent development to a better future. Our sustainable innovation is to keep in touch with the times. This is the original impetus for accurately concentrating on the progress in technology and equipment. We have been making unremitting efforts together with you for innovation to take the lead in coating industry. Thanks to our advanced technology and equipment with intellectual property rights, we are leading coating technology turning to the world's forefront by using state-of-the-art, green and efficient coat making technology and equipment, as well as large capacity intelligent 3D technology. As the first engineering company initiating a project of the National Program of Technical Innovation and winning the first prize of National Science and Technology Progress Award and China's Patent Gold Award, we are devoted to solving national strategic tasks, promoting innovation, formulating industry standards, and exploring the future technology. With the idea of propelling development by innovation, we have built up a well-developed R&D system, brought together China's leading experts in areas of coating and refractory, and established a National Enterprise Technology Center, as well as R&D platform of basic theory and industrial tech. We have incorporated talents, R&D platform and patents to expedite the transformation of technical achievements into productivity and expand infinite possibility of digital intelligence together with. We keep striving for excellence through tailor-made design to cater to your needs. We keep seeking perfect in every detail of each equipment on each process line in each collaborative way, and well-organized engineering, procurement, and construction in an orderly and efficient manner. With digital technologies, we are capable of building up and visualize digital images upon completing critical part design. We have undertaken engineering leading EPC projects for more efficient integration services to build up a management system for the complete industrial chain. with practical expertise at the core. We expect that efforts and technology advancements from procurement to construction with superior resources nationwide. We have built an integrated structure for project management and pre-sale to provide some profits with strong support from headquarters, making full use of visible real-time monitoring during the full construction. In promotion of technical upgrades, we have created a social bench, making all best wishes come into reality of the intelligence. We have secretly built demonstrating green contacts with talented people in China and around the world, promoting the Chinese technology and standing for the world, and establishing Chinese branding worldwide. Lifelong service to customers is what we are committed to your sustainable development. We keep a close eye on technology innovation, engineering perfection, efficient construction, as well as quality operations and maintenance to keep upgrading the project production. This is our common pursuit to the green and low carbon coating industry. What does a coating plant look like in your eyes? A pig burning at 1,000 Celsius degrees? Or the blue sky of our hot carbon paper? We use water with loads strength? Or no connection with thousands of miles away? Let me tell you the story of happiness. We are the wholly subsidiary of NCC, subordinate to Common Method Corporation, a 14 global company. We are the only company engineering company in China, specializing in fields of coating, refractory, and lighting. Relying on world-leading technology in coating and refractory with our own intellectual capital rights and thinking supply chain. We'd like to join hands with global customers to make green and intelligent development for a better future. Our sustainable innovation is to keep in touch with the planet. This is the original impetus for Accolade 2020 on progress in technology and business. We have been making unlimited efforts to better review for innovation to take the lead in coating industry. Thanks to our technology and equipment with intellectual property rights, we are leading coating technology with China to the world forefront by using state-of-the-art, green and efficient coating technology and equipment, as well as large capacity intelligent 2D technology. As the first engineering company initiating a project of the National Program of Technical Innovation and winning the first prize of National Science and Technology Services, and China's company Gold Award, we are devoted to soldiering national strategic tasks, promoting innovation, formulating industry standards, and exploring the future technology. With the idea of preparing development by innovation, we have built up a well-developed R and D system, brought together China's leading experts in areas of coating and refractory, and established national enterprise technology centers, as well as R and D platform of basic theories and industrial testing. We have incorporated talent, R and D platforms and patents to expedite the transformation of capital achievement into productivity and expand infinite possibilities of digital intelligence together. We keep striving for excellence in tailor-made design to cater to your needs. We keep keeping pressure to every detail of each equipment and each process line in a collaborative way, and well-organized engineering, procurement, and construction in an orderly and efficient manner. With digital technology, we are capable of building up a visualized digital twin to help you see physical part design. Undertaking engineering leading EPC projects for more efficient integration services, we build our steam management system to the complete industrial chain. With technical expertise is a tool. We have structured efforts in technology advancement from procurement to construction with superior resources mostly markets. We have built an integrated platform for project management and control to provide site office with strong support from headquarters, making full use of visible real-time monitoring during the whole construction. In promotion of technical upgrade, we have created self-development, making all practices come into reality of very long time. We have consciously built demonstrating green plants with high efficiency in China to around the world, promoting the Chinese technology in China to the world, and establishing Chinese brand images worldwide. Lifelong service for customers is what we are committed to as sustainable development. We keep a close eye on technology innovation, engineering protection, specific construction, as well as quality operations and maintenance to keep upgrading contracts. This is our common pursuit for the green and low carbon taking industry. Renewable development and more intelligent life. From cooking and construction to municipal engineering and environmental protection, we've been expanding the business of we produce to take a new work.
Welcome to the exciting world of global monarch. We are one of the leading international firms in the marketing of industrial raw materials. With an extensive network of manufacturing plants and traders across Asia, Europe, Africa, Australia, and the Americas, along with strategically located offices around the world, Global Monarch provides the highest quality products and services to its clients across the globe. Established in 1978 by Mr. Ashok Gordon, a veteran of the steel and refractory industry. Global Monarch journey began with the exclusive agency for Magnesita Brazil, Librico Europe for refractory materials and technology, Heine Brothers Australia for metallurgical, and Thermocoal from BHP selling to customers such as Bharat Refractories Limited, SAIL, Data Chemicals, and OCL Refractories in India. Since then, we have steadily expanded and emerged as a trusted partner to some of the world's largest manufacturing companies, offering a wide range of products and services to industries such as iron and steel, refractories, ceramics, cement, aluminium, and glass. At Global Monarch, we cater to most primary and secondary manufacturing industries with our wide range of products that include refractories, steel, metals and alloys, ores and minerals, graphite electrodes, and plastics.
I'm very happy. It's been a wonderful journey. And the vision is that my children and my grandchildren take this forward wherever they go. And the only thing that I've always insisted upon is the necessity of being reliable. And I've always said that it's extremely important for all customers to trust us. And the one message that I have for customers everywhere is simply that if there is an issue with the material that we supply to, it is our guarantee, our responsibility to resolve it to your satisfaction, whatever that is. I hope my children and their grandchildren will see the next step. Thank you very much.
At Global Monarch, we take pride in following fair and ethical business practices as well as adhering to stringent quality control measures to ensure the supply of the highest standards of products to our customers. Guided by a dynamic and visionary leadership and supported by highly experienced technical and marketing teams with in-depth knowledge, Global Monarch has firmly established itself as an internationally recognized and reputed brand. Today, as we strive towards the future with confidence and hope, we remain committed towards ensuring long-term satisfaction for our partners around the world.
India, a name that resonates with growth, progress, and infrastructure will always be a key driver of its growth story, with steel at its backbone. Jindal Steel and Power is committed to building a self-reliant India. With interests in steel and mining, JSPL is a key driver of the resurgent India. JSPL is testimony to the vision of a pioneering nation builder, Sri Om Prakash Jindal, who showed what small-town India can dream and accomplish. JSPL's growth story runs parallel to that of India. From a single unit in Hisar in 1952, JSPL has grown to be a leading Indian conglomerate. India's growth engine runs on the rails made by JSPL. At its head-hardened rail manufacturing facility at Raigad, a testimony to the Make in India campaign. India's first and only plant equipped to manufacture single-piece rails of up to 121 meter, which can be further extended up to 484 meter. The Raigad steel plant in Chhattisgarh is one of the largest sponge iron manufacturing facilities in the world. Spread over 3,500 acres, the Angul steel plant in Odisha is India's most modern setup that houses India's first and only coal gasification-based DRI plant. The Patratu plant in Jharkhand manufactures India's favorite Jindal Panther TMT rebars, equipped to withstand shock loading and cyclic loading condition, making them an ideal choice for buildings in high seismic zones. The wire rod mill here is equipped with world-class capabilities to produce value-added steel. Located in the hills of Barbil in Odisha, JSPL's 9 MTPA pelletization complex is the largest pellet production facility in the country that was set up in a record time of 23 months. In a journey of setting new benchmarks, JSPL has emerged as one of the most cost-efficient steel producers. JSPL is also a responsible mining player with a focus on backward integration in both iron ore and coking coal. Spreading its wings, JSPL acquired and developed mines and mineral assets across the world. Through JSPL's momentous journey, so far it has invested $12 billion across the globe, done economic activities worth $53 billion, and paid $5.3 billion in taxes since inception, providing employment to more than 1 lakh families. Under the able leadership of Mr. Naveen Jindal, JSPL saw unparalleled growth and expansion. Many iconic megastructures across India bear testimony to JSPL's national commitment. JSPL's tradition has been to put people first, be it its employees, communities, and investors. Amongst its various activities, JSPL Foundation also runs a unique initiative called Swayam Shil to promote, preserve, and propagate tribal arts and crafts of India through its key initiatives like Kishori Express, Vatsalya Project, Asha the Hope. The foundation has brought a positive change in the lives of communities around its plants in its endeavor to provide quality and affordable healthcare to the local communities and societies at large. JSPL set up multi-speciality Fortis OP Jindal Hospital and Research Center in Raigad and Tamnar. In the education sector, the OP Jindal Global University, a non-profit global university promoted by JSPL, has consistently been ranked amongst the world's top and India's best. The OP Jindal University in Raigad, Chhattisgarh provides industry-aligned academic programs with focus on steel making, manufacturing excellence, steel industry 4.0, steel logistics, and steel global markets. As a building block in the self-reliant India story, JSPL succeeds when India grows. Transforming science into solutions, a tradition that Berthold was already shaped at the beginning of its 70th anniversary. Professor Dr. Rudolf Berthold was the pioneer of non-destructive testing using radioisotopes, X-rays, and other technologies. As a scientist, he researched ever more reliable and sensitive methods of materials testing, which in 1948 set a worldwide milestone in the industrial development of the first radiometric level measuring system. To this day, our passion is to turn scientific progress into developments that reliably ensure the safety of our customers' employees and equipment in the harshest environments and under the most adverse conditions, while minimizing the use of energy and raw materials. We bear this great responsibility together with passion and commitment every day and in 7 locations worldwide. We are focused on the highest quality and our workforce. Each and every one of our employees, from our most experienced to our youngest, is part of a large Berthold family. Together with our customer partners, we develop solutions that reliably control processes, make operations safer, and thus maximize efficiency. We offer solutions that are perfectly tailored to every application, meet every requirement, and satisfy customer needs. We transform science into solutions. We are Berthold.
KIOCL Limited, India's premier pelletizing and pig iron complex. KIOCL Limited, a flagship company under the Ministry of Steel, was established on 2nd April 1976 to mine, beneficiate, and export iron ore concentrates from Kudrem deposits. KIOCL is engaged in the production of iron oxide pellets and foundry-grade pig iron suitable for domestic as well as international markets. The raw material iron ore procured from Bellary region is transported through rail route to its captive railway marshalling yard at the New Mangalore port area. The ore received by rail and ships is stored in two covered storage sheds, each of 2 lakh tons capacity. The iron ore is conveyed to bar mills through silo and bunkers for screening through primary screens, grinding, and filtration. Two of the 3 bar mills are operated at a time in a closed-circuit grinding. Each bar mill is maintained at 250 tons per hour feed rate. The ground slurry is then passed through derrick screens for final separation and pumped to dewatering cyclones. The slurry is then pumped to 2 agitator tanks of 7,500 ton capacity each. The slurry is filtered through vacuum disc filters and also horizontal pressure filters to get filter cake of moisture 11% and 8.5 to 9.5% respectively. The filter cake thus produced is conveyed to the storage shed through a series of conveyors. The filtrate generated during the filtration process is sent to thickener for recovery of water used for various processes. The entire plant operations are controlled through computer control system at port facilities and pellet plant. Additives like bentonite, limestone, and coke are ground at the given ratio or mixed with iron ore filter cakes. The mixed material is then conveyed to the day bins. Day bins will feed mixed material to boiling discs, which are inclined at 47 degree with 7.5 meter diameter. The discs can produce 140 to 160 tons of green pellets per hour. These green balls are screened through primary roller screens and then double-decker roller screen to get correct size of 9 to 16 mm. Unsized pellets are sent back for processing. Correct-sized green pellets are then fed to the furnace, which has a reaction area of 492 square meters. In the furnace, the pellets are gradually fired up to 1320 degrees Celsius to get the desired physical properties like CCS of about 250 kg per pellet. These pellets are screened for correct size before conveyed to the stockyard through conveyor system. The pellet stockyard can accommodate approximately 2.5 lakh tons. The pellets are loaded through a mechanized loading system, which includes boom-type reclaimer and ship loader of the capacity of 6,000 tons per hour. A captive iron ore berth has been provided to handle ships of 65,000 dray ton with loaded draft of 12.5 meter. With the provision of an exclusive berth, waiting time for ships is eliminated. KIOCL has installed a captive power plant consisting of 3 diesel generator sets of 9.36 megawatt capacity each, using furnace oil as fuel at pellet plant, and 7 megawatt captive power plant at blast furnace unit, which uses surplus blast furnace gas. The Pig Iron Complex was commissioned in February 2001 with an annual capacity for production of around 2.16 lakh tons of pig iron. Today, KIOCL is capable of producing pellets. The greenery in and around KIOCL plant is one of the major thrust areas. Greenery is well developed with regular plantations. Water sprinklers have been installed to contain dust. As a socially conscious corporate, KIOCL is actualizing the CSR projects, particularly in the area of education, drinking water, infrastructural needs, community development, women empowerment, public sanitation, and healthcare, etc. KIOCL, building the nation, pellet by pellet.
When India got independence in 1947, it was an era that started with a lot of uncertainty about what lay ahead. During these testing times of a newly independent country, a young, vibrant visionary dreamt of contributing to the progress of a growing nation. It was none other than Shri Madan Lal Ambabhai Patel, establishing MACO in 1968 at Kolkata. In the early days of business, the company was supplying indigenous industrial products in and around Kolkata. In the 1980s, Subhash and Nagesh, the sons of Shri Madan Lal Ambabhai Patel, joined the company to steer MACO towards a prosperous and glorious future, turning their father's vision into reality with major focus on steel industry. In the 90s, MACO for the first time started collaborating with foreign manufacturers to bring cutting-edge technologies to empower the Indian steel industry and bring it at par with the world. But soon, MACO, with its innovative and dynamic approach, diversified its operations in other core sectors like oil and gas, mining, railway, power, access equipment, drives and transmission, machine tools, and projects. These strategic business units representing the core sectors are headed by industry experts and supported by sales and service team. Steel. MACO is supplying various equipment like measuring gauges for rolling mills, bricketing press, welders, marking machines, rolls for rolling mill, scarping machine, and steel shots to ensure quality production in steel plants. MACO's group company Desmet also plays a critical role in the production of quality steel by providing solutions for hot metal desulfurization. MACO provides safety for not only the high-value equipment in the mines, but also the precious lives, maintaining 1,200+ installations of automatic fire suppression systems on earth-moving equipment and providing refuge chambers for underground mines. MACO provides a wide range of critical equipment for the diesel and electric locomotives. Today, with its experienced engineering team, MACO is also providing track maintenance machines and rail welding services. In the oil and gas industry, MACO provides a wide range of products and services like onshore rigs, mud pumps, clutch and brakes, dampeners, and various accessories. We provide services for chartered hiring workover rates and renting of advanced composite mats. Drives and transmission, serving several industries with a single focus to ensure customers' production efficiency and smooth running of plant. Our product offerings are rotatory union, pneumatic clutches and brakes, barrel couplings, cardan shaft, gearbox, shock absorbers, and hydraulic buffers. We were first to introduce aerial work platforms in India, manufactured by GE USA to ensure safety and efficiency at workplace across all industries. Today, we have also forayed into renting of these equipment with service team in yards across the country. Mako and with its EPC company, Sunad Engineering, has successfully executed various turnkey projects across industries in the last decade. Today, Mako, along with its 30+ overseas partners, has been remarkably successful in garnering recognition as one of the leaders, providing best-in-class engineering equipment, project management, installation, commissioning, and after-sales services, all with a clear focus on building New India. Along with this journey, Mako has also entered into joint ventures with 4 foreign companies: Copper, INS, Sibre, Netalog, in the last 50 years, Mako has undergone a complete transformation from being a trading company to now being an end-to-end solution provider with over 500 employees and with a footprint in 4 countries based on its 3 core values: integrity, customer satisfaction, building relationship. Our sustained efforts helped us witness an exponential growth in our clientele. This includes some of the world leaders in the industry. It is because of these valued customers and their faith in our work, Mako has earned many awards and accolades, strengthening our position in the world market. Since its inception, Mako has always taken initiatives towards corporate social responsibilities. Mako.
the world of JSW Steel, where vision, technology, and innovation serve as the driving forces behind the growth on a global scale. Since its inception, JSW Steel has always supported India in its pursuit of self-reliance. JSW Steel, being India's leading steel manufacturer, boasts a strategic manufacturing presence not only in India, but also in Italy and the USA. Moreover, it takes immense pride in its extensive exports to over 100 plus countries across 5 continents. Having rapidly expanded its manufacturing capabilities, JSW Steel has now become India's largest integrated steel manufacturer. Our advanced cutting-edge technology to produce high-quality steel products that meet the needs of our global customers. With a wide range of flat and long products, JSW Steel is renowned for its versatility and reliability as a steel producer. JSW Steel boasts an impressive array of specialized brands in its portfolio. It fosters our active and profound involvement, enabling us to stand as proud partners in the process of nation building, where JSW Steel has emerged as a key collaborator in the journey of making the world a better place. Our relentless pursuit of excellence for over 4 decades has earned us numerous prestigious awards and titles. JSW Steel recognizes the vital role of employees in achieving organizational success. The company is dedicated to cultivating an inclusive and forward-thinking workforce that prioritizes the growth of both the organization and the wider community. Our CSR projects focus on environment, including education, health, and skills, making a meaningful impact on people's lives with warmth and care. Our strategic growth plan aligns with India's increasing steel demand, actively supporting the nation's sustainable development. As a trusted partner in nation building, we uphold a commitment to excellence. We are JSW Steel.
What do you find when you dig deep into the depths of the earth? We found a few rare elements, like commitment, compassion, a passion for perfection, and a vision for a stronger and better tomorrow. That is NMDC. It's not just a pioneering story of one of the world's finest iron ore producers, but a story of leadership with a human touch. From the depths of the earth to the bottom of hearts, NMDC has touched lives all around, creating wealth, building sustainable opportunities, and working towards impacting lives positively. NMDC, harnessing Earth's goodness.
And logistics. The technological processes include a complete range of standard and special equipment integrated with electrics and controlled by automation, mechatronic packages, and Industry 4.0 solutions, which guarantee a high productivity with quality and without interruptions. Using the latest generation remote control systems, the mini long rolling mills guarantees the total assistance at every stage of the project. The after-sales services cover the entire life cycle of the plant, with complete spare parts for the entire vast installed base, project updates, revisions and upgrades, dedicated predictive maintenance programs, operational support, and technical training. 2021, Pamini Long Rolling Mills returns with the awareness of representing the best balance point of quality, reliability over time, and assistance in the hot rolling of long products. Pamini Long Rolling Mills, we enter the future with over 100 years of history.
What does a taking plant look like in your eyes? A fierce burning at 1,000 Celsius degrees? Or the blue sky above sun charging cocoa? We use water with no discharge? Or remote connection currently with the wind? I'll tell you the theory of water. We are the holding subsidiary of UCC, subordinate to China Management Corporation, with 14 global advisors. We are the only state-owned engineering company in China specializing in fields of coating, refractory, and glass. Relying on world-leading technology in coating and refractory with our own intellectual property rights and simple design. We'd like to join us with global companies in which green and intelligent development for a better future. Our sustainable innovation is the future with the time. This is the original impetus for Apple's concentration on the progress in technology and equipment. We have been making unremitting efforts together with you for innovation to take the lead in coating industry. Thanks to our advanced technology and equipment with intellectual property rights, we are leading coating technology of China to the world's forefront by using state-of-the-art, green and efficient coat-making technology and equipment, as well as large capacity intelligent cooling technology. As the first engineering company initiating a project from the state program of technical innovation and winning the first prize of National Science and Technology Project Award, and China's Company Gold Award, we are devoted to solving national strategic tasks, promoting innovation, formulating industry standards, and exploring the future technology. With the idea of propelling development by innovation, we have built up a well-developed R and D system, brought together China's leading experts in areas of coating and refractory, and established national enterprise technology centers, as well as R and D doctrine of basic theory and industrial testing. We have incorporated plans, R and D platforms and patents to expedite the transformation of technical achievements into productivity and extend infinite possibility of digital intelligence together. We keep striving for excellence in tailor-made design to cater for your needs. We keep keeping contact in every detail of each equipment and each process line in open as a journey, and so organized engineering, procurement and construction in an orderly and efficient manner. With digital technology, we are capable of building up and visualize digital twin upon completion of physical product design. Undertaking engineering leading EPC projects for more efficient integration services to build up a management system to the complete industrial chain. With technical expertise at the core, we have stepped up efforts in technology advancement from procurement to construction with superior resources nationwide. We have built an integrated platform for project management and control to provide front office with strong support from headquarters, making full use of visible real-time monitoring for construction. In information and technical upgrades, we have created central center, making all best wishes come into reality within intelligence. We have swiftly built demonstrating green power with high efficiency in China and around the world, promoting Chinese technology and standards to the world, and establishing Chinese brand images worldwide. Lifelong service for customers is what we are committed to your sustainable development. We keep a close eye on technology innovation, engineering perfection, efficient construction, as well as quality operation and maintenance to keep upgrading contract projects. This is our common pursuit for the green and low carbon equipment industry. In the development, a more intelligent life. From cooking and infrastructure to municipal engineering and environmental protection, we feel expanding business in medicine and produce different and most work.
Welcome to the exciting world of global monarch. We are one of the leading international firms in the marketing of industrial raw materials. With an extensive network of manufacturing plants and traders across Asia, Europe, Africa, Australia, and the Americas, along with strategically located offices around the world, Global Monarch provides the highest quality products and services to its clients across the globe. Established in 1978 by Mr. Ashok Sawhney, a veteran of the steel and refractories industry, Global Monarch journey began with the exclusive agency for Magnesita Brazil, Flybrico Europe for refractory materials and technology, Piney Brothers Australia for metallurgical, and Thermocoals from DXP selling to customers such as Bharat Refractories Limited, SAIL, Tata Chemicals, and OCL Refractories in India. Instead, we have steadily expanded and emerged as a trusted partner to some of the world's largest manufacturing companies, offering a wide range of products and services to industries such as iron and steel, refractories, ceramics, cement, aluminium, and glass. At Global Monarch, we cater to most primary and secondary manufacturing industries with our wide range of products that include refractories, steel, metals and alloys, ores and minerals, graphite electrodes, and plastics.
I'm very happy. It's been a wonderful journey. And the big thing is that my children and my grandchildren take control of wherever they go. The only thing that I've always insisted upon is the necessity of being reliable. And I've always said that it's extremely important for all customers to trust us. And one message that I have for customers over there is simply that if there is an issue with the material that we supply to, it is our guarantee, our responsibility to resolve it to your satisfaction, whatever that is. I hope our children and our grandchildren will see the next 50. Thank you very much.
At Global Monarch, we take pride in following fair and ethical business practices, as well as adhering to stringent quality control measures to ensure the supply of the highest standards of products to our customers. Guided by a dynamic and visionary leadership and supported by highly experienced technical and marketing teams with in-depth knowledge, Global Monarch has firmly established itself as an internationally recognized and reputed brand. Today, as we strive towards the future with confidence and hope, we remain committed towards ensuring long-term satisfaction for our partners around the world.
In 2021, Hudney Long Rolling Mills returns with its centuries-old experience in hot rolling mills for long products. The Hudney brand has always represented the best in the sector and has given life to true icons, such as the red ring housingless rolling stands, which quickly became a world reference, soon imitated by competitors. Entering Pomini Long Rolling Mills unveils a human engineering and manufacturing heritage, showing skills which integrated and evolved over the last 3 decades with the technical and management experiences acquired by leading groups such as Teplint, First Alpine, Industry and Lagenbau, and Siemens. Pomini Long Rolling Mills returns as the most reliable partner for quality and knowledge in the field of long products rolling. Complete rolling plants and product solutions for steel products such as bars, sections and rails, wire rod for all metallurgical grades, from reinforcing bars to special steels, stainless steels, titanium and super alloys. Pomini Long Rolling Mills dominates a solid knowledge in all the specialities of steel plant engineering, complemented by strong structures of project management, site activities, procurement, and logistics. The technological processes include a complete range of standard and special equipment integrated with electrics and controlled by automation, mechatronic packages, and Industry 4.0 solutions, which guarantee a high productivity with quality and without interruptions. Using the latest generation remote control systems, Pomini Long Rolling Mills guarantees the total assistance at every stage of the project. The after-sales services cover the entire life cycle of the plant, with complete spare parts for the entire vast installed base, project updates, revisions and upgrades, dedicated predictive maintenance programs, operational support, and technical training. 2021, Pomini Long Rolling Mills returns with the awareness of representing the best balance point of quality, reliability over time, and assistance in the hot rolling of long products. Pomini Long Rolling Mills, we enter the future with over 100 years of history.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are running 2 hours. The train is running 2 hours late. So the only thing I can do is apologize for the delay which started in the morning and got delayed one after another. Nevertheless, we have to get going. And what looks like as of now, we may have to go straight to dinner when the session ends. So till dinner, let's get going. Beginning, I would request you to take over. Our session chairman for this afternoon is Professor Argho Mojumdar. Arghodai, are you here? Okay. So, Bigani, you take over and take us through the afternoon session. We have how many presentations do we have, Bigani? Yeah, 8 presentations and it's 4:45. So 8 divided by 15 minutes into 8. That's roughly 120, 2 hours. Orgoda, please come and take the dais. Professor Argo Majumdar, Kaji Nazrul University, is going to chair this session. And we have 8 presentations non-stop. So 2 hours, which means over the 2 hours, you have to finish 8 presentations non-stop. In between, if you feel like having tea or coffee, you can go and fetch it, your tea and coffee, and continue. We are not going to break for tea. It is going to be 2 hours non-stop. So over to the session chairman, Professor Argo Majumdar, and Bigani, you can announce the speakers. Yeah. And Orgoda, you can explain to Orgoda, invite the speakers one by one. Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. This is Bigyani, your host for next few hours. So without wasting any time, let's go straight to our presentators. The presentations are from it's from Danili, Mr. Shantanu Rudra, Senior General Manager. May I have Mr. Shantanu Rudra on the stage? Next, I would like to call Mr. Albert from Berthold Technology. Mr. Albert, can we have you on stage from Berthold Technology for your presentation? Next, I would like to call Mr. Sanjay Das Gupta, Vice President, India and Asia Pacific SMS Group, for his presentation. Mr. Sanjay Das Gupta, can we have you on stage? Next, I would like to invite Mr. Varun Jindal, MD Dev Energy, for his presentation. Mr. Jindal, can we have you on stage? And next, we have Mr. Das, Mr. Kaushik Das from RHI Magnesita. Mr. Das, can we have you on dice for your presentation? Mr. Das from RHI Magnesita, Mr. Kaushik Das Gupta. Mr. Kaushik Das Gupta, if you could hear me. From RHI Magnesita. Oh, he's here on the dice. Das Gupta, yeah. I was saying that only. Next, we would like to invite Mr. Federico from Pomini. Mr. Federico from Pomini. Yeah, that is it for this technical session down. Now, the mic is over. No, sir, I think this is for technical session 2. For 3 video. Yeah, one is pending. 7, sir. 7. I think, then let me recall the names. Mr. Shantanu Rudra from the Navy. He's there. Mr. Albert from Berkeley. He's there. Mr. Sanjay Das Gupta from SMS. Mr. Varun Jindal from Dev Energy. Okay. Mr. Kaushik Das Gupta from RHI. And Mr. Federico from Pomini. 6 presentations. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Nirmala, for giving me the opportunity chairing the session. I think everybody has given the time of 15 minutes. I will not
go into details of, how the fittings will be broken. There will not be any question and answer session. I'll give them all the speakers 13 minutes and then 2 minutes for giving the summary of whatever we have spoken. So I would like to call upon, I think I have talked with Mr. Santanu Gudra. He was in the hurry, so I will not take his time. Please, the story, this stage is yours. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank Mr. Nirmala Mukherjee for calling Danieli to teach the paper. in this, So today we have one paper on flat, and tomorrow my colleague Abhishek Bhattu will give another paper on more. So I just want to mention that this presentation will be based on flat. It is related to thin slab casting rolling technology. Everybody aware of this technology. But nowadays we cannot tell it thin slab. It is now medium slab technology, because in 90s when it was started, it was 50, 40, even 40, 50, 60 millimeter slab thickness we rolled, and accordingly HRC coil was produced. But nowadays we are thinking, we already sold 140 slab thickness, and now we are thinking about 160 and 170 slab thickness. So, why you will go for this thin slab casting rolling technology with Danieli? Okay, we have three market leaders in worldwide, FMS, Pymetal, and Danieli. But why you will go for Danieli for this thin slab casting rolling technology? First, the market challenges, because actually we have designed our thin slab casting rolling technology in such a manner that for the tier 2 to tier 1 customer also can get that technical advantage by getting this mill from our side, because we can give you from 1 million ton HRC production to 4 million ton HRC production by single caster. And if we use two stand caster, then we can produce about 5 million ton HRC coil from this technology. Then market demand and flexibility, because nowadays you can produce all kind of grades in you can say that thin slab casting rolling technology. Also, it is environmental and cost effective, because for putting a conventional hot strip mill to conventional slab caster and lating furnace, it will cost more, and also OPEX is also too high. But if you put this thin slab casting rolling technology, which can give you up to 5 million ton production, and nowadays you can get all kind of grades from this technology, from API X80 to automotive export grade also. And the major thing is that high quality product, because if you use the endless technology, then you will get always the tight geometrical tolerances. And for that, our technology is best nowadays in the market, because there are two concepts in thin slab casting rolling technology. One is coil to coil, and one is endless mode. And another is in between, there is mode is called semi-endless mode. So what is coil to coil mode? That I want to the time is very short, so I just first want to see the video so that it will be clear to you. So what is coil to coil mode? Because I told you that coil to coil means one slab is equal to one coil.
because pendulum shear is cutting the slabs while coming from the caster, and that caster, that slab will make one coil. That is called coil-to-coil mode. So this is very simple, and it was from 80s. This technology, 85, this technology was proven, and it was already in world market. And in India also, you have seen some technology about this coil-to-coil technology, and that time the slab thickness was 30 to 50 millimeter slab thickness. But generally, every time the technology R&D is going on and invention is going on, and we came to semi-endless mode. Then semi-endless mode is that whatever the your tunnel furnace is there, that in that length for tunnel furnace, one mother slab will be cutted by pendulum shear, and from that slab we will produce 3 or 4 coils. You can see that from one mother slab, there are 3 coils will be produced. So in this mode, you can produce up to even 1.2 millimeter thickness also, because your first one coil will be maybe 1.5, then step by step we go to 1.4, then 1.2, then again 1.4, like that semi-endless mode is working from one mother slab. And then the endless mode. That is endless mode is that whatever the mass flow is there in the ladle and from the down coiler, it will same. Until and unless the ladle is empty, the coil will be produced, and before down coiler there is a high speed shear which will cut that strips, and accordingly the down coiler will make the coil. This is the endless mode. So 3 modes are there for this thin slab casting rolling technology, and these 3 modes you can get only in Danieli solution in a single mill, because that mill is running in Shaogang, Jintang, already China for last 3 years, where coil-to-coil mode, semi-endless mode, and endless mode. 3 options are working in a single mill. No one mill can produce till today this kind of thing. Then that means coil-to-coil, semi-endless, and endless. And after getting that success in Shaogang, Jintang, we already sold another 3 mills in the world. One is Nucor, West Virginia. Second one is China, Yukon, that is already commissioned last month. And third one is Evraz, Russia, but due to war, that plant is now stopped. But other 2 already one started last month, and another one will be commissioned next year, January or February, that is Nucor, West Virginia. So now I am going to my that previous slide, that why you will go for this technology, because this technology is in somehow you will get from lower thickness to higher thickness in a mill. Means conventional hot strip mill cannot produce below 1.8. Okay, 1.6, 1.4 we talked about, but it is once in a blue moon, but not commercial volume wise. That's what from conventional hot strip mill we generally produce 1.8 millimeter strip thickness. But this thin slab casting rolling we can produce from 0.8 to 25.4. Even we can think about 30 millimeter also. So this technology, you can see that whatever the market extra price you will get when you will go for the thinner gauge, and also when you will go for the thicker gauge for the API grade. So here you can see that below 2 and 2 millimeter, everything you will give you the extra market price. And also now you can see that in this technology, you can produce also advanced high strength steel HSS grade. That also you can produce, and that used in the you can say that non-export auto body grade that you can produce, and also auto body export grade also we are now thinking about that, and for that we have already signed a MOU with Nucor, West Virginia, that which will be commissioned in next year, that we will produce there first of the TSCR mill in worldwide, which will produce later on that auto body exposed grade. And for that we have to use some extra items that we will mutually discuss when the mill will be commissioned, Nucor, West Virginia. So this electrical steel, now that electrical steel in conventional hot strip mill, you cannot produce below 2.6 millimeter conventional hot strip mill, that silicon grade, maybe 2.4 sometimes. But in silicon gate that in QSCR gate means QSP, you can produce up to 2 millimeter, 2.1, even sometimes you can go for 1.8 millimeter also, that electrical steel. So that you can see that market extra price for different grades, you can see in this my slide that in euro per ton, how much you will get from the market. And also that today morning, everybody is discussing about our global carbon emission. So this is already showed in, you can say that our this first of presentation. Here also you can say that by putting this thin slab casting rolling, also you can reduce the carbon emission little bit, because you do not have to go for the big reheating furnace. Also, you do not have the slab caster that you can say that whatever the your water loss and other things that they are in conventional slab caster, that is not in thin slab casting rolling. As well as electrical power for hot strip mill also you can reduce, since we are rolling from the slab to coil. So that's why that carbon emission also for this kind of mill is much lower than conventional hot strip mill and slab caster. So, okay, I'm leaving this. Now that proven, why I am telling, why we are confident about this technology, because this is a proven concept. In Shagang Jingdang for last 3 years, that mill was actually technical production productivity is 2.1 million ton, but for the time being they are producing 2.3 million ton if I calculate monthly basis, and 90% of the product they are producing below 2 millimeter and up to 0.8 millimeter, because they have the conventional hot strip mill. They are producing thicker gates in the conventional hot strip mill, and this our QSP due, we call it DUE, since it can manufacture in both way, coil to coil mode and endless mode. We called it DUE. DUE means in Italy it is two. So two process you can get from one single line. That's why you call it QSP DUE. So this is already proven, because this is full endless, coil to coil and semi endless, our Shagang Jingdang plant, and also now Yukon, China. That is the world highest productivity thin slab casting rolling plant, which is commissioned just now in January. It is around near about 5 million ton with two casting stand. Then thermomechanical process you can get from this process, because like conventional hot strip mill, we have also kept gap between roughing mill and finishing mill to recrystallize the transfer bar accordingly, and also to cool down and then again rolling for TMT grade. Then dynamic width and thickness change, that also we can produce. We have this one by using the edger. And total flexibility means you can go for the coil to coil mode, you can go for the endless mode, or you can go for the semi endless mode. So these are the 3 modes I have shown you in the video. Now I have the pictorial view. You can see that what is the difference between 3 modes. So this already I have shown you.
You have
So,
2 more minutes.
Okay. So okay, I will not take some more time, because this QSP due plant, you can see the layout that we have 3-point descaling. This is not you will not get in other area also. That we have 150 bar pressure because since this slab thickness, slab temperature is very high, and it is that your core is very soft. So that's why we are using 50 bar descaling system. And after that, before roughing and before finishing, that the descaling pressure will be around 400 bar. And after that, we have that high speed shear and then downcoiler for the endless process. So these are the our you can say that latest reference, where Ebraj and Nucor Virgin is under commissioning and all are operating now. So Yukon, SDJT, these are endless, means DUE plant. Both operation you will get, and when this Ebraj and Nucor will be ready, then 4 mill worldwide that is going all 3 modes.
So one video just I want to show this, and after that I will complete this today.
I think connection is being lost. One second, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, laptop working. Yes, I'm giving that. Oh, my video is not working. Yeah.
I think I'm afraid I cannot wait until more than 15 minutes. You need to
Okay.
complete.
Okay.
Without the video,
Okay. Then I have to complete. So I think this is I want to show that
the prediction is also not working.
yeah. Yeah. So this is the plant in India, NMDC. You can see this NMDC plant already working. So this plant we have built for this thin slab casting rolling, and this is 1650 width, and with two caster, it can produce up to 2.95 million ton. And nowadays, with two caster, we can go up to 5 million ton. 1650 width, and nowadays we can go 1600 width, we can go up to 5 million ton. So this is the very old technology, what 2010 we have given. And now the technology, always upgraded. And accordingly, now we can produce 5 million ton with two caster, whatever is there in NMDC. So, okay, thank you everybody for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So without much ado, I will call Mr. Federico from Ramini, because he has to leave early, I think. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon to everybody. In this evening session, we are going to present cutting-edge solution by Pominio long rolling mill for special steel production. Next. Okay. We will see a special rolling mills layout, special equipment, and know-how applied to special plant. Before starting by introducing you equipment and plant, I would like to recap which are the main features that this kind of plant must have. This morning we discussed about maximum speed about the plant. Let me say that in this case, the speed is the last point we have to take care. For this kind of plant, the most important feature we have to take care is the flexibility. Flexibility because this plant has to produce a wide range of a small lot of wide range of product in terms of size and in terms of material. Second point is quality and consistency. Obviously, the rolling of this in this mill has to be defect-free and cobble-free. We are speaking about very costly material, and we have to avoid any kind of scrap and also any kind of stoppages. How to do this? For sure, we need an high process know-how in order to design special equipment. And for sure, we need also equipment that are modular in order to be able to upgrade in a progressive way the mill existing or new. Offline heat treatment are required and they are very costly. So if we can manage the heat treatment wherever is possible in line, we will benefit in terms of cost and time. Next. Okay, we start with the first equipment we find in this kind of plant, that is the wrapping mill. Wrapping mill is a core part of this plant, as this equipment has to be able to perform an high reduction on the product in order to obtain the proper metallurgical features on the final product. But it has also to have the flexibility, and I repeat the terms of flexibility that is very important in this plant, to produce and to finish also some product. This will benefit the mill in order to save downtimes. Our system can be configured in several configuration. We can have 1, 2, or up to 5 stands in horizontal, vertical configuration. This kind of stand can be housingless or housing type, fixed or sliding stand. Just to give you an example, I have reported here some picture coming from our installation. The first one is in Viraji in India, producing stainless steel. It is an housingless sliding stand. In this case, we can produce a finishing product and feedstock for the next continuous mill. This giving good flexibility to the plant. The next one is an application, an installation in JSW. Here we have a configuration composed by 2 housing sliding stands, horizontal and vertical configuration. And then we have 2 types of housing stands. The first is for Hyundai mill, is a fixed type. And the second is for another important mill in Italy for special steel production, where we have an housing stand, in this case sliding. This is the biggest housing sliding stand we have in the portfolio. Another equipment I want to introduce you this evening is the sizing group. Sizing group is a series of equipment placed in the last portion of the mill, and with the purpose to achieve a very tight tolerance in the finishing product. In Pomini, we have a flexible solution. We can, in this case, have several configurations with 2, 3, or even 4 stands in horizontal and vertical configuration. It is a very flexible system. We can produce a wide range of product and material, flat, hexagon, round, and square as well. And is combined with a quick change device in order to reduce the downtime. What is important for this kind of stand is the digital automation control. In this case, we can apply the continuous gap adjustment. What does it mean? During rolling and with the measurement we relieve from a dedicated system, we can apply an adjustment on the gap and guarantee a continuous achievement of the tolerance. Here is an example of application of our sizing group. Here we are showing a large bar mill of Hyundai. This mill is able to produce 1 million ton per year with a future provision to an upgrade of 1.5 million tons. Able to produce special grades in the range of 80 to 350 rounds and square 85 to 180. The mill is composed by a breakdown mill plus a continuous mill of 6 stands, 3 housing less plus 3 sizing. Here is a picture of our sizing stand. It is a very rigid stand in order to guarantee tight tolerance. And in the right side, we have a sketch of the mechanism where we can see the particular system to hydraulically preload the stand and be able to guarantee the continuous adjustment of the setting during the rolling. Just an example reported on the left is the tolerances we could get in this plant, and in some cases we were close to 1/6. And here an evolution that our research department design is the evolution for the sizing group, for the conventional sizing group. In this case, we have a particular system that is composed by 2 portions. The first part is consisting in 2 stands with the 2 rows, and the second part of the system is composed by 3 stands with 4 rings. What is the purpose of this concept? The first portion, the first part with the 2 stands too high, is to perform a high reduction on the product, giving the requested metallurgical feature and homogeneity on the material, and allowing to have a single family optimization along the mill. This giving you a benefit to have a shorter downtime for the chain. While the second portion with 4 rings is giving you a benefit to have what is called zero spread. With this particular feature, we are able to obtain the tight tolerance. So we have 2 portions. The first one is to play and to obtain the right metallurgical features, while the second portion is to obtain the tight tolerance that is requested.
And after you have got another 2 minutes. Please.
Okay, let's go ahead with another particular equipment. We have that Pomini as in its portfolio. It is called plate rolling block. This equipment is able to produce with a very tight tolerance, and you can see the result we obtained in a boiler for flat products. It is a complete automatic system, so guide gapping is automatically adjusted, and it is usually utilized in flexible and multi-line mill. We can see an example of the layout in the top right of this slide, where we see several production lines. And what is the purpose of this? When we are setting one part of the mill, we can roll with the other part. So it is very important to have as much flexibility as possible and equipment that can perform the rolling in an automatic way. Another important equipment that this kind of plant has to have is the cooling system. We have a family that we call the Hydra system, is consisting in a cooling device with air mist tools and flexible to process several kinds of material and several kinds of profiles. This is the attention and the models we developed in order to achieve the final result. We are considering all the metallurgical, mechanical, and thermal models, by also some synergies with very important partners. Here
Excuse me.
some
You need to-
examples, some application for round, section, and flats.
You need to complete them.
Another one that is the quench loop, let me say thermomechanical application applied in a mill where the space is not available or where the product mix in terms of material is very wide. So you have material where thermomechanical process is requested or other material that request to be rolled at hot temperature. Other inline treatment we applied in our plant. Here we are seeing some application for solubilization, for wire rod line and bar in coil. And the same can be applied.
Excuse me, sir, you have to complete.
For straight bar.
You have taken already 17 minutes.
Okay.
You have been allotted only 15 minutes, please. Please.
Okay, another case of integration of process in the finishing area where we have a big flexibility in these cases, and especially we integrated all the pickling process with the shot blasting in a line for the production of section in stainless steel. Some picture of the system. Here just an example. This is an extreme application of flexible mill. This is not this is a sketch, but a real layout that we have applied in Austria. And you see,
sir, please.
Okay.
I think you have to stop now. Please.
Okay, let's conclude that all these particular features as also to be managed with a particular control. So we have also a lot of tools that are able to manage with the digital automation. Just some reference, we're speaking about quite 40 reference installation for this kind of mill, and 6 of them are in India covering different typology of material, shape, and mill configuration. Okay, thank you for the attention.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Albert Rothbach, Global Product Manager, Patrol Technologies. Sir, please stick to your time. You have been given only 15 minutes. And I will allow up to 30 minutes, then I'll give a bang. And then you have to close it by 15 minutes. Please, sir.
Yes, hello everyone. My name is Albert Roodvalk. I work for a company called Berkeley Technologies. Maybe some of you have heard about it. No one. Okay. It's a German company. Thanks, sir. And today I'm going to present for you how you can optimize a radiometric low-level measurement system. So now we're going down to the basics really. How you control your low level and doing continuous casting. Yes, as I said, I work for a company called Berthold. It's a family-owned company, German company based in the south of Germany, and it's founded in 1949. And yeah, we are very proud of being a German high-quality company and delivering products to many different industries and, of course, to the steel industry. As I said, we have the headquarter in Germany, but we also have affiliates and representatives over the world. And here in China, we also have a water company, Berthold India. So I will talk to you about radiometric mold level measurement. And such a system actually consists of three main parts. There is a source, there's a detector, and also in between there is some steel where you would like to measure the steel level. And the detector is detecting radiation, and the radiation is a bit attenuated from the source. Attenuated by the steel, and from the detector, the signal goes to a radiation unit. And this principle is used in most steel plants in India, especially for formats like the electronics. As I said, the detector is sensing radiation, and when the steel is rising inside the mold, there is less radiation hitting the detector from the radioactive source. And this signal goes to evaluation unit, and that in turn goes to the control system. And the control system is controlling the stopper rods and controlling how much steel that comes into the mold. Since this is a radiometric based system, it's actually it has a statistical variation because you don't know when a gamma decay will come or not. So in this, that's because that means that the system has some built-in noise in the background. So to able to handle that, we will have to have the signal being mean valued with it. And the formula for that looks like this. Sorry for the very mathematical expression here, but it's pretty easy here. What I would like to say with this is that the more counts you have, the stronger source you have, the better your accuracy will be. And it's the same goes for the time constant. If you make a time constant a little bit longer, your average time, you will also have a more smoother mold level signal. Of course, that will then you will lose some of the response time if you have a big time constant. And such a system is, as I said, based on statistical variations, and that means that the mold level measurement will be distributed over a normal distribution curve. And as I said, the more counts you have, the stronger source, the better your mold level measurement system will be more accurate. And there are ways to improve your mold level measurement systems. And I was in India like 6 months ago and went around to different steel plants. And I saw there were in some places some room for improvement. So I thought it was pretty good to come here and tell you guys what you could do to improve your performance. One thing you do is actually using more than 2 points calibration. This is normal what happens in a steel plant. You make a full calibration and empty calibration, and you have a straight line between full and empty mold. What you could do is actually adding an extra point on your casting level that will increase your measurement performance. And another thing you should be aware of is that the radiometric system is sensitive towards mold powder, since mold powder is attenuating radiation. Also, mold powder will be a little bit will influence the mold level, level measurement inside the mold. But if you use a source of cobalt, you will have less effect than if you were using cesium. So we from Berthold always recommend using a cesium 60 source. And also recent developments that we have done together with Esme Concast, we can now offer a detector that is measuring the steel level and the true powder level in the mold at the same time continuously. This detector is called ConGauge. So far, we don't have so many installations no installation of that in India, but in many other parts of the world. And also the mold is oscillating. Most of you know that. And since the mold is oscillating, this could also affect the mold level signal. But what we have done lately is that we have added filters, so you can actually filter out the mold oscillation. So just by starting this filter, you will get a much smoother mold level signal, which means that you will have a better, usually means that you will get a better surface quality. And in many modern clusters, there are steers and brakes. And steers or brakes, they have a lot of very strong electromagnetic fields. Many low-level systems, they are battling to handle strong electromagnetic fields. We are not doing that anymore because we have detectors that are based on something silicon photomultipliers. And silicon photomultipliers, they are not sensitive towards electromagnetic fields. So whenever there is a steel plant that's upgrading from an old traditional detector, upgrading from adding steerers, we have detectors that can handle those fields. And this is a picture from an old castle layout. As you can see here, the red arrows are indicating the direction of the sources, the radioactive sources here, and they are actually facing each other. And this is not a great thing because then if they are facing each other, there will be a lot of radiation coming to the detectors from different sides. That means they have crosstalk between the different lines. So what you can do to minimize this, that would be to add some shielding material between the lines and the strands, so you don't get crosstalk. Another thing that I've seen many times is that the submerged entry nozzle, the SEN comes into play. It comes in the middle of the mold, as it should, but then the layout of the caster is a bit strange. So actually the SEN comes in the beam path of radiation. That leads to that we lose some accuracy on the mold measurement system. So by having a very good layout from the beginning, you can mitigate this, and then the SCN will not have any effect on the measurement. And the last thing that you should be aware of is that usually two different isotopes being used for mold level measurement system. One is cesium, one is cobalt. But cobalt has a lot of benefits. And that's why we always use cobalt, because it's better in many different ways. It handles the powder much better. It can also have a much more linear calibration curve. And just to conclude what I said, I would argue that radiometric mold level measurement is still a very it's the dominating measurement technology for all small format molds globally. We have more than 3,000 installations of strands around the world. And if you make a proper calibration, you will get a very good accuracy. And there are easy ways to minimize influence from different other sources, if you know how to handle them, like the steerers, like the powder. And if you have steerers, you should go with detectors that are silicon photomultiplier based, and Berthold is the only supplier that can offer such detectors. And the last one is that cobalt is the preferred source for mold level measurement, for the mold level measurement application. Thank you, gentlemen. And if you have any questions, you're free to ask me afterwards, give me a call, or send me an email. And thank you much for your attention.
I think Albert should get a big round of applause for completing his presentation within 13 minutes. Thank you. Without much ado, may I call upon Sanjay Dasgupta Vice President Sales and Marketing, India and Asia Pacific, SMS Group. Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. So choosing the right path towards carbon neutrality, this is the topic today. Ours is one of the most polluting industries. You can, the picture suggests. And this is the list of all those industries who contributes lion's share in the CO2 emission in the world. And where do we stand? We stand here. Contribute 8% of the total CO2 emissions in the world. On the other hand, you see there are geopolitical pressures and each and every country is announcing their net zero targets. You see Thailand, one of Asia country, has announced 2065. Indonesia, 2060. Vietnam, 2050. Malaysia, 2050. India, 2070. So there seems to be a gap existing between what is required to be done and the target. So how can it be done? That is a moot question. Now, steel making is done through several routes. One is the electric route. Electric route can be via scrap, can be via a combination of scrap and DRI, like the second route suggests. Or it can be via oxygen route to iron ore, blast furnace, and now, which is the right pathway production of steel? There are, various factors which affect it, like the raw material dynamics, like the energy cost, like the government policies. It's a very complex question that what is the right pathway? Now, this slide shows, the world steel production and the share of the oxygen route and the electric route. And if you see, still the oxygen route dominates the world. You see Europe, it still dominates. In China, it dominates. If you consider Asia only, the very mature market, or the developed market in Asia, Japan, Korea, Taiwan, still BOF is on the higher side, but they are fast changing. They are fast graduating from an oxygen-based steelmaking to an electric-based steelmaking. But India is a growth market, and we see less possibility of this graduation. Rather, in India, the oxygen steelmaking is bound to increase at least in 2030, as we are in a nation building. Southeast Asia, if you see, Southeast Asia is predominantly an EAF-based market, scrap EAF-based market. But there are big projects announced, as I told in the morning session. There are projects announced to the tune of 70 million tons, and those are all of BOF projects, mega projects. Majority of them funded by the Chinese investors. So this will again change the entire equation of Southeast Asia. So while other major regions will drastically reduce the CO2 thanks to the investment in green steel, transition to green steel and reduced capacity, India will increase oxygen steel making. India future shows increase in oxygen route at least till 2030. India has far, crossed 200 million equivalent. And Southeast Asia, if all these projects which are announced are really realized, then Southeast Asia will also come into a similar situation. Southeast Asia will also exceed, this oxygen steel making will far overtake the electric making. And, they will also very soon touch the 200 million ton carbon equivalent. So the ratio of oxygen and electric steel making is to only increase in India and the ASEAN. So there is a need of green steel technology to carve this rapid oxygen. A gap exists between what we call as gray steel and what is green steel. And there are thousands of variables in between. Now, we at SMS Group, our prime target is de-risking your transition from gray steel to green steel. How? See, there are many technologies on the table. Many technologies on the table. There are technologies for the new plant. There are technologies for the existing plant. You know, choosing the best fit technology for your plant depends on many, many factors which are we can mention. There are different types of technology. There are transformative technology, which is the disruptive innovation. Then there are incremental technologies. Incremental technologies, they help in reducing the CO2 footprint step by step. And there is, of course, digital service and technology, which, monitors and, reduce the efficiency, increase the efficiency and measures, of course. So some of the examples of this transformative technology are, this is one of our reference in Boden, Sweden. The plant is called H2 Green Steel. This is a complete green hydrogen-based direct reduction plant with it. Yeah, with the EAF and with the downstream thin slab casting and rolling. We call it CSP. This plant is located at a place where hydel energy Hello. Yeah. This plant is located at a region where hydel electricity is easily available and very, very cheap. Even the tunnel furnace is powered by electricity. So this is a plant that will come in two phases. The first phase is 2.5 million tons. The second phase, another 2.5 million tons will be added. It will be a total of 5 million tons. And the first phase will start operating in 2025. And this is a plant which will ensure 95% less CO2 emission than a conventional BFBO. The second example of this transformative technology or disruptive innovation is the Thyssenkrupp plant in Germany. This is an existing plant where they are going to substitute the blast furnace with a DRI module. The DRI module, which is hydrogen ready, which is ready to accept low-grade iron ore and produce DRI, which will be further melted into an open bath furnace and processed in a BOF. This plant will come into operation in 2026. The capacity is 2.5 million tons. And this ensures 60% reduction in CO2 from the existing blast furnace. Then coming to the next type of technology, which is the incremental technology, which is the technology which we suggest for the Indian market, is a stepwise reduction of CO2 emission. The first step is the step of converting an existing blast furnace to a new blast furnace. How? By injecting the auxiliary fuels like coke gas, natural gas, hydrogen, syngas into the fuel. And while doing that, we reduce the coke rate. And when we reduce the coke rate, we also reduce, we also ensure decreased gas generation in the Bosch level. It boosts up the productivity. So not only does it ensure a CO2 emission reduction of 28%, but it also boosts the production of the productivity of the blast. So this can be applied to an existing blast furnace. This can be applied to a new blast furnace. There are 5 references which are operating worldwide now, and many in execution. Step 2 can be conversion of blast furnace such that PCI is replaced by reformed syngas. Hot blast is replaced by electrically assisted plasma torch.
We call it easy melt. And this will ensure 60% reduction of direct CO2. And this technology will be in operation in a few years in Tata Steel. That will be our first trial for this. This is the signing ceremony with the Tata Steel team. So comparing these three type of technologies, one is H2GS, which ensures 90% emission reduction. Another is ThyssenKrupp, 60% emission reduction. Another is Tata Steel, 60% emission reduction. There are different, driving factors for each of these projects. The first project, H2GS, the major driving factor was the easy availability of green energy, the easy availability of fossil-free electricity, and easy availability of green hydrogen, which will be made available very soon. The driving force of ThyssenKrupp was a huge government subsidy development. And for Tata Steel, it is, the political drive, the net zero policy. So there are also technologies available to reduce the carbon footprints from existing EAFs. I will not go into the details of the technology. I'll skip it. The organizer is already looking at his work, so I'll skip further. Finally, the digital service is the measuring and monitoring of carbon footprint. It's also necessary to measure. So it's not by estimates or average. Necessary is by direct and indirect measurements. Main challenge is tracking of scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions from operation, energy, and utility, and supply chain. We have an integrated solution which tracks scope 1, 2, 3 emissions, carbon tracking in detail up to each production order at each processor, at each process step, and in real time. What are the benefits? It will add value to the products by issuing energy or CO2 equivalent certificate. One is shown on the right-hand side. Individually for each slab, each coil, each tube, and provide the customer and the general public with an additional level of transparency and governance over carbon emissions. Finally, choosing the right pathways for steel making. There is a need of green steel technology to curb the rapid rise of green steel making. Goes without saying. SMS Group can provide a variety of decarbonization technologies from large, small-scale projects. Your choice of technology depends largely on the raw materials which you have, the energy you have, and the cost of energy you have. There are digital solutions which will empower you to track, monitor, and improve CO2 efficiency across the entire process. So choose the right partner and begin your long journey for green transformation. SMS Group has a history of 150 years with the industry and can be a reliable partner for this green transformation. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanjay. You have taken 13 minutes. Big round of applause for him also. So our next speaker is Prashant Deshmane from Dev Energy, and his topic is coal gasification and purification. Please stick to 15 minutes only.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am Prashant Deshmane. Our MD is Varun Kumar Jindal Purandeki. So I'll be representing him on behalf of Dev Energy. Before we start with the presentation, we would like to just start with two national missions we are looking at. One is steel industry is going from 127 million ton per annum to 300 million ton by 2030. And second is 100 million ton by 2030 coal gasification. Now, why this is important? We are saying this is not only going to cater to growth of steel industry, but also this is going to deliver
natural gas or LNG import independence to India, which will be the direction for becoming the third largest economy with a blooming infrastructure and as well as energy segment for India overall. I'm sure all of the stakeholders here are doing this journey together and we'll be looking forward to be part of it. Wave energy, as some of you might be knowing, but we have dedicated ourselves to coal gasification for more than 23 years present. We have been doing turnkey projects as a end-to-end solution provider. Now, this journey started in 2003, and we have been doing this for further long-term with the strategy of introducing a new product which will cater to fuel as well as DRI steel making in the industry. Now, how we did this? First is that we did partner with our Chinese, first Chinese partner with UTech, and we started with a small scale plant which are generating coal and making coal gas as a fuel to replace expensive fuel oil. So there is not only energy independence, but there is a good cost reduction as a value bringing to our end users of this product. Now, I would just like to walk you through our journey. Every time we are starving for how we can do better than yesterday. Now, here what we have done is that we started with a single stage gasifier, which is basically having certain amount of emissions. But then we moved on how we can do better to reduce the emissions, be more environmental conscious. Then after that, we also did the energy optimization, which is basically you can see third from left double stage cold gasifier solution. This is our latest technology for the fuel application. But going forward, we are taking to the next stage by introducing circulating fluidized bed gasification system. This has been very successful. As everybody knows, China is the world leader in gasification production. And we have partnered with coal supplier like Coal India to work on together how we can develop Indianized solution. And that's very important because India is basically having high ash coal. And we are the fourth largest coal reserves in India, in world. And that gives us very much opportunity to grow this technology based on the Indian technology development. Now, instead of reinventing the field, what we are doing is that we are partnering with China, who is doing this for many years and mastered this technology. We will be doing engineering from our partners, and we will get this done by proven track record, which is more important for commercial scale planning. These are the actual plant photographs of basically where we are using this, bringing this technology to India, also targeting 60 to 70% make in India. So the major vessels, major tanks, everything will be done in India, whereas only some proprietary items will be out there. But in the long term, we are targeting to take it to 90 to 95%. This is one of the earlier stage what we saw, a single stage gasifier. And this was done earlier in one of these plants which are actual India plant, where we have implemented this technology. And what we have done is that the latest product offering and many of these projects are ongoing as well as well established. As of today, more than 300 gasifiers on Wave energy technology are operating, which is not a small number. And where in this technology, optimization was always our drive to do this, how we can do in a way so that we can improve not only process, but make it useful to our end user to help them reduce their operation cost. Now, how we have done is that we discussed about reduction of tar like phenolic water. We have also developed our own intellectual property to recycle this phenolic water system so that there is no smell odor issue and so that we can always minimize the water discharge from the plant. This is the actual operating plant. Mildera is one of the prestige customers. And what we are doing here is that showing you actual photograph of plant. So we always believe in doing it first instead of coming with only theoretical solution. Now this is one of the biggest plants we have done, 10 gasifiers. Now, as we discussed, this is what we talked about what we have done so far. Now, why now we are moving to the next launch of project or plot or the plan to bring this circulating fluid bed technology. This is a very useful technology and it is very much in the context of high ash coal which we find in India. This is very important to know that this technology does not have any proprietary terms or license fee. Usually otherwise it would have costed large amount of money to pay the license. If we compare our last technology, double stage versus the new technology, here there is a big advantage of no requirement of any discharge data. And that can be seen that no effluent coming from there. A simple process here. Now I'll just talk about our new partner, Hongtai. Hongtai is our partner. In this, we are doing this for the fuel gas certificate. These are the actual plants in China which are operating. And I'm running through the slides so that you get the actual picture of the plant operation. We are also introducing a product line for the DRI application. Why I'm running through this slide so that I can come to the final message that we want to consider for this presentation. Here we are doing this project and why it is important. We will be interested to know from you what are the requirements. So thank you very much.
Thank you. You have completed within 8 minutes. A big round of applause for you. Last but not the least, next speaker is Kaushik Dasgupta, RHI Manufacturing. And his topic is a brief insight into lateral operation from refractory perspective into ALTO2 deficiency.
Hello. Good afternoon or sort of good evening rather. I'm Kaushik Dasgupta, Associate Vice President in Metallurgical Solution at RHI Manufacturing. It's a brief insight into the lateral operation from the perspective in alumina deficient slag. So basically, these are all silicon fields. With some slides for so as the age-old prophecy goes, steelmaking take care of the slag and the slag will take care of the steel and refractory. Because the evolution of slag is a very dynamic process. And even if we make a good slag at lateral stage of the process, the harm which we had already done to the refractory cannot be undone. So this is basically the slag requirements for refractory compatibility in the lime magnesia silica system. The top one is the lime magnesia silica system and the bottom dotted line is the lime magnesia alumina system. So basically this is a plot of NGO saturation versus basicity. So if we look at the lime MgO silica system, the very nature of the curve, the steep slope shows the solubility of the MgO is much higher in the lime MgO silica system and is much more sensitive to the basicity ratio of the slag lime divided by silica plus aluminum. So what does it imply? This has a significant implication on the potential refractory wear of magnesia-based refractories. Because if you see, if I put my attention to a single value of basicity, say 1, and for the COMgO silica system, it is lime by silica, and for the aluminate system, it is lime by alumina. So you can see the saturation value of MgO is 21.7 versus 12.2. So this is almost twice in the lime magnesia silica system. Now coming to desulfurization with this alumina deficient slags, normally when you speak, one common misconception we find is that for desulfurization with such slags, you need to add more and more lime so that the slag desulfurization potential increases. Now most steelmaking slags are basically composed of a mixture of liquids and solids. So what matters is the lime dissolved in the liquid fraction of the slag, that is removing the sulfur from the steel, and not the lime as determined by the total chemical analysis of the total slag. The undissolved lime does not remove sulfur. This is very important. See, I've given two examples, slag A and slag B. Slag A is basically containing lime of around 45%, but see the percentage of liquid, it is as high as 98%. Whereas slag B from CO point of view, it is 50, but the liquid fraction is only 43%. So if I add more lime, then the slag can dissolve. If I move to slag A to slag B, that will only result in decrease of the liquid fraction of the slag that can desulfurize. I assume that the liquid composition remains constant for both the cases, and this will increase the viscosity of the slag. So for normally an alumina deficient slag, a more representative slag sample for this will be the cup sample in the middle of the ladle rather than with the steel rod in the vicinity of the star area of the ladle. I will give an example. See, this is slag A and slag B. Slag A is basically the calculated slag A by mass balance, and analyzed slag B is what we derive from the steel rod I just talked about. Look at the CO percentage 70 and 53. So if I analyze this slag, taking this from away from the ladle center, I am talking about the top of the slag surface. Most of the time, the calculated slag analysis, slag A will be found, which confirms what is seen in practice. Steep slags that contains excess lime. But maybe the analysis of the slag will be showing something like slag B. But in practice, we will be working with slag A. So basically, this is lime and MgO solubility in lime MgO alumina silica slags at 1600 degrees centigrade. If you go down the column percentage alumina, you will note that the increase in lime solubility will increase the sulfide capacity as the alumina content of the slag increase. If I increase the alumina content, the lime solubility as well as the sulfide capacity increases. Or even more importantly, it is to be noted that the decrease in the MgO solubility of the slag as the alumina content of the slag increases. So with tap additions amount and considering the recovery of the additions, recovery by recovery, I mean what goes into the metal, balance goes into the slag. It is always important that we calculate the slag depth generated juxtaposed ladle dimensions. So this will give you an idea of the actual slag depth and the suitability to shield an arc that is 3-inch long. Commencement of arcing at LF should start with a slag depth of at least 3 to 4 inch. So we need to form the top slag as quick as possible. Otherwise, the bricks are prone to the arc flare damage due to the local overheating. In slag line, it is more important because if I have a stiff slag, it is very much detrimental in the starting plug side of the slag line. So do not wait for the slag depth increase based on LF additions. Our primary target to increase the LF slag depth should start at the start of tapping itself. So alumina deficient slag supersaturated with lime and undersaturated with MgO. So the rapidity and homogeneity of the introduction of MgO into the slag is much more difficult to achieve by separate MgO additions in form of magnesia or doloma. If I add separately magnesia or doloma, maybe I will be having a wrong impression that this MgO will enrich the slag. Such slags undersaturated with MgO has a tremendous potential to dissolve the lacking MgO content from MgO carbon bricks, almost with the viciousness of a predator. Look, if I add dolo externally, a dense MgO grain of 20 millimeter in diameter loses only 0.6 to 2.2 millimeter of its diameter in 15 minutes. So due to the slow dissolution rate of the added magnesia doloma grains, big corrosion persists. It doesn't help even if I add it. So what are the main tasks that remain in hand? We must narrow down the gap of the MgO percentage in the slag and its saturation value as soon as possible. So use of calcium, magnesium, aluminate slag, re-reacted synthetic slag, that is around 2.5 to 3 kg per ton of liquid steel at the time of tapping itself. As I told you, we must take care of the slag building right from the tapping onset. And we need to form the top slag as soon as possible and a sufficient slag depth before commencement of arcing. Synthetic slag will adapt to the initial slag volume and also help in desulfurization. So basically, these are the two examples, pre-reacted, both are pre-reacted synthetic slag and calcium and magnesium aluminate slag. The difference lies in the MgO content. One is 20.5 and another is 12.5. It goes without saying that 20.5 will be much more beneficial because with this synthetic calcium aluminate slag, the gap between initial MgO concentration and the MgO saturation, I will be able to reduce it very fast and homogeneously throughout the whole slag mass. And look at the difference it makes in the picture. That is calcium magnesium aluminate flux at the moment of addition. And it is the creaminess that is ultimately achieved at after 1 minute. So this is what we are looking forward to. And coming to the last slide, basically, fluorspar, as we all know, is very much detrimental to magnesia carbon lining because these are essentially periclase MgO basic oxides. So when we use fluorspar as a fluxing precursor, we need a very high level of MgO for saturation in slag, which is very difficult in slag because it is easier to saturate the slag with lime, but not with MgO because in all probability, lime is the most preferred thing to be added input in the slag. The MgO solubility in spar at 1600 degrees centigrade, if you see it is around 48%, whereas for lime it is only 26%. So note at the extremities of the potential solubilities. So if fluorspar is added to the slag without matching the basic oxides additions to maintain saturation, then dissolution of basic refractory will definitely occur. So basically it is not the presence of spar alone that is causing this detrimental effect. It is rather the lack of MgO saturation in the slag. And the benefit of using spar as the chief fluxing precursor is getting offset here by increasing slag line wear. Thank you.
Thank you. Big round of applause for Kaushik Das Gupta also.
Now we would like to proceed with memento presentation for this session. And then after memento presentation, we will directly proceed to the next session as we are running out of time. So Yojna, will you be on the stage to assist me with this? Yes. May I please request Mr. Santanu Rudra from Daneli to take his memento? Yeah. If Mr. Majumdar will do that, that will be great. Yeah. A big round of applause. Next, I would like to call Mr. Albert for his memento. A big round of applause for Mr. Albert from Barthol Technology. Next, I would like to call Mr. Sanjay Das Gupta, Vice President, Asia Pacific SMS Group, for his memento. Thank you so much, Mr. Sanjay Das Gupta. Next, I would like to call Mr. Kaushik Das Gupta from RHI Magnesita for his memento. A big round of applause for Mr. Kaushik Das Gupta. And last but not the least, we would like to call Mr. Federico from Pomini for his memento. Oh, he left already, I think. If someone on his behalf can collect. So I think we are pretty much done with. Actually, I did it in the last session only, I think, for the winners. Yeah. Yeah, once again, okay. Yeah. Yeah. For Dev Energy, guys, big round of applause. Okay. With this, thank you to everyone. Now we will move towards the next session directly. And I would like to call the people who will be presenting in the next session. And I would like Mr. Majumdar to stay on the dais only as a chairman of the next session as well. And the tea is already being served in the lobby area. In the meantime, if you feel like having tea, you can always go and have tea. I would like to call Mr. Sankadeep Mukherjee. Mr. Sankadeep Mukherjee from CRU Analysis. Mr. Sankadeep Mukherjee from CRU Analysis. Next, Mr. Ritabrata Ghosh, Vice President, ICRA Limited. Mr. Rohit Sadaka, India Rating. Mr. Vikas from Megatham Induction Limited, COO Megatham Induction Limited. Ms. Ritu Kumari Agrawal from Tata Steel. Mr. C.S. Murthy from Cider Mag. And last but not the least, Mr. Jignesh Divakar, Senior Executive, Power Bill. I feel all the present people who are presenting are there already. Let's wait for 2 minutes for Arghya to come and then we will start. Just 2 minutes. Okay. Okay, so I think we will not be able to wait for 2 minutes also because we are running literally out of time. So for the first presentation of this session, I would like to call Mr. Sankadeep Mukherjee from CRU. Over to you, Mr. Mukherjee. Okay, as Mr. Mukherjee needs to bring his laptop, so we will continue with Mr. Rohit Sadaka with his presentation. A big round of applause for Mr. Rohit.
Hi, good evening, everyone. So maybe I will be taking through what is the prospect and opportunities for steel industry in Asia. Specifically, we'll talk about India also. Okay. So firstly, if we look at the how the countries in the world are having the steel forecast. So if you look at the bottom chart, India is one country where we are looking at the growth in 21, 22, and 23. Even in 24, we expect that the Indian economy, the steel consumption demand growth will be there. As compared to other countries where there are volatility and fluctuations in the demand. So even if now maybe if you look at the production in 23 calendar year 22-23, we have seen that the production for India has been around 12% growth. Vis-a-vis, if we look at the other countries, top 10 steel producing countries, they are below 5%. So this shows that the India as a steel consuming nation has a is in a sweet spot, and we expect that the growth story for India will continue. What are the reasons for that? Maybe I'll come here. So if you look at China, this in last 3 years post-COVID, that is calendar year 21, 22, and 23. If you look at the demand-supply gap, that has increased because of the production, despite the production being lower or maybe stagnant, because of the supply side issues, because of the challenges which the China economy is facing. So there's a demand slowdown in China. But overall, if you look at the demand supply gap, the oversupply which is there, it has been lower than what we have seen in 2015-16. That was a time when China had a significant oversupply in the steel market, and that has led to dumping of steel in India also. So if you look at the below slide in 2015-16, that was a period when the demand supply equation has changed and there was a lot of import into India, and especially from China, it has increased. Even though import from in India is increasing in 23, but we have seen that China is not a significant player now because they are most likely selling to Middle East country and other countries. So now coming to so this is the reason why India is growing, and even though imports are there, the steel companies are not bleeding like they have done in 2015-16. Because if you look at the last 3 bars, that is 21, 22, and 23, the last 3 calendar years, the demand and supply has been balanced. So whatever is getting produced in India is largely getting consumed. So there is no oversupply situation in India despite capacity addition. This is because of the demand growth we are seeing in the steel industry. So that is keeping even if the imports are coming, the companies are operating at a healthy capacity utilization and they are not getting impacted by the heat import. So this is, if you look at the top graph, the capacity utilization for Indian steel industry as a whole is around 77% in the last financial year, that is 24 ending. And we expect this to continue despite the capacity addition. So how this has been moving, if you look at the below chart, if you look at the period, say from FY10 to FY16-17, the capacity addition has surpassed the demand growth. So that has led to a oversupply kind of situation in India. And that is a period when we have seen many steel, the imports have started coming into India from China because of the oversupply situation there. And that has led to a lot of steel companies facing issues who have completed their capex. But from 17-18, the things have changed. Now, if we see the last, say, 6-7 years, the capacity addition has been lower than the demand. So that has led to a growth in the capacity utilization and also the steel companies remaining profitable. And that is what we expect to continue in, say, FY25 and 26 next 2 years, despite significant capacity addition which is going on in India. So these are the key sectors where the demand is for the steel is like construction, real estate, and infrastructure. This forms around 55% of the overall steel consumption, followed by automobiles and capital goods. So how these industries are helping India? So if you look at the steel consumption and gross capital formation, which is a part of GDP, we see there's a very high correlation, and the growth in steel consumption and GSPF has been going in line. So and that is nothing but the capital expenditure which the government of India is doing. And also, if you look at the below chart, the 3 key steel consuming industries like auto, EPC, and real estate, there we see there is a growth expectation of around 10%. So that will keep the growth in the steel demand for India. So these are the maybe just if you deep dive into automobile, the demand for passenger car is increasing, where the steel is more consumed as compared to maybe two-wheelers. Similarly, if you look at the real estate, mid premium and luxury and middle income, the sales are increasing as compared to what it was pre-COVID. So apart from the government infrastructure spending budget of maybe 11% growth, the state governments are also having their budget to do capital expenditure. So these things will kind of give boost to the demand in steel industry for India. So this is a very interesting slide. So what we have done is we try to study the steel cycle over FY 98 till FY 24. So earlier we used to see that every 3-4 years there has been a down cycle, but now the cycle has shortened. And even if you look at FY 23 and 24, where we are seeing the revenue growth is not there, it is mainly because of the lower price compared to what it was in FY 22. Just after the COVID, there was the prices have increased like through the roof, and they have corrected. So that is why the revenue growth is not there. But if you look at the profitability, that is the EBITDA, which the companies are generating, even though it is lower than FY 22, but it is still better than what companies have earned, say, pre-COVID level of FY 16, 17, 18. So this shows the resilience in the Indian steel industry companies, as well as the strength in the balance sheet. If you look at the net leverage and interest cover, these are the two ratios to reflect the financial health of the company, which we kind of track. Despite capacity addition every year, we can see that the net leverage, that is the debt on the balance sheet as compared to profitability, has been contained at around less than at around 2-3 times, which shows the strength in the Indian balance sheet. And despite maybe some price correction or the lower profitability, we believe that the balance sheets are more resilient and are likely to sustain the any kind of shock if it comes for a short period. Yeah, so just to summarize what we have to look at going forward in the next maybe couple of years, the policy support from government is key because largely the demand for steel industry in India comes from the spending by the government. The credit profile, which I just talked about, that the balance sheet strength is very resilient for the Indian steel industry companies in the Indian steel industry. The steel spreads or the profitability we talk, we expect it to sustain because of the high demand, which is kind of correlated with the supply which is there in India. China and global factors will keep the export low because China has a oversupply and a surplus supply, to which they are dumping into India, and maybe because of the cost effectiveness and the kind of demand we have in India, the Indian steel industries or the companies in the Indian steel industries are getting their goods consumed in India. So maybe the export will not increase. And finally, we believe that the demand supply balance will be there in India. So that will keep the capacity utilization high and maybe the profitability at a decent level for the steel companies. Yeah, that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sankade Mukherjee. I think he's ready.
Everybody, good evening. I'm Pankaj Mukherjee. I'm a senior analyst with CRE Group. I'm also director of CRE Steel Long Services and regional lead for the APAC market. And today I'm going to take you through the impact that carbon border adjustment mechanism is expected to have on the steel market, with specific interest on how it is going to impact the Indian steel maker. Just a legal notice, I hesitate to show this to you all because I know I'm between you guys and dinner, so and I don't want to get beaten up, so I'm going to skip this slide to you. So why are we interested to talk about CBAM? Why is it such a big deal? And the reason behind this particular chart, the European Union is a major importer of sheet products, that is hot rolled coil, galvanized coil, and cold rolled coil, and some longs such as rebar, wire rod, and merchant bar. Now, mills, European Union mills, they have to pay a carbon tax on every emissions that they have to. There's some allowances that they have, but in general, they need to pay a carbon tax on their emissions, which if they're importing from outside and feel that they are being unfairly penalized for something which is beyond their control. And that brings us to this current topic, which is quite ominously known as CBAM or Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism. And What does CBAM do? And I think we all know at this point in time that CBAM from 2026 is going to include emissions or a liability on any importer who is importing into the European Union, and they will charge tax on it, and that's the name carbon border adjustment mechanism. And for free emissions, and what we have done over here is we have looked at, based on data from our emissions analysis tool, we have tabulated or put together all the mills emissions, and you can see that there are quite a few mills in the European Union who are on the higher side of the emissions, and hence would be penalized or feel penalized unfairly, because there are other mills which are much lower than that, and they can import to the European Union without paying their carbon tax, and that is where CBAM comes into the picture. So this raises three interesting questions. What does a mill who is an exporter to the European Union need to do on an operational level? That is, what do you need to do now? What would a mill need to do on a tactical level, so in the next few years? And at a strategic level, what kind of technology shifts are expected to happen for a steel mill to take for them to be competitive in a zero carbon or a low carbon world? So I'll take you through all these three steps, but this particular slide looks at the operational aspect of CBAM. So we are now sitting in February, which means 31st of January, which was the first compliance month for CBAM reporting has gone by. So if there is a mill who is an exporter to the European Union, you first need to register with the national competent authority of each European Union mill or country. This typically is going to be the trade or the export customs house of that particular country. Then you need to understand what are the European Union guidelines of how to report an emission. So the European Union has given a certain set of guidelines, and you need to follow them so that you do not fall foul of it, because in case the filing is not proper, there is a fine of, I think, around 50 pounds per ton of emissions not reported properly. So that's the difference. Then you need to accurately understand what is the coverage of embedded emissions. That includes that you have got your battery limits correct, the takeover point, you have got the embedded emissions correct, and you are following the regulations laid down by the European Union or European Commission from January 2025, because there is a lag now, there is some leeway where if there is some uncertainty about the emissions or the measurement, you can follow some benchmark numbers which are given by there. But by January 2025, European Commission would come up with exact guidelines, and those guidelines need to be followed. And finally, you need to understand what are the processes of purchasing and surrendering CBAM credits or carbon credit certificates. So just like you won't miss out on claiming any tax reductions in your income tax statement, it's quite similar to that. If there is something where you can claim carbon emissions, you need to understand carbon emission benefits. You need to understand what those are, so that your landed emissions at the border of the European Union is not as high as there. So that brings us to the more tactical level, or the liability impact of what CBAM is going to look like. So what we have done over here is we have taken data from our CRD cost analysis tool, which portrays the cost of production of auto coils. I've looked at just auto coils over here and only basic oxygen furnace, because for electric arc furnace, the initial impact is expected to be low. From 2026 onwards, EOFs will be the ones that will be facing the largest brunt as of now. Anyway, so what we have done over here is, on the x-axis, we have cumulative production of mills who are key HR exporters to the European Union. USA is not, but we have included USA over here because given the large influx of electric arc furnaces that have been set up in the US market, who will be producing flats, they are going to become a viable supplier to the. So the cost of production, and on top of that, we have added what is going to be the CBAM liability for each mill based on their emissions profile. And we have followed the formula which is laid down by European Union, which is embedded emissions from your plant. You from that, you take out whatever is the benchmark emission multiplied by the liability. So for example, in 2026, if your embedded emissions is 2 tons, and so the formula is going to be 2 minus within brackets 1.214, which is the benchmark number for BOF, and for electric arc furnace is 0.214, but for BOF it's 1.214 multiplied by 0.975, which is the amount by which the free allocation for carbon emissions is getting reduced for European Union there. In 2026, it's 97.5. So you multiply the benchmark number by this. You go to 2035, this becomes 0 because this keeps on reducing. It's not a linear line. It's 95 and 27, step down to 28, and it comes down. Anyway, with this number, you multiply whatever is the cost of carbon at that point in time. Based on this, if you look at the cost profile, without it, Indian mills, which are in amber over shown in amber over here, Indian mills cost of production is on the lower side. But as soon as you include the CBAM liability, the cost of Indian mills goes up. And point to note, these are export prices because it doesn't include the trade component to it. So there will be an additional trade component into the calculator as well. So this is why it is a bit concerning for Indian suppliers that there is going to be a significant CBAM liability content on an average of 17 tons for Indian box. And that's why you see quite a few steel mills in India are focusing on reducing their emissions profile so that they remain competitive in the field. This is just a quick segue into how we are estimating or forecasting our carbon prices. So this is what we call an abatement curve. We have looked at all the potential energy sources which can offset cost or carbon from the system and price them by looking at the OPEX cost, the technology cost, and the CapEx cost that particular thing. And based on the percentage of emissions that need to be abated, we can estimate that for a particular year, what is going to be the cost of carbon. And this is how we can give you the forecast for cost of carbon, say, till 2035, 2040, 2045, 2050. It should not come as a surprise to anybody at this point in time that hydrogen injection, which is being shown as a solution for green steel, comes at the highest level. And that's when green steel actually starts becoming viable because all hydrogen reduced steel becomes viable because the carbon costs have gone to a particular level that you are still profitable using hydrogen and selling it. With that, I'll move on to the next step, which is the tactical number. And I'll just quickly explain this. Again, I've taken data from our steel cost model and emission tool. On the x-axis, what I have is increasing use of scrap as the total mix of steel production. And on the y-axis, what is the scope 1 and scope 3 emissions per mill? It is no surprising that as the percentage of scrap increases, the emissions reduces. There are two interesting things I will point out from here. So technology A and technology C, both are electric arc furnace or industrial furnace technology. However, they are DRI reduced technology. The difference between technology A and technology C is one of them is using natural gas to reduce the iron ore, and technology A is using coal to reduce the iron ore. And then there's a significant difference in the emission profile of DRI fed electric arc furnace even though they are both the same. The second interesting thing I'll like to point out that if you take a snapshot of or a particular snapshot of the x-axis, for the same percentage of scrap import or similar level of percentage of scrap import, there are mills which have varying amount of emission profile, which means in the first case, there is a case for benchmarking and optimization of your processes rather than completely changing the technology in the first place. You can benchmark and optimize your processes to reduce your emission profile and the first place. So, and that's what I think is going to happen in the future. Certainly, CRU's cost model and emission analysis can help in this. With that comes to the strategic shift. And this is where resource availability is going to be a key driving force. Now, the slide that I showed previously showed that scrap clearly is very effective in reducing carbon emissions. But unfortunately, we don't have sufficient oil or sufficient extractable stuff in the world. A lot of them have gone into landfills. Quite a few new buildings have come up. We are not going to bring them up right now. We need to build them up quite later. So you need to shift to iron ore, and that's when the GRI comes into picture. But you can't use any quality, you can't use just any quality of iron ore. You need to use the high quality of iron ore. Otherwise, you won't get the level of metallization required for which the energy. For a GRI fed emission, you need to have high carbon or you need to have high grade iron ore because the metallization needs to be high. Otherwise, you will not get the emissions profile as well shown. So first the scrap needs to go out, then the high quality iron ore needs to be used up. Then will come your low quality iron ore, which needs to be then beneficiated and used in smelter technology. And you might have read collaboration between Geo and GSC recently on using the low quality steel paraffine in this smelter technology, which is something which is we'll say the ultimate step at steel company. The key risk to this particular outlook is if tomorrow morning somebody wakes up and comes up with a technology to that, hang on, I have found out this technology and that technology is very good at extracting carbon out of the atmosphere and we can use this in A, B, C, and D, then the drive towards CBAM also reduces because the drive towards decarbonization of that concept also reduces and the
I think you need to.
Thank you so much. If you have any further questions, that is the last.
Thank you.
My contact details are given here.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Mukherjee. And as Mr. Rohit needs to left, so I would like to call Yojna to assist us with the memento presentation of Mr. Sadaka. Mr. Majumdar, if you could please present the memento to Mr. Sadaka. Thank you, sir. Thank you. And with this, I would like to call Mr. Satish Pandey from CSIR, as he also needs to left for a meeting for his presentation.
So, good evening to all of you. I am Satish Pandey, working as a principal scientist in CSIR Central Road Research Institute. I will not take more than 10 minutes in order to just brief you the recent invention which has been done under Ministry of Science and Technology to dispose the steel slag. Like for every ton of steel production, around 200 to 300 kg steel slag is generated as a solid waste. And India is currently producing around 19 million ton steel slag annually, and this quantity is expected to reach 60 million ton by the end of 2030. And at the same time, every year we require around 1.2 billion ton natural aggregate for road construction and maintenance work. So in order to utilize this steel slag in a sustainable way, as per the direction of NITI Aayog, the CSIR Central Road Research Institute under the sponsored research project by Ministry of Steel has developed the steel slag road technology to utilize the process steel slag as a substitute of natural aggregate in road construction. So what are the key challenges in order to utilize the steel slag in roads? So first of all, the raw steel slag cannot be utilized as such for the road construction activity. It requires different type of processing in order to address various intrinsic challenges. First one, volumetric expansion. So steel slag shows around 8 to 14% of volumetric expansion when it comes into context of moisture. So in that case, if it will be utilized directly for the road construction activity, then this type of slag will deteriorate the road very quickly. So we have to valorize the slag. The second one is the vesicular and irregular texture. So it is full with pores and irregular shape. It is nowhere equivalent to natural aggregate, so therefore it cannot be directly substitute the natural aggregate for construction work. Third issue is the Q4 formation. So this calcium carbonate deposition can increase the drainage structure if it is utilized into the granular layer in the road and in such circumstances the road will deteriorate very quickly. The fourth issue is the propensity of corrosion. Like there is the entrapped metallic iron, and if this metallic iron content is greater than 3%, then this sort of corrosion can happen on slag aggregate. The fifth issue is the chances of heavy metal leaching. So steel slag in itself can eliminate a very high pH leachage, and besides that, there is the presence of heavy metal inside it, which means heavy metals can contaminate the nearby water body and soil structure. So what we have done, like we have developed the customized steel slag valorization technology depending upon the type of steel slag, like whether it is BOF, EAF, and CONARC, in order to convert it as a processed steel slag aggregate which is better than the natural aggregate in terms of mechanical properties and physical appearance. With the help of it, this is a glimpse of a processing method slag. It involves from the customized cooling process to the metallic recovery, and after that, the treatment of the slag in order to use it for the road construction work. So once we have done it, we have constructed India's first steel slag road at Surat Hazira in April 2022, where we have utilized around 1 lakh ton processed steel slag aggregate as a 100% substitute of natural aggregate in road construction. This is the glimpse of a six-lane road which was built in April 2022, connecting National Highway 6 to Hazira Port. And in this particular process, like we have utilized 1 lakh ton process electric arc furnace steel slag aggregate developed at ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel Hazira plant. And these aggregates were utilized as a 100% substitute of natural aggregates in all layer of the road. Besides that, this road is around 32% thinner than the conventional road, so which bring down its cost of construction by 30 to 40% less than the conventional road. In terms of durability, it is found to be 4 to 5 times stronger, and for last 2 years, it is subjected on 3,000 to 2,000 commercial vehicles per day traffic, and there is no sign of distress on the road. Now, this is the another section which we have built on NH66 Mumbai, Goa. In this particular road, we have utilized coastal sonar steel slag aggregate as a substitute of natural aggregates. So for this particular project, we have utilized around 50,000 ton of sonar steel slag aggregate in cement, concrete, and bituminous road pavement, which is near Dolvi. And last month only, this particular road was inaugurated by the Honorable Member NPI, Dr. B.J. Saraswat. The third project is a glimpse of the project work which we have done there. So it's a short clip. So yeah. So in this view, you can see the aerial view of the road. It is built completely with the slag cement and slag aggregate. There is no natural aggregate inside it. The overall thickness of the road is around 28% less than the conventional road thickness, which is recommended in Indian Road Congress specifications, which bring down the cost of construction by around 43%. And the third project is on Indo-China border near Arunachal Pradesh Zero, where at high altitude around 4,000 feet height, we utilize this processed LD slag aggregate of Tata Steel Jamshedpur plant for the construction of road. This road is situated under low temperature, high rainfall conditions. So on that particular location, the conventional road gets deteriorated in every 3 to 4 years time. Besides that, at such high altitude in the issue sensitive zone, there is no good quality natural aggregate were available. But in this particular case, we have utilized sources LD slag aggregate as a 100% substitute of natural aggregate. It was constructed about 1.5 years back, and since then it is performing very well. The Border Road Organization is intended to utilize this technology for the construction of upcoming frontier highway on Indo-China border with a glimpse of the road network. It has been applauded by the Honorable Prime Minister of India on various occasions, and we have received the application letter for this particular project. This is the glimpse of the NH33 Jamshedpur, where the 40-kilometer long road has been constructed using process and slag aggregate. We have received a couple of awards along with Tata Steel MD, Mr. C. Marandan, for this sustainable green initiative. What are the major benefits of this technology? Like for a kilometer, for a 6 lane road kilometer construction, we can utilize around 80,000 to 1 lakh ton processed slag aggregate as a substitute of natural aggregate. So the road which is built through this particular mechanism is found to be around 4 to 5 times stronger. And besides that, we can reduce the overall thickness by 32 to 40%, which brings this type of road more economical in comparison to the natural road, and it's a sort of a waste to wealth generation. And it also minimizes the environmental impact caused by the steel slag disposal in and around the plant. So this is the couple of application letters we received from NITI Aayog, Government of India, and Tata Steel for this work. You can find a movie on a steel flag road in deep technology for sustainable road infrastructure, which is published by the India Science Channel on YouTube. There is one small video also, which I just want to show you quickly. So please, 3.5 minutes, it will not take much time. The folder.
Iron and steel industry are pillars to a country's economic and infrastructure development. India produces about 110 million tons of steel annually and poised to achieve 300 million tons steel production by 2030. Along with steel, about 19 million tons of steel slag is generated every year during the refining process of steel from different steel plants situated across India. For every ton of steel produced, about 20% steel slag is generated. Most of the slag are dumped in the nearby areas of steel plants, which becomes the source of water, air, and land pollution. Steel slag, which is rich in iron content, can become the source of good quality steel slag aggregates for potential utilization as substitute of natural aggregates in road construction. In India, Surat has become the first city in the country to get a processed steel slag road built as part of a joint venture project between CSIR, Central Road Research Institute, CRRI, Union Ministry of Steel, Government Think Tank, NITI Aayog, and ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel India at Hazira, Gujarat.
जब हम इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की बात करते हैं तो अधिकतर लोगों के मन में पहली तस्वीर सड़कों या फ्लाईओवर की हो जाती है। ट्रांसपोर्ट इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के विकास पर आज भारत जितना काम कर रहा है उतना पहले कभी नहीं।
And I believe that we must look at alternative forms of steel making, such as making steel from steel scrap, such as the example that we have seen of the 6-lane highway that was built with steel slag in Surat in Gujarat, the first of its kind in the world. And that happens only in India, made in India, ladies and gentlemen.
So maybe India is now today formally entered into an era of steel roads, from concrete roads to steel roads. I think a matter of great celebration.
ये रोड का निर्माण हो रहा है धातु में से स्लैग से कॉस्ट वाइज भी अगर देखिएगा कि 32% से 34% कम अभी है और आगे अगर और रिसर्च होगा 40% तक पहुंच जाएगा। इसकी जो ताकत है, उसकी शक्ति है, वो भी जो हमारे और रोड बनाए जाते हैं उससे बेटर है।
I would like to congratulate CSIR, CRRI for developing this innovative solution for utilization of processed steel slag in the construction of a steel slag road.
Research has shown the possibility of using steel slag in road infrastructures in order to promote the objectives set out by the Sustainable Development Goals to promote the circular economy and sustainable infrastructure. CSIR CRRI's innovative first steel slag road in Surat, Hazira has further motivated us our vision for a greener India, for a sustainable
Thank you very much. That's all from my side. For any further question, you can approach us, DSI Central Road Research Institute, or you can call me at any time. On the email ID is already available in my presentation. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Uh, okay. Okay.
It's time for memento presentation. Yojana, please come with the memento. Thank you.
Next presenter will be Rituprata Ghosh, Vice President, Sector Head, Corporate Sector Rating, ICRA Limited. Please stick to 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Because there are already another 4 speakers today.
Absolutely. Can I have the presentation on the screen? Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. A warm round of applause to the people who have persevered from morning and chosen to stick around. Uh, my job has been made much easier because Shankhadeep, the speaker, just before the presentation on CBAM, has covered most of the aspects of CBAM. I would like to cover only 3 aspects which Shankhadeep did not cover. First is what is the economics of CBAM? I think not much is talked about in the media. How CBAM came? What are the it is not open. Whether it is not open. Yes. Uh, so in CBAM, if you look at what Adam Smith taught us in the 18th century, most of the daily problems that we face can be solved by the invisible hand of the market. So let's say if we have a problem of scarcity of iron ore, the price of iron ore increases, then it incentivizes people to look for new iron ore deposits. People try to conserve iron ore. People try to look for alternatives like scrap. And also, so effectively, there is a adjusting mechanism. And in most cases, the invisible hand of the market finds optimum outcomes, but not always. When the in an economic setup, various individuals try to optimize their benefit at an individual level. That is the dominant strategy. And in most cases, when various participants in the economy try to maximize their own benefit through their own dominant strategies, for the collective whole, it leads to optimum outcome. That's the general principle. But not always. And those are cases which is known as the tragedy of commons. When there are cases of tragedy of commons, when at an individual level, economic outcome is optimum, but at a collective level, it is not, then it leads to market failures. We have seen many market failures like the subprime crisis, like overfishing, like arms race. But the biggest market failure is that of global warming, where the forces, the invisible hand of the market have not been able to find a solution. And when market failures happen, we use the tools of economics to find the solution. And the tool is the carrot and stick. So what is that carrot and what is the stick? The stick is you peg a price on carbon. And the stick is that if you are a polluter, you have to pay. And that is where the basic fundamentals of CBAM and the basic fundamentals of carbon pricing comes. So that's the first pillar. Is it the only possible, solution that we have? Realistically, yes, as of now. We don't have a better alternative. There is also one alternative which people are talking about, which is a global carbon market, wherein if a steelmaker is there in Europe, he will have to reduce carbon intensity in Europe. But obviously, if you have to reduce carbon intensity in Europe, the cost is much higher because Europe is at a significantly advanced stage in terms of emissions. Why not, invest in technologies for reducing carbon in Kenya, where
the cost of reducing 1 ton of carbon is much less and get the credit and use it in the European market to adjust against my obligations. So for that, you need a global carbon market, which is not there. But that's the reality because you need to work with various nations and it's a very complicated affair. So now the second part is I wanted to talk about is about what are the fallacies of CBAM. People don't talk about that also much. The first is if you look at the various the role of various countries in terms of the global emissions. Largest is North America. Last 6 decades, they have contributed about a quarter of the global CO2 emissions cumulatively. Then Europe, about 20%, China, 17%, India is only 4%. But in the lens of CBAM, all countries are same. A steelmaker based in India will have to pay the same tax compared to a steelmaker in USA, whereas their obligations are much larger. Their role in the CO2 emission is much larger. So it actually fails the test of shared but differentiated responsibilities of the Rio Convention. This is the basis with which many of the developing countries are looking to challenge CBAM at WTO because in that lens, there is no differentiation among various countries. Everybody is same. Second, very important drawback of CBAM is that if you are a steelmaker with a capacity of 1 million ton blast furnace, and if you're a steelmaker like Tata Steel, JSW Steel, SAIL, capacity of 3 million ton blast furnace, obviously the emission intensity are very different. And to that extent, there is no differentiation in CBAM to factor in the higher emission intensities of smaller furnaces. Everybody is same. Technologically, you cannot bring the emission intensities of smaller furnaces at par with larger furnaces. It is not possible. CBAM also doesn't address it, and that's a big problem. The third problem of CBAM is that fundamentally, if you look at it, the way it has been constructed is that you are taxing carbon based on production, whereas ideally, carbon should be taxed based on consumption, where the steel is getting consumed. You should pay tax there. So a country, let's say idealistically, even a hypothetical world, a country doesn't produce any steel, but if it doesn't only consume steel, he doesn't pay any carbon tax, which is actually an inherent flaw in the basic architecture of steel. But the way, whatever it is, obviously the Europeans thought that this is the best solution to bring in the green transition, and that is what they have bitten the bullet, and they've been the first to kind of implement carbon pricing. My apologies because I had quite a few slides, but somehow it has been missed. Now I come to my last part of my presentation, which is how do we adapt? The reality is CBAM is there. From 1st of January 2026, whether you like it or not, you will have to pay if you have to sell material in carbon markets like Europe. The first thing when we are discussing with steel companies is that they will have lines which are much new, where the carbon intensity is much less. They will have the older lines. The first low-hanging fruit is that when you're supplying to carbon markets, you will be supplying from your most efficient plants, more efficient sites. So that's one of the options. The second option, which is a very important option, which countries like India should definitely consider, is from a policy framework, which is that in CBAM, if you have paid a carbon tax in your home country, you can take a credit when you are supplying to carbon markets like Europe. So if I am a steel maker and if I had to, for me, obviously, I mean, the benchmark is somewhere around 1.5 ton of CO2 per ton of crude steel, whereas for India, it is about 2.5. So roughly about 1 ton of the cost of carbon I'll have to bear. So rather than, paying that bill in to the Europeans, I can trap that as a boundary tax within India. And actually that can be collected by the Indian government. We can anyways take a credit because the basic concept of CBAM allows for a credit for carbon tax paid in a home country. And that whatever amount that gets collected, that can be used for development of green steel technologies and obviously giving subsidies for various green steel technologies. And today, if you look at the way Europe is, progressing, I think Mr. Sanjay Dasgupta was talking about the large investments in Europe about green steel. What he didn't talk about was that there's a lot of huge subsidies that is coming from various governments, France, Germany, Italy, Spain. Everybody is giving a lot of large subsidies, and for a developing country like India, it is very difficult to kind of give that kind of support to the industry. So definitely, I think from a policy framework, redesignation of redesignation of existing taxes, taxes like the clean energy cess, which we pay on coal. If that can be redesignated as carbon tax, we can get a credit because the structure allows that. Last and but not the least, when we speak with steel makers across the board, we see a lot of lack of understanding about CBAM. Questions like basic questions like, if I replace the grid power with renewable power, will it benefit CBAM? The answer is no. If I buy sponge iron, I don't produce sponge iron. If I buy sponge iron from a third party, will I need to pay tax for the embedded carbon, despite the fact that I'm not producing the carbon? So basic level of understanding is not there. So to that extent, from the government side, from the various industry body side, through various forums, there's an urgent need of actually drilling down and percolating the various nitty-gritties and bits and pieces of CBAM. And in terms of documentation, I can tell you it's humongous. I mean, even the larger players, the top-notch players are struggling with the documentation that is required for CBAM. So to that extent, building the ecosystem of energy auditors who can help that transition. And at least the smaller players, I mean, they are completely clueless. I mean, if I can say that. To bring them up to speed is what is required. Is something which is
You
very
have
much the
only
need
1
of
minute time, please.
Yeah. I think that was the last point I want to take. Thank you.
Thank you. So our next speaker is Vikas Vasle, CEO, Megathon Industry. Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening, friends. It's already high time. I think very few people are sitting here, and whoever are sitting, they are also in a hurry to go. So I'll quickly run through my presentation. This is about Megathon. We are making induction furnaces, mainly as everybody is talking about the greener steel production. So induction furnaces are the best suitable products for that. As already pointed out throughout the day, that on blast furnaces, other routes of steel making, oil and coal-fired furnaces, they are producing carbon. So better to go for the electric units, like in the blast furnaces or rolling mills or foundry. So this is the principle of induction. We flow the current in a coil, and then whatever besides if it is a conducting material, it gets heated up, and similarly used for the heating technology as well as in the melting. So this is a solution for the metal working, that is the solid state technology, basically about the induction furnaces, induction heating equipment. There are some pictures of the equipment what we manufacture, induction panels. This is the latest design of induction furnace we have come out, like the layout. We also do the micro steel project with the induction furnace unit. Like the scrappage policy is coming up, so if we use the scrap usage in India, definitely it is going to rise. So induction furnace utilization is going to increase. This is what we have done in comparison with the BOF or the blast furnaces and the arc furnaces induction. It's already given by a lot of people in the morning. About the carbon emissions also, a lot of people like SMS, generally, they have also given. This is just a comparison with the electric arc furnace and induction furnace we have done. That induction furnace is comparatively more efficient in comparison to arc furnace. So that is why the utilization is increasing, as well as in India, we have small entrepreneurs. So they go for induction furnace units. The cost of electric arc furnace is much higher. The gestation period is also very high. Similarly, the operational cost in electric arc furnace is much higher than induction furnace. So it has become a very popular model, and in India, almost 50 to 50 million ton is being produced with this. This is what we have done in comparison, shown the graph. In the north, east, south, and west region, that how many induction furnaces and arc furnaces are produced. Now about the green furnace, that what are the changes we have done in our unit. Specifically, in earlier days, the power consumption was on the higher side. Now it has come down to what the green zone we have shown is here, the 465 to 475 units in the new furnace. These are the basic changes we have done in induction furnace. If you see the green portions like the nano cable design, voltage boosted current source inverter, tight frequency range, which has resulted into a much better power consumption and reduced the power consumption from 545 units to 465. It's a nano cable design line. Some power consumptions we have shown in the units running in India in different zones. This green model was launched in 2018, and how since then almost 25 million ton is being produced through our induction furnace. Just a brief about Megaton. Recently, our public issue also came, which got subscribed by almost 180 times. We have supplied our furnaces in more than 40 countries all over the world. That's our various product range, that is induction melting furnace, induction mass heating equipment, induction hardening, that refining furnace, small continuous casting machine, and converter duty transformer. We also take EPC projects. This is our unit in Kharagpur. This is the photograph of our unit. These are some assembly line pictures we have shown. Electrical panels and suitable assembly, steel structure, copper items. We do all machining in our factory. Fabrication activities. We also do transformers mainly related to induction furnaces in our factory. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Ritu Kumari Agarwal, Senior General Manager, Strategy and Business Excellence, Tata Steel Long Products.
Good evening, everyone. So a brief presentation on what is the steel outlook and how the transformation in the industry is happening. So I'll cover it in 4 parts. One is about the mega trend and how the steel looks like. And there is a lot of focus of government on the infrastructure we have seen in earlier presentation also. Then what are the transformation which trend is already visible in the steel sector and some of the TSL pioneering initiatives. So if you look at, these are the 5 mega trends and everywhere we talk about this, but what is the key insight in this? When we talk about demography change, I think all the emerging economies are going to be more young population, and India is going to be the highest working age population. China, Japan, Europe, etc., is going to have more aging population. When we talk about urbanization, how does it connect? Again, if you look at urbanization will lead to the major infrastructure development because the requirement will go like this. And there is a huge increase in the middle class income group. So that will lead to the urbanization demand. And that's how India gives 36% to 42%. That's the number which we are talking about. Shifting economic power. Economic power, all of us know, is the West was having the economic power. Now there is a shift which is happening West to East, and a lot of concepts regarding techno-nationalism is coming. This is a new thing where actually countries are looking technology more from the national security perspective. Then there is a lot of technological development happening. I think all of us need to see that every day, every year, you will see that there are multiple technological changes which is happening. And in addition, also digital, which is also part of this. Then sustainability and green transition. I think if we are in steel industry, we can't leave this aspect. And across various sectors, this aspect is being talked about. If I need to look at the global steel sector, what are the 2, 3 key takeaways? In earlier presentation, also China's slowdown has been talked about. But what is the real fact behind it? Because China has already achieved its peak of demand. Real estate is slowing down. And that's how going forward, the projection is that Chinese demand will not increase. The demand growth will primarily come from 3 regions: India, Southeast Asia, and Middle East. And decarbonization would be the drive, and that's how the people from various countries, if you look at already a lot of protectionist measures is coming in the scrap. So scrap is going to become more and more localized play rather than the global play. If I move on to the domestic sector, while all of us are talking about 300 million ton by 2030, but I think my own estimate is we will not be going to 300 million ton capacity, while announced plans are like that. Primary steel players themselves, if we add up, the announced plan is about 230 million ton, but it takes time to implement because a lot of these are greenfield and brownfield projects also. So our assessment is it would be somewhere around 240 to 260 million tons. But the important thing also to note is that apart from the primary guys, secondary guys are also producing, also investing. But what is the shift which is happening? The shift which is happening is now the small secondary producers who used to be, they are also becoming more and more integrated. They are doing both backward and forward integration. So that is the trend which needs to be looked into. Well, I think in earlier presentation, we have looked at this data, but what are the key takeaways? If you look at government is now not only talking about the infrastructure that is visible in the action. If you look at the green numbers, which shows that whatever government has talked about, government is delivering on the compliance of the budget. That is the first fundamental. The second, if you look at last 6 years CAGR of the total capital expenditure, it is 25%, which is a huge 6-year CAGR. And if you look at within that, if we talk about the steel intensive infra sector related the capex, that is about 31 to 32% CAGR. So that's how government is changing its focus on the infrastructure, and the things are visible on the ground. Just to illustrate some of the things and why I've chosen these 3-4 sectors, because steel you just can't only produce. If it has been produced, it has to be consumed. If it has to be consumed, it needs to reach to the respective destinations. And that's how the logistics play a very important role. So railway, if you look at Railway, there is a target of increasing the freight share. Currently, it is about 25-26%, but it has to go up to 40-45%. That's the target. Lot of electrification work is happening, about 90%. All of us are aware of the new waves of dedicated freight corridors, high-speed trains, bullet trains, all these things are happening. If we come to the roadways, I think the ability to do the highways, roadways, and construction speed has gone up, and that is visible from the trend. Now it is about how the allocation, land, etc. things are happening that need to see some more light. But there are a lot of things, transformation in the road. If you go, you will see expressways, corridors. We'll talk about the wayside amenities, fast tags. So all these are making the life more simpler. Similarly, port and waterways are connecting the entire ecosystem. Now, out of 111 national waterways, already 16 waterways has been operational. So there are other works which is going on. Port modernization work is going on. If you look at the aviation, there is a huge number transformation which has happened. Now, each tier 2, tier 3 cities are now going to have the airport, and that is quite visible. So what this is leading to the what this is leading to. So there are multiple facets of transformation which is happening, and I have just put it into 5 buckets if you look at. So what is happening? First, there is a change in the consuming segment itself. Multi-driven changes which is happening either in terms of the usage, in terms of how that is being constructed, how the digital penetration is happening, how the transition towards green is happening. Another very important and interesting fact, while this is a little bit busy slide, but I think you might have observed the basic raw material apart from the iron ore scrap when we talk about coal, which is very important from the steel making till the time the other hydrogen, etc. comes into play. And primary versus secondary route. Primary route uses the hard coking coal, whereas the secondary producer uses the thermal coal, DRA grade thermal coal. Previously, the gap between these two coal used to be about $100 or less than $100. But that gap has now shifted to more than $200 with a very high depreciated currency. So that's how I think there is a lot of cost shift which is happening, and we need to be watchful and mindful of these trends. The second important trend, DRI. Well, DRI has been on increasing, but within the DRI, the share of the pellet DRI has increased. Previously, it was more of a calibrated ore DRI, but now pellet DRI share is almost about 40 to 50%, which was at a 10 to 15% level 5 years back. Scrap imports. India has never seen the number of about 10 million ton of scrap imports, which has just doubled in last 5 years. So what is the other changes which is happening? And since we have talked about the scrap, and as I have said in the mega trend also, there are a lot of organized play now in India is going to happen in the scrap. While Tata Steel has pioneered in this regard, but if you look at other big players, they are also coming up various plans regarding the scrap securitization. If we talk about the government initiative towards decarbonization, lot of policy reforms. While we have taken a target of 2070, but it is not easy to achieve. So, lot of background work has started. 14 task force has been constituted. Whether we talk about green hydrogen, we talk about scrappage policies, recycling policies. There are other PAT schemes. I think multi-pronged approach is being taken, and that will lead to where we need to head towards. If you look at the marketplace, I think marketplace are changing completely. There are a lot of digitalization, e-commerce is gaining importance. We don't want to buy the way we used to buy other things. And it's not only about the grocery or your accessories. Now I think the steel market is seeing that transition. You might have heard recently that Amazon has started delivering the apartments in a box. So that type of concept is coming. So that now previously what we used to think, that is becoming more and more reality. So we need to invite to these thoughts. So there are everyday disruptions that is happening. And I think we need to take lead towards this, envisaging these earlier trends and then how do we shape the future. And that's how, if you look at Tata Steel, has started this journey 5, 10 years back and started delivering the solutions in this regard. If I have taken the example of a infrastructure project, if you look at, there are multiple solutions which is part of the Tata Steel offering. That's how it's complete. Similarly, while we have started and pioneered the scrap recycling business itself, but within that, as the organized play is going to happen, we are again making the digital disruptions. We have launched the Pharaoh Heart, where it connects to the multiple kabadi walas, and then it gets into the direct organized procurement of the scrap. So these are certain things which I thought I need to talk about, and we all need to be watchful of these trends which is going on. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Without much ado, I would like to call CS Murthy, Marketing CRM Southern North. Your time is only 2 minutes. And you are the last speaker, I think, today.
Thanks. I'm CS Murthy and the President Cybermax India Private Limited. Our operation is Orissa. Our office and our housing is Visakhapatnam. Today's subject is continuous temperature measurement, optical parameters. Our temperature measurement, Blackberry cavity temperature measurement system for molten metal is a new kind of temperature measurement device which is researched and developed on the basis of research findings, National Natural Science Fund and Research Lab. The principle of temperature measurement system is to immerse the temperature tube into molten steel to sense the temperature. Light body cavity temperature measurement probe receives the infrared radiation signal corresponding to temperature of molten steel and transmits the signal processor. Single processor determines the temperature of molten steel according to online black body cavity. Today, this technology of Zoom is coming with single use machine protocol, which is known everyone. Now, predicted from algorithm of the few products of the optical parameter system. Principle of the method is the parameter is pointed to the bottom of the tube. This is in contact with liquid metal. The requirement is to durability is the same as to conductivity, but it should be used wide range of material. And graphite can be normalized in liquid metal pressure to 3 hours. Such method removes influence of slag and oxide films on the surface of the metal, and most important is it to meet possible conditions for black body emission. Blackness depends on the dimensions of the tube and the depth of immersion in that case. It would be used any energy like parameters, but total radiation parameters are used. The technical diagram, in the whole is like stored in the made of advanced stored in conditioned cover, and after that it is submerged in the liquid stream. Also, probe can be installed with special lifting device. Usually, conditioned cover is used for probe installation. Requirement for conditioned cover hold for 27. Hole diameter required 180 to 200 mm. Distance between center of the hole and wall of the condition is 22 mm in the figure. All these technical parameters will be discussed. Measuring system for user parameters. Measuring system can be used in the continuous or semi-continuous mode in every estimate which has taken such every market. Depth of immersion
will be more than 300 element of the revenue system exposed to intense heat, radiation, or open flame must have friction. In order to eliminate possible breakdowns when changing conditions, with fastening elements are appropriate margin of safety. Regular calibration of the system and periodic checking of the correct polarity of connecting wires are required. Technical advantages and economic benefits. Since the measuring system improves the quality of forecasting the temperature, course of casting, expectation of hanger cracks, and decrease due to timely warnings to operator when metal temperature goes beyond acceptable limits. Breakouts and other defects of billet can be reduced due to timely warnings of PCM operator, but negative temperature prediction during critical periods of casting, that is changing conditions, changing sliders, and etc., which leads to changing casting speed. Qualitative factor is increased to 0.2%. Economic benefit will be as follows. If suppose monthly production of wheat, 1500 each at the rate of 300 tons. If we consider minimum 3 increment in overall production on monthly basis, then the average is 300 to 100 tons to 300 tons, that is 0.2 increment of the production. The use of continuous temperature measurement. The economic benefit as everything production of steel cost per ton of steel is 1.65 crore and 1.8. What I meant to say is that our continuous temperature measurement, we capture the per ton of steel, which is only 1 rupee per ton of steel. If we, the sequence rate comes to around 40 feet for each sequence. So it is very useful and very economic, and we are using inquiry from your end. Thank you so much. For more details, you can visit our stall B6 and C6 for any technical calibration. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We have come to the end of session, all the sessions, and I have counted. We are 46 people now here. We are of the dais and on the dais together. So almost 50 people, and it gives us an feeling that big round of applause to all of us. Actually, that is what.
Okay, so moving towards things, let's do this last memento presentation round. So quickly, I would like to call Yojana with memento, starting with Mr. Sankodeep Mukherjee, CRU Analysis and Consulting, India. A big round of applause for Mr. Mukherjee. Moving next to Mr. Ritabrata Ghosh. A big round of applause for Mr. Ghosh. Moving next to Mr. Rohit Sudak. I think he already left. Okay. So next, Mr. Vikas Varsenia, COO Megathon Induction Limited. Moving towards the next, Ms. Ritu Kumari Agrawal from Tata Steel. And last but not the least, Mr. Shreyas Murthy from Cider Max. A big round of applause for Mr. Murthy. And now, as we have came to the end of this program, I would like to thank all the speakers, presenters, sponsors, delegates, and our exhibitors to be a part of this wonderful evening. And now I would like to request all of you to move towards hall number 3. Their dinner will be served and enjoy the dinner. Thank you. Good night, everybody.